This young man just perished on the battlefield after an enemy general took his head, only to wake up and find himself reincarnated in the heart of the enemy nation. His father is a tier 6-3 count and imperial spearman. His mother is the top assassin in her guild, and his sisters are a magic prodigy and a summoner. Born as the eldest son, he is truly a god of war reincarnated at the finish line of life. Yet, despite his parents' deep love, things are quite peculiar. His father wants him to be a spearman to crush his foes, while his mother wants him to be an assassin who strikes from the shadows, leaving the boy speechless. When Ding turned 1, the Count's family held a selection ceremony and invited many guests to predict the child's future based on the object he chose. His father offered the heirloom azure dragon tail spear to encourage him to follow his path, while his mother provided a toxin-absorbing dagger for an assassin's life. Even his 2 sisters prepared their own items for the ceremony, making the poor boy break into a sweat as he wondered why they were pressuring a 1-year-old. As Ding hesitated, all 4 objects suddenly began to glow, revealing that he possessed the talents of a spearman, an assassin, a mage, and a summoner. Even the family's greatest prodigies could only awaken a single talent, yet Ding became their ultimate genius. Soon, 7 years had passed in the blink of an eye. He was currently practicing spear techniques with his father, who presented Ding with a brand new spear as a gift for his upcoming 7th birthday. Featuring a sturdy black shaft and an incredibly sharp silver tip, the spear was remarkably lightweight, making it a weapon he truly cherished. Next, the Count intended to teach Ding a new skill and told him to watch closely as his surging mana began to shake the entire training ground. He then concentrated his power into a piercing spear thrust that distorted the air. This ultimate technique took him 7 years to master, yet Ding prepared to try. The Count's eyes widened in disbelief as Ding succeeded on his very first attempt. Once the shock wore off, he was overjoyed by his son's immense talent. He had no idea his son was a top-tier expert from a past life merely starting over. And as the Count envisioned his future, Ding's 7th birthday arrived. All the Empire's dignitaries gathered to celebrate, where Ding encountered Duke Shimayan, the man who had honorably taken his life in a fair duel years ago. Since they had both fought for their respective nations, Ding held no grudge against him. Today, the Duke had also brought along his youngest daughter, Layla. As the festive atmosphere continued and the guests chatted warmly, Achin asked how the Duke's wife was doing, prompting Bai to let out a heavy sigh. "I have tried everything, but there has been no progress. I apologize for the trouble, but please understand if I must depart unexpectedly," he explained. "I might need to return to the capital urgently, but where is the boy? I wanted to speak with him," he added, though Achin noted that both Ding and Layla had vanished. Elsewhere, the 2 children had grown bored of the party. Layla admitted that while she usually disliked following her father, she was glad to be there. "Nobles and even royalty visit us frequently, and having to greet them every time is such a chore. I much prefer having my own freedom," she confessed. She enjoyed wearing simple clothes and practicing swordsmanship, which surprised Ding. He replied that he liked both, even though this place was quiet. "However, I look forward to my spear training every day," he said, prompting Layla to ask if he intended to join the academy, to which he quickly responded. "No, that isn't my reason for training," he said, surprising her since everyone dreamed of going there. He clarified that he trained to ensure he would excel. When she asked what he would do if he wasn't accepted, he simply said he would try again, and if he still failed, he would accept that it wasn't his path. "Aren't you afraid of disappointing your family?" she asked. But he replied that while his family valued honor, it wasn't a concern, so she dropped the subject. Realizing that even noble families had their own burdens, Ding sighed and told her she seemed quite talented, leading her to offer a demonstration of her skills. Ding agreed to a brief demonstration, and after she thanked him and asked where the training ground was, the 2 of them headed there together. Before long, Layla began her demonstration. As Ding watched, he noted that while her movements were initially fluid, her rhythm became somewhat erratic. "How was it?" Layla asked. Ding replied, "It was wonderful." "Really?" She felt bashful upon hearing his praise and thought, perhaps I should say something. "However, starting from the 3rd stance, it seems you're overstepping by half a pace. The same goes for the other forms. Your subsequent strikes are slightly off. I apologize if I upset you, but it has been a long time since I witnessed such a sword style," Ding said. "So that is the piece I have been missing. Thank you, Ding. You are truly perceptive to spot my error so quickly." Ding chuckled and said, "You're suffocating me. Could you please put your sword away?" "Oh, my apologies," he thought, wondering why she had suddenly embraced him like that. Just then, someone rushed over in a panic. "Young Master Ding, where are you?" "Lady Layla, they must be looking for us. We should head back. Where did you 2 go?" "We have been searching for quite a while. Happy 7th birthday, and may you receive your first mana core today." "Happy birthday, Ding." "Thank you, Mother," Ding replied. As the gift was presented, Ding looked on in surprise. "What is this?" he wondered. It was a pin bearing the family crest, something his sisters often boasted about. Keep this safe, Ding. This pin serves as proof of your honor within the clan. Happy birthday, young Master Ding. You have finally become a worthy member of the Sawgrass family. From a distance, Ding's parents smiled softly as they watched this moment. Ding thought to himself that this was the first time he had received such widespread recognition. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the area, throwing everyone into a state of confusion. What was that noise? What is happening? Damn it, could it be an intruder? Everyone stay calm, do not panic. It's starting again. I thought today would be peaceful, his mother remarked. Can you guess who it is? He wondered. No way. A magic circle was suddenly summoned on the ceiling, drawing the attention of everyone at the party as they cried out in alarm. What is that? Then, a figure gradually descended to the ground from a spatial rift. Check your watch, little brother. Your sister isn't late, is she? The crowd began to murmur in excitement. Is that Lady Arabella? It seems so. She just used a teleportation spell. One must be at least level 5 to open even a small portal like that. Our young lady is truly a genius. He thought to himself that she was as flamboyant as ever. At that moment, people looked outside and screamed, "There's a monster in the sky! Oh, it's a wyvern. Lady Clara is quite late." As Clara entered, the guests began to gossip again. I heard she is a genius summoner, but to think she can even tame a wyvern. Is she really only 16? You've arrived. Yes, they both replied in unison. Happy birthday, Ding. The two girls held out gift bags in front of him. I hope you have a wonderful birthday, Ding. Me too. Thank you both for coming to celebrate with me. Arabella interjected. Of course we had to come. Now open your gift. I'm certain you'll love it. Sister, isn't this a spatial bag? Exactly, I designed it myself. It utilizes spatial magic at the highest level, though my professor assisted in its creation. Ding replied, Thank you so much, sister. He pondered to himself. He knew exactly how difficult it was to enchant an item with spatial magic. Arabella continued, Give me your hand. Let me put it on for you. He thought to himself that the greatest challenge was designing an object capable of withstanding such an enchantment. Arabella added, Just so you know, I've encoded your genetic signature into it, so only you can use it. This is a one-of-a-kind item. Lily, standing nearby, remarked, Judging by the faint mana fluctuations, it seems to be made from a top-tier magic stone. If you channel a bit of mana into the ring, it will create a subspace. That way you won't have to struggle with opening a physical bag anymore. Such a valuable item. Thank you very much, sister, Ding thought. This was an item only the wealthy could afford to use on the battlefield, such as noble commanders or high-ranking mages. He never imagined he would be able to use something like this. He extended his finger to try and activate the magic circle from the ring as Arabella spoke. Oh, and the ring will automatically adjust its size as you grow, so don't be surprised. Suddenly, everyone nearby widened their eyes in shock. You opened the subspace even faster than I can. You truly are a genius, Ding. You are indeed exceptional. His father chimed in. It seems both of you already possess mana cores. Ding, hurry and open your other sister's gift as well. Yes, thank you. Seeing the egg inside the box, Ding picked it up. Why is it an egg? Clara explained from beside him. It's not just any egg, so you must be careful with it. Feeling curious, he asked what it was. Clara leaned in and whispered into Ding's ear. It's a familiar. I once summoned Dekaran, and that was when it appeared. I don't know when the summoned beast will hatch, but it is extremely precious. Staring intently at the egg before him, he recalled that he had indeed heard of such things before. Familiars differ from summoned beasts in that they can remain in this world indefinitely once they have been summoned. Clara told Diane that only he knew about it and to keep it a secret until it hatched, while Arabella asked why they were whispering. Clara added that she wasn't sure when it would hatch, but he must infuse it with mana every morning and night. He promised to do so to ensure it recognized him as its master, while his mother marveled at the wonderful gifts his sisters brought. Diane agreed with his mother, while the Duke told his daughters that although he was happy they returned, they still needed to greet him. Clara apologized for being so focused on Diane's gifts and asked her father how he had been lately. He told them to rest after their long journey to see their brother, while someone watched them from a short distance away. A girl watched the happy family with envy. Diane noticed Layla leaving and wondered why she looked so lonely. Diane wondered why she looked so lonely as the scene shifted to a man, noting that she had far exceeded his expectations. As the Academy's top mage, she was a rare talent and a perfect match for his son, who was their most elite swordsman. A union between their families would create a power that even the imperial family would fear, ensuring no one would dare oppose them. He planned to discuss an engagement today, but was distracted by the sound of Diane training intensely in the early morning. As Diane executed precise techniques, Bill watched from a distance and was surprised to realize it was the youngest Sawgrass child. His focus and movements were far beyond a 7-year-old, displaying a level of mastery that even veteran soldiers could learn from. The rumors of his genius since infancy were true. Diane then shifted his stance to execute an entirely different technique. Bill was stunned, noticing that the boy's posture and movements perfectly mimicked those of an experienced swordsman. Raising his spear, Diane coldly demanded that the hidden observer reveal himself rather than lurking in the shadows. Bill was startled to be caught, while Diane felt that the man's presence and movements seemed strangely familiar. Diane felt he had seen those movements before as Bill apologized for watching, leading Diane to recognize the Duke. Recognizing the boy's extraordinary gaze, Bill watched as Diane Sawgrass, the youngest son of the family, offered a formal greeting. Bill explained he was captivated by the impressive training and asked for forgiveness, which Diane politely granted. Bill was impressed by the boy's courage and wondered how he remained so steady after such a long training session. He noted that he didn't even possess mana at that age and praised Diane for inheriting Akon's exceptional talent. When Bill asked about the spear, Diane expressed his gratitude, noting that his father had specially crafted the weapon for him. Bill was pleased with the answer, noting that even his own talented son did not possess such remarkable discipline. He considered a marriage alliance between their families and mentioned that his daughter, Layla, was also currently training in swordsmanship. He suggested they could become good friends at the academy, and Diane politely agreed to build a friendship with her. Bill praised his bluntness before asking if he had ever practiced swordsmanship, making Diane realize his past habits had been exposed. Realizing the Duke had seen through him, Diane claimed he had only read basic textbooks and never actually practiced with a sword. Bill found the response intriguing, as he had clearly sensed a formidable battle spirit emanating from the young boy. Haha, what on earth am I thinking? That is certainly impossible. He is merely an ordinary young boy. He continued, "Oh, I only intended to take a short stroll, but it has been quite a while. Well, it is time to say goodbye. I hope to see you again." "Yes, sir, I wish you a safe journey. If you ever visit the capital, remember to come see me. I must repay the hospitality I received at the Count's castle, and I have taken a special liking to you." Certainly, Diane thought to himself. How interesting. I wonder if he remembers me, defeating the man who once bested me. Just the thought of it makes my blood boil. If I prepare step by step now, I might actually succeed. Biltemian, in this life, I will surely surpass you. The scene transitions. "Young master, it is time to return. Ah, Herman, have you been waiting for me? It is my duty to silently fulfill your every request." "Oh, thank you." He thought that perhaps Herman should learn stealth techniques. That sounded like a good idea. Diane asked further, "How is it going? Is everyone busy?" "Yes, it seems they are preparing for the next banquet and many other nobles are on their way here. After all, gathering over 30 noble families on the same day is quite a difficult task." "Oh, that's right. How is my sister doing?" Herman replied. They opened a teleportation portal together and left for the academy. They said they had no choice but to attend the upcoming midterm exams. HMPH, that is a pity, but it is fine. Let's head back. "Yes, young master," Diane thought to himself. "When I have the chance, I should check the gifts my sisters gave me earlier." Thus, as the parties took place, Diane made an effort to greet the guests. "Ah, noble life is truly exhausting. My schedule is even more packed because it is my birthday. At least finding some relaxation in a garden like this is quite pleasant. The gardener tends to this place very skillfully. I feel very peaceful when I see these flowers. My eldest sister said that in nature, flowers contain the highest concentration of mana. When I have time, I should analyze the mana within these flowers. I have practiced a lot, but neither my magic nor my summoning has made significant progress. I still do not know which one to focus on. Having many talents can sometimes be difficult. The mana from the flowers is so full of life. Such a small flower, yet it contains such a powerful flow of mana. If someone could sense the mana in nature and convert it into their own, then it would remain in the body and form a layer of magic. The mana attraction of this body is intense. I can perceive what others feel through a sixth sense. Haha, here it is. Previously, I only vaguely sensed mana, but now I can feel it much more clearly. At that moment, he clenched his fist, and space immediately began to distort. Another voice rang out. What just happened? Ah, I am so bored." As soon as we entered, Father rushed off to talk to the other nobles. "It seems Father has abandoned us. After greeting everyone, we will probably have to go back to the guest room like last time." "Are you sure we can do that, brother? You are acting like this is our own birthday party. Who cares? Do you think the young master of the Sawgrass family would mind this?" "Damn it, I feel like we have gone the wrong way. I do not even know why they built such a large garden. Brother, there is someone over there." Is that kid lost too?" "Hey, you there, looking at those clothes, you are a servant, aren't you?" "Whatever, anyone will do." Hearing this, Diane's eyes filled with rage as he looked at the two who had just spoken. "Lead me to the exit." Rushing over, Diane shouted loudly, "You guys, get out of here right now. Don't you see what you are stepping on?" One of the two replied, "What?" Diane continued. "Why are you walking on the flowers instead of the path? You have ruined all those flower pots." The brown-haired man said, Ha, such a loud-mouthed brat. Do you know who I am? I do. You are the hoodlum destroying the flower beds. What, a hoodlum? Who do you think you are talking to, you servant? I am the son of Count de Gran, an honored guest of this castle. He thought to himself, Count de Gran? That is the noble I defeated on the battlefield. He was truly annoying, like father, like son. The brown-haired man continued, even in the southern countryside, you must know the de Gran family. They are very famous in the capital. My family could make you disappear without a trace, so watch your mouth. Diane thought to himself. Communicating with this man is useless. He continued, are you insane? A mere servant like you dares to look at me with those eyes. While the man was still caught off guard, Diane suddenly delivered a powerful iron headbutt to his face. The younger brother standing nearby screamed aloud. Brother, are you okay? This lunatic, what the hell? My nose is bleeding. I'll kill that bastard. Try it if you're so tough. Have you lost your mind? Fine, let's settle this once and for all. Brother, take care of your nose first. You stay right there. Seeing him try to move, Ding easily dodged. Tusk, what a crafty brat. Ding thought to himself, HMPH, looking at his footwork, he clearly isn't a weapons specialist. He must be a mage or a summoner. Outside, the younger brother cried out in panic. Brother, this kid is too fast, you can't catch him. While Ding began to contemplate the magic flow he had observed earlier. If I can control it with my will, can I manifest it into a physical form? Should I give it a try? Ding reached out his hand. Suddenly, a magical force blasted him back 10 meters, making him cough up blood as Ding thought to himself. Oh no, the flower garden is ruined. Damn it, he can use magic. Who are you? Brother, stop now or something terrible will happen. Get out of the way, I'm going to kill that bastard. Hear my call. In the next moment, he released the mana within his body, causing Ding's eyes to widen in surprise. He is a summoner. A wolf gradually emerged from the magical space as he laughed. Ha ha ha, this is Zenbu, whom I have summoned. I'll show you the consequences of touching a Digran. Zenbu, tear that guy to pieces. Ding thought calmly that an ordinary wolf couldn't compare to Clara since she could summon dragons. He continued, that's right, rip that dog's throat out, as he stepped toward the beast in a rage. Yet the wolf's gaze shifted instantly when it stood beside Ding, shocking the other too. What is going on? How did you make Zenbu? Is it wagging its tail? What are you doing? Hey, Zenbu. Good boy, Ding thought directly. How is this possible? But then he remembered that even Clara's summoned beasts seemed friendly toward him. Regardless, it might just be because we share the same bloodline, or perhaps in this situation, I simply have a high affinity with it. But that also means that Bastard's affinity has dropped. It's absurd. How could a summoned beast betray its master? What do you want to keep going, kid? Brother, forget it, we've lost. The older brother replied, be quiet, I'm going to cancel the summoning spell. He turned to look at his younger brother's pants and realized they had been wet for some time. Damn it, how embarrassing, Ding added. Listen here. The bathroom is on the first floor of the main building. You stay right there, I'll be right back. Let's go den. Ding thought, hey, at least unsummon your beast first. Actually, it was quite simple, just as Clara had taught me. Because that bastard's connection with Zenbu was so weak, after carefully applying magic, Zenbu bonded with me instead. It's quite remarkable that I could summon it just through high affinity despite having no link to summoning arts. Meanwhile, a voice nearby asked, isn't that the boy who bullied you? Yes, that's him, Ding thought. Ah, that fool messed up again. Not only did he bully Dana and me, but he also severed my bond with Zenbu. His name is Muget Digran, the head of the house of Count Digran, one of the prestigious noble families. So you are the one who injured my son and stole his summoned beast. Is that right? Yes, that's correct. Ding thought, HMPH, he looks fatter than when I captured him. As a guest, I could have overlooked this. But this cannot be overlooked. Why are you here alone? Reveal your identity immediately. With a deep sigh, Ding replied, I am Ding Sagres, the youngest son of Akin Sagres, the lord of the south and the head of the house of Count Sagres. Is that true? They both wondered. This boy is Ding, he thought, the youngest of the Sagres family. Then the tables have turned. He was captured by that man Eric and gained nothing from the battle. I will twist the situation to hold the Count accountable and demand mining rights. Those nobles who look down on me will be forced to kneel. How interesting, this brat is the guest of honor, Ding. Indeed, he continued thinking he didn't come to the southern backwaters just for your birthday. Tell me, what do you plan to do about injuring my son? He was a guest you invited, yet you stole his summoned beast. This is clearly a crime. That's right, today is your downfall. I will report this to Count Sagres and demand he take responsibility. Let's go. You can see that clearly. I understand, but first, I demand an apology. An apology? How unexpected. That bastard Diane just had to interfere. It is true that I punched your son's nose and left him injured. However, I only acted under threat. It was purely self-defense. Furthermore, I did not steal the summoned beast. Zenbu followed me of its own accord. Zenbu would never do such a thing. Father, that brat is lying. He thought, wait, I heard the second daughter is a genius summoner. Surely she must have taught this boy how to sever the bond. He continued, even if what you say is true, losing a summoned beast is still a tragedy. Yet you dare to demand an apology. Yes, that is what I am asking for, he replied. Who does this boy think he is to behave this way? Such arrogance. Dealing with this child is truly troublesome, he said. Fine, I will scold you no further. Let us see how Countess Sogress decides to handle this. Diane thought to himself, it seems he is eagerly anticipating the outcome. Just then 2 others approached from a distance. Are you looking for me? Father, why are you here? Ah, Countess Sogress and Duke Shimon has arrived as well. The red-haired man explained that he and his brother were lost in the garden, so he wanted your son to lead the way, Diane thought. That is indeed my father. He cares deeply for his family but is never biased, even when there is a conflict with others. He can still distinguish right from wrong. Suddenly, he struck me. He used a strange technique to mock me, so I had to summon a beast to intimidate him. Yet he even stole my summoned beast and tried to attack me. Diane thought to himself, how can he lie with such a straight face? I truly have high expectations for his future. Countess Sogress, I only intended to warn the boy, but stealing someone else's summoned beast is unacceptable. Arkin said, we cannot just listen to one side. I want to hear Diane's version, then evaluate the entire situation and reach a conclusion. If you are concerned about my judgment, I suggest Duke Shimon offer his opinion. HMPH, if you wish, I shall make the decision. He thought, damn it, Shimon's interference only makes things more complicated. I have a bad feeling about this. Arkin spoke up to ask, Diane, please explain. Diane thought, Father, just a general overview of what happened will suffice. Diane began, although there are some discrepancies with the truth. Some of what Digron's son said is true. However, he recklessly trampled the flower garden we have been tending. He was the one who got angry and grabbed my collar. That is a lie, since when did? Continue, Diane. Furthermore, I heard clearly that when he summoned Zenbu, he ordered it to kill me. In reality, I did not steal the beast. It came to me after sensing my kindness. Bill thought to himself, for a 7-year-old to speak like that. I never stole his summoned beast. Nonsense, how could someone who is not a summoner capture a summoned beast? The brat must have used some secret skill. No, I have an innate affinity for summoned beasts. A beast that is not close to its master will perceive me as its owner. How ridiculous is that even possible? Yes, it is. Haha, he does not want us to believe that, does he? These are 2 completely different stories. In that case, we should prove this using the summoned beast. He thought, damn it, the Duke is interfering. Diane, can you prove it? Yes, Father. At that moment, the father's gaze swept over his son, who was wide-eyed and breaking into a cold sweat. What should I do now? You think I cannot summon Zenbu? Digron, what is wrong? Summon it. Father, the thing is, I cannot. Why can you suddenly not summon something you have been doing every day? He thought I severed the bond, so of course he cannot summon it. Father, I will summon it now. It seems I need the mark he possesses. What did you say? My mark? No, there is no way you want my mark. What nonsense are you talking? Even using another summoner's unique code mark would not work based on what you said. Even if the boy uses your mark, it will not work. So there is no harm in trying, right? Would that not prove your words? He thought, damn it, since he is right, I cannot argue. The father beside him chimed in. Show them your mark for a moment, Digron. Look at father. Turning his face away, the father shouted, hurry up. Diane thought to himself, with a unique code summoning mark engraved by a summoner, no one else should be able to use it. But Xuan Wu, that doesn't mean I won't be able to keep you. The summoning mark is just a medium, and since you are bonded to me, you will answer my call. Watching the newly summoned beast affectionately nuzzling Ding, the 2 onlookers were stunned. Father, how could my Xuan Wu? It's impossible. Bill remarked on how incredible it was, asking if the boy truly had never studied spearmanship. Aken admitted that was true, unsure of how this had come to be. I'm sorry for summoning you just for this and thank you for appearing. That man thought to himself, damn it, this has turned into a disaster. Aken asked, what should we do now? We've confirmed the boy's summoned beast. Do you acknowledge it? It seems Ding was right. It turned out they had misunderstood the theft of the beast. My son didn't intend to kill Ding, right, De Jelong? Yes, I only wanted to scare him a little. I never thought about killing him. Look, the boy didn't mean it, he added. Ding thought to himself, this bastard is just putting on an act. At the same time, another voice rang out. That's not how it was. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. It was young Layla who had appeared. Layla, what are you doing here? The girl replied. I heard my father's voice while passing by. Greetings, Count Sugelacy and Count de Jelen. He wondered if this child was the Duke's daughter. Regardless, what did she want to say? Was he lying? The girl continued. Actually, I accidentally overheard their conversation while I was walking earlier. He thought to himself. What? She heard everything. Is that true? Layla, could you tell us everything you heard? Well, what happened was. Ding thought to himself that he hadn't expected this, but thanks to the girl, everything was settled. De Jelong, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and apologize. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Aken interjected. I want you to save that apology for my son, not for me. Ah, I see. I was planning to have him do that anyway. Dajelong sullenly walked toward Ding. Sorry, Ding, Ding thought. He's only bowing because he has no choice. Is that really an apology? He didn't want to accept it, but based on his experience, it was better to appear generous than to be stubborn. Ding replied, fine. I accept your apology. Thank you, the man thought. Phew, that was a close call. Miu thought about the situation. I already knew he was special. He could have stubbornly refused to accept the apology since the fault clearly lay with the other person. You two can stop the argument here. Ding has already accepted the apology. By the way, I have no intention of letting this incident go. You tried to kill my son with a summoned beast. Oh, Count Lacy, it's not like that, Aken added. I don't want to hear any more excuses from you. Count Dajelon, take your family and leave this castle immediately. What? What do you mean? He thought to himself, I came here without complaining, and if I'm kicked out now, everything will be ruined. I must stay in this castle at all costs, he continued. Count, please forgive us. I'll do anything you ask just this once. I don't need anything from you. I'm sending soldiers to your room right now. Let's go, Duke. Come along, Layla. Ding thought to himself. Serves them right. They brought this on themselves. They truly reaped what they sowed. Anyway, I didn't expect my father to be so scary when he's angry. A moment later, Ding was asked, is that really true? Did you really take it down with a mana bullet? Yes, I did. Spearmanship, summoning, and now magic too. It's incredible. Has there ever been anyone so talented in history? I'm truly proud to have such an outstanding son. In fact, talent is one thing, but the boy is very calm. Usually when children fight, they get upset and are determined to win. However, Ding is not like that. I have no doubt your son will become an exceptional man, Chin added. It is still too early to say for sure, as we must wait for the boy to mature. But today's matter was settled thanks to Layla. Without her as a witness, things might have gone differently. Bill wondered if he was finally seeing Layla's good side, but then he spoke. She simply recounted what happened, so why don't we discuss a marriage between the two? Chin thought, feeling quite confused. Surely he doesn't intend to marry off his own daughter. Chin stopped his wandering thoughts and noted that the sun had set and the banquet was near. I will head back to prepare. Countess Sagres and Layla, please return with Ding at your own pace. Lord Chin, let us speak for a moment. As they walked away, the girl asked why her father hadn't stopped him and why the summoned beast obeyed Ding instead of its master. She remarked that she had never seen such a thing even in the capital, but Ding claimed he wasn't sure how it happened, prompting her to suspect he was hiding something. She complained it was unfair after she helped him, but he argued that he had already repaid her by assisting with her swordsmanship. She admitted he had a point, while Ding silently acknowledged that she truly had been a great help to him this time before continuing. He suggested they consider their favors exchanged and continue to help each other. An idea she happily agreed was wonderful. She wanted to start immediately, making Ding wonder about her impatience and what kind of request she had in mind. She asked him to teach her how to use mana bullets, and when he asked why, she explained she simply wanted to become stronger. She aimed to acquire a mana core before entering the academy, leaving Ding to wonder why someone so young was in such a rush. She explained that she wanted to excel to make her mother happy, believing her mother would be proud if she improved quickly. Ding recalled hearing about Countess Shimayan's severe illness and, understanding her situation, agreed to her request. He told her he couldn't refuse, and she excitedly suggested they begin their training the following day at that same time. She even offered to start that night, and he agreed, noting that mana bullets were easy once one understood the flow of magic. Full of anticipation, she then asked Ding what he wanted in return, leaving him to ponder his own request. Elsewhere, a conversation arose about Count Degrun being expelled from the castle, with people wondering what he could have done. Someone replied that his eldest son had caused trouble by provoking young Master Ding and had received a fitting punishment. They discussed how shameful it was for such an event to happen there, while also mentioning rumors of young Master Ding's brilliance as a summoner. They wondered if the Sagres family would become a renowned summoner clan, noting that the boy could also use magic. Wondering if the rumors were true, Baron Open approached the boy and asked if he was indeed the famous young Master Ding. The Baron asked if he knew of the open territory to the east, and Ding replied that he knew it for its grilled salmon and sapphires. Ding replied, and the Baron laughed, calling him a clever boy and boasting that the Open family's salmon and sapphires were the best on the continent. He acknowledged Ding's many talents and mentioned that he had brought his daughter along specifically to introduce her. He called for Sylvia to come forward and greet him, leaving Ding surprised by the suddenness of the introduction. Sylvia introduced herself politely, and Ding responded by introducing himself as well. She asked if he was the future heir of the Sagres family, and despite his uncertainty, she urged him to keep her in mind. Perhaps we will become family in the future, Sylvia continued. Yes, please look after me, Dean replied, wondering to himself. Why are children so straightforward these days? As the two held hands intimately, Layla approached Dean and asked, Are you here? You are Lady Layla, right? Dean answered. Layla looked at Sylvia with a guarded gaze and asked, Who is this? Ah, I am. It is an honor to meet you, my lady. I am Sylvia Open, the eldest daughter of Baron Open. The young girl introduced herself politely. Oh, I see. It's a pleasure to meet you, Layla replied with some hesitation. Dean thought, there's a familiar tension in the air here. Girls can be quite frightening, Layla remarked. Excuse me, but I need to borrow Dean for a moment. We had an appointment, right, Dean? Dean was taken aback. That's right. Sorry, Sylvia, let's talk later. He felt a sense of relief. Is she implying she's the antagonist? Layla turned away, showing her displeasure, and asked how they knew each other. Is she your fiancé? Layla questioned. Dean clarified, Fiancé? No, we were just exchanging greetings. That's the truth, of course. Layla smiled brightly. Look, we've arrived. This is a secret place known only to me, she said, sparking curiosity. Oh, it's surprising that such a place exists. Layla was amazed. Exactly, no one will disturb us here, Dean said as they went deeper inside. Layla looked around with great interest. Ah, this is wonderful. I had no idea this place existed. No one will know what we're doing here, Layla said excitedly. It's a perfect spot for training. Do you know how to sense mana yet? Dean asked. I've tried a bit, but not enough to form a mana center, Layla replied. You haven't reached the eruption stage yet, have you? Dean thought, deciding to start with the basics. First, you must feel the mana you absorb into your body, Dean instructed. Feel it inside my body. Layla asked. Yes, to release mana from your body, you must first learn to control it internally. Imagine it. Imagine? Layla wondered. Close your eyes and visualize mana circulating inside you like blood. All right, I'll try, Layla said, closing her eyes. Dean watched her intently. Dean, it's not working, Layla said after a while. Keep trying, it's only your first time. Focus, Dean encouraged. Nearby, Aiken was secretly watching them. Oh, even though he's young, my son already knows how to teach others. He's truly grown up, he thought. Suddenly, Bilt appeared. What are you doing here? Aiken asked in a panic. Oh, the Duke, Bilt laughed. Haha, don't be so startled. Is there a couple having a secret date in the middle of the night? Aiken was flustered. Huh, a couple? Are you here too? I'm just following my son, haven't you realized? Only your wife could be this stealthy. You haven't learned anything from her, Aiken criticized. I've tried, Bilt countered. It would be bad for the master of the estate to be caught spying on others, you hypocrite. I'm only following my son and you're no exception, Aiken replied. Layla asked, Do you have a spatial bag like that? Yes, my sister made it by hand and gave it to me, Dean answered. Oh, I'm so jealous. My brothers haven't paid any attention to me since they entered the academy. But why use a mirror? Layla asked. I bought it for convenience, Dean replied. Really? Layla was surprised. Looking in the mirror makes visualization easier, Dean explained. Is that so? Layla asked. Yes, stand before the mirror and observe your whole body, Dean advised. All right, let me try, Layla said, while Dean watched her attentively. It seems Layla has developed feelings for your son, Bilt remarked with a thoughtful expression. It's only on the surface. The girl must have some secrets. After her brothers left for school, her mother fell seriously ill and could no longer be by her side. This made it difficult for her to open up to others. Aiken asked, Is that true? But why are you so cold to your own daughter? Bilt explained. Do you know why? I have my reasons. I was too indulgent when raising my sons, and now they are all spoiled. I don't want Layla to suffer the same fate. That's why Layla asked Dean for help. You're still as grumpy as ever, Aiken commented. Do you plan to send your son to the capital? If so, will you allow him to stay at the Duke's mansion? Bilt asked. Maybe I've succeeded, right? Dean was overjoyed. That's right, you did a great job, Aiken replied. I'll let Dean decide, just as I did with Arabella and G. If Dean wants to go to the capital, I will do as you say, Aiken said. Bilt added. Oh, it would be wonderful if you visited. What else? Do you want to clash with me all day? You become sharper than before. Thank you, Dean. You truly are a genius, they said. Many have called me a genius, but compared to you, I am not truly that talented. Ding replied. This is only the beginning. You will become even stronger. Ding thought to himself, those two have left quietly. Do you also plan on attending the academy? It is where all the Empire's geniuses gather. I am not quite sure yet. Is it truly necessary? I can train on my own to grow stronger. You are so silly. Studying isn't everything. It is a place to build noble connections. You must go if you want to establish ties from a young age. Ding thought, haha, this girl has such a firm character and understands how the world works despite being only 7. I know, but right now, I am not particularly interested in studying at the academy. I still have many books in the library to read, and there is much I need to learn from my parents. That is true, but do you not want to play with other children? I heard all your older sisters have already joined the academy, Leela asked. Yes, but I will consider it before deciding whether or not to go. Ding replied, be sure to let me know if you decide to go. All right, when you come to the capital, do not forget to visit me and watch me train. I promise. Certainly, if I have the chance to visit the capital, I will send you a letter. Ding, when will you tell me your request? I will tell you when I reach the capital. What? The next morning, Ding said, let us go, while holding the item in his hand. Ding asked Bai what is this? This is a birthday gift for you. I hope you like it, Bai replied. Before Ding's eyes, the gift appeared to be very expensive. The symbol of our two Mayan family represents vengeance, the sword, and the blacksmith. Our family history began with my ancestor, who was a blacksmith. Thanks to him, our clan obtained the empire's leading forge, not just within the empire, but across the entire continent. All weapons crafted by the two Mayan family have played a major role in leading the empire. Ding thought, yes, I know. All sorts of ores, weapons, and mystical artifacts are forged there. If you go to the forge and show them this emblem, they will craft a weapon of your choice. Ding realized this emblem served as identification for the identity and quality of a skilled individual. Surprised by the gift, Achin exclaimed, oh my, this gift is far too precious. Even the royal family desires such a thing. Grow up well and assist your father. Thank you for the gift, Duke, Ding said while Lila waved goodbye. Are you sad to say goodbye to your old friend, Ding? Lili asked. Yes, I am very sad. She was my first friend. When I return to the capital, I will see her again. Try to become a handsome young man to surprise her. He thought, yes, I cannot stay here forever. I will see you again when I visit the capital. Take care of yourself, Lila Bai thought to himself. How strange. Every time I look at Ding, I am reminded of that boy. A warrior named Rui Ki, who was as talented as a rank 3 warrior despite his youth. Had he lived, he might have become a rank 6 knight of the empire. Ding, I look forward to seeing you grow up quickly. A few days later, Ding said to himself, I have been feeding mana to the egg every morning and night, yet it still hasn't hatched. This is truly a mysterious egg. Even though I am not a summoner, if I infuse it with my own mana signature before it hatches, I can permanently control a summon that is usually only temporary. My mana quality must be compatible, but perhaps there are complex conditions yet to be met. I have heard of eggs that never hatch because requirements aren't satisfied. I hope that isn't the case here. I have tried adjusting the flow and intensity of the mana, yet there is still no reaction. Phew, I was too greedy to expect success on the very first try. Young master, are you finished? Ah, He-Man, I am coming, Ding replied. Suddenly, the egg behind him began to glow, and Ding turned around curiously to look. I just heard something. Young master, what was that sound? Wait a moment, let me check the egg first. He-Man spoke. Ding thought, I don't see anything unusual. Could I have been mistaken? Haha, what a false alarm. He-Man asked again, did the egg show any reaction? Ding replied, no, it was probably just my imagination. Let us move on. Moving to another location, Ding was engrossed in sword practice. Wonderful, young master. Since when have you been practicing the sword? He-Man asked. I was just swinging it a bit. A true genius, you can even handle a blade, He-Man praised. Ding thought, learning to use weapons is truly exciting. I haven't held a sword in a long time because my father was always watching. Fortunately, my skills haven't dulled. Let me offer you a snack before we continue, Ding said. Very well, thank you, He-Man replied. Ding felt happy because training here was truly enjoyable. In another scene, someone remarked, Phew, this is exhausting every year, but we gained much from the last banquet. Clearly, many nobles are turning their attention to the south, where the climate is pleasant and there are many desirable things. However, that interest cannot compare to the amount of attention Ding has received. The clash between him and Count de Grun's eldest son was unforeseen, yet he remained composed and explained the situation to the adults with confidence. He possesses such maturity that I occasionally wish he would act like a child of his age, though perhaps that is merely a selfish desire of mine. It is nearly time for the dragon tail. I will let him attempt to wield it today, he thought while entering another room. Achin paused instinctively upon seeing Ding practicing with a sword, wondering why he was using a blade instead of a spear. The old Duke must have influenced him, for why else would he take up the sword after dedicating so much time to the spear? Yet he appears to have some experience with the blade, displaying a level of power that even lifelong swordsmen would find difficult to replicate. When did he acquire such skill? Regardless, his talent for swordsmanship is undeniable. Achin remarked, Ding, I have been observing you for a while. When did you begin learning sword techniques? Ding thought his secret was out and decided to confess, replying that he hadn't truly studied it, which made Achin frown in surprise. Is it pure natural talent then? Between magic, assassination, summoning, and now swordsmanship, I would never believe a child could excel in so many fields if it were anyone else. Ding, do you wish to explore the world beyond? What do you mean, father? I mean the world that lies outside these walls. I feel this territory is too small for your potential, and staying here would only hinder you, he said, while Ding realized his father knew he couldn't stay forever. Achin continued, stating they must prepare for his departure, and though he felt some regret, He intended to honor his son's wishes. Today, I have a special gift for you. Do you recognize this dragon tail that reacted to you on your first birthday? Ding recalled the moment vividly. He reached out to touch the spear, feeling a surge of immense and miraculous power radiating throughout his entire body. Chin noted that the reaction was even more intense than during the boy's infancy, proving beyond doubt that he was the cause. I will help his talent with the spear shine across the continent, and before you leave, I shall help you master this weapon. Prepare yourself, Ding, for one day this spear will be yours, but you must become strong enough to wield it before then. You must hold it with pride, and Ding promised to follow his father's teachings diligently, meeting all of Chin's high expectations. Let us begin then. Ding felt a deep curiosity about the outside world, a feeling that had persisted even during his past victories on the battlefield. In my previous life as Aris, I knew nothing but war, from cleaning camps and maintaining weapons to eating tasteless food before returning to the front. The only escape was the end of the conflict or death, leaving no room to imagine life elsewhere. But as Ding, everything has changed. I am unsure how my talents will be utilized or how the world will receive me, but I now have the freedom to go anywhere. I can do as I please. Though I once wished to stay and enjoy this warmth, my father's question has shifted my perspective. It is time to step out, he thought, just as his mother's voice reached him, asking if he had finally made his decision. You were so lost in thought that you didn't hear my knock, she said, mentioning she had heard of his deep contemplations from his father. When asked if he wished to explore beyond their lands, he admitted his curiosity, apologizing to his mother for wanting to leave his potential behind. There is no need for apologies, Ding, she replied, reassuring him that she understood his great talent even if his sisters were away. Whether you choose to stay or not, the world will eventually call for you. And though I wish you could stay, life rarely permits it. Go and pursue your desires, she urged, and Ding promised to return frequently to share stories of the outside world with her. We must now prepare for your journey into the world, just as your father suggested, leaving Ding to wonder what those preparations entail. I intended to teach you how to explore and guide you from there, but perhaps you also need to learn how to set and evade traps, Dean thought to himself. I have to learn special lessons from Mother as well, his mother continued. Furthermore, you must learn how to dispose of the enemy's remains. Oh, and human anatomy as well, he thought. Damn, I'll be worn out before I even step into the outside world. His mother added, regardless, I have much to teach you. Yes, Mother, I will do my best, Dean thought, reflecting on these special lessons from his parents. Taught with absolute love, he knew he had to be fully prepared to face the world. In the southern reaches of the Antian Empire lies the county of Sagres, a land blessed with a temperate climate and abundant natural resources. This region became a strategic hub for the Antian Empire during the war to ensure its survival and growth. Under the skillful governance of Count Sagres, peace was maintained here, and as the conflict ended, the final echoes of rebellion were suppressed. At last, an era of peace that felt as though it would endure forever had returned. The scene shifts. Have you heard the latest rumors? I heard young Master Dean visited a few shops. Is that true? Indeed. He went to buy something, and it said the shopkeeper's daughter fainted on the spot. Oh my, so the rumors are true. I've heard he's becoming even more handsome. I wish I could catch a glimpse of him just once. It seems he doesn't have a partner yet. Should I give it a shot? What? Are you insane? He's only 14. Well, from what I've heard, he doesn't look his age at all. Really? Yes, they say he's already as tall as the Count. Oh, perhaps it's because the Countess is also tall. Those are certainly powerful genes. Anyone seeing him would surely mistake him for a 20-year-old. With that platinum hair and those emerald eyes, my heart would stop if I ever met him. I must go see him the next time he visits. I wonder when he'll be out again. He seems to frequent that shop often. Oh, that's right. The forest ranger was the one who told me about this. Is that so? Then it will be much easier if we meet the forest ranger first. What? Are you actually going to do it? On the outskirts of the county, where ancient magic permeates the air, lies the Doomsday Forest. Here, Dean was carrying out an escape mission assigned by his mother. The wind is blowing from the south, and I've encountered Cherov spiders here before. So I must head west. I need to be out of here in an hour before the sun sets. One of the core principles of an assassin is to never allow the enemy to capture you. Within a set time, Dean had to evade the traps laid by his mother and find a way out of this perilous forest. He inhaled the surrounding air and mana, held it for a moment, and then exhaled. Once he concealed himself and blended into the environment, the hidden traps began to reveal themselves. Currently, transparent wires were suspended everywhere. It seems the traps will trigger instantly upon contact. This is a basic form, yet still very dangerous. Fortunately, this type is easy to neutralize. Suddenly, Dean was startled as a pack of growling monsters appeared before him. Oh no, it's a pack of Rudelts. I didn't expect them to show up here. They're charging at a terrifying speed. I must deal with them quickly. Wait, if I move now and trigger a trap, it will be extremely dangerous. There's no other choice. I have to get out of here. Ceasing his thoughts, Dean sprinted away with all his might as the pack of monsters pursued him closely. Unexpectedly, they accidentally triggered the traps, and needles immediately flew toward them, taking down the monsters one by one. Haha, they fell right into the trap. I dealt with them without even breaking a sweat. As he turned his head back to look, he saw that one of the monsters had managed to escape the trap. It growled at Dean with its sharp teeth. It was incredibly fast, and then it lunged, spitting a liquid from its mouth that was surely something very dangerous. I can't stay here for long. Just as he thought this, Dean's eyes gleamed. With the spear in his hand, he sliced the monster into several small pieces. At least I've escaped the forest safely. What else is there? Damn it, why was I so careless? Suddenly, he came to a halt as his mother's silhouette suddenly appeared before him. Well done, Dean. Your total time was 3 hours and 30 minutes. You're even faster than I was. Were you watching me the whole time? Of course, I couldn't let you navigate this forest alone. Even though I know your talent better than anyone, a mother always worries. Yes, you did exceptionally well. I didn't see a single mistake. Are you injured? I'm fine. Is that so? If you keep this up, you might end up being recruited as an assassin. Here, take this. It seems this suits you better than me now. This is my dagger, Nahan. Can I really have it? Of course, I don't use it anymore anyway, she continued. Nahan was crafted from mysterious etherium, an ore that absorbs the elements of all things. If you wish, you can even harbor every type of poison in the world. Diane thought to himself that he knew it could also absorb and utilize toxins. Thank you, Mother, I will take good care of it. Thank you, my son. Diane, let's head back. Diane thought, phew, this might be everything Mother has taught me. Suddenly a loud noise rang out, drawing both of their attention. Mother, did you hear that? Yes, it seems someone is in the forest. Let's go, Diane. Yes, Mother. At the secondary tower of Sawgrass County. A man jolted awake, gasping for breath and muttering, "Ah, where am I? I must have eaten some mushrooms in the forest." Just then, a young man entered and said, "You are awake. You are still recovering from the poison, so do not move too quickly." He wondered how the boy knew and asked, "Detoxification. Did you save me?" "Yes, you consumed a red-capped mushroom. Fortunately, we found you in time. A red-capped mushroom is poisonous. Had we been any later, you would not have survived. Drink some water." "Ah, thank you." Diane thought the emblem on his belt is from the Nixon Magic Tower. He is no ordinary man. Without Neon, I could not have saved him. Back in the present, the man asked, "Thank you, where am I?" Diane replied, "You are at the secondary tower of Sawgrass County." He thought, "I not only got lost in the south, but also got poisoned and ended up here." Diane continued, "Please rest. I have informed my father and he will visit you soon." "Your father? Then you are." "That is right, I am the youngest son of Count Sawgrass, Diane Sawgrass." "What? Really? You are the younger brother of Arabella, the genius every magic tower is watching, right?" "Yes, but how did you find me so quickly? Did you not see me training with my mother in the forest?" "What? Training in that forest?" he asked suspiciously. "Do you not realize that forest is incredibly dangerous for outsiders? The mana flow has changed countless times. Even an 8th-tier maid, like me, could get lost. That place is filled with traps. It is our heritage." He sighed in relief. "I truly almost died there." "Wait, is this kid strong enough to train in that forest?" "Yes, and I am the one who made the antidote." He thought, he is so young yet possesses such knowledge and skill. Incredible. In times of war, Sawgrass County might have become one of the most powerful forces in the Antian Empire. "Haha, it seems I owe you a lot." Indeed, he thought, this kid is quite bold. "Ah, I must repay you, but first let me introduce myself. I am Sidran Gauss, the former master of the Nixon Magic Tower. Tell me whatever you need." He is talking about subspace, Diane thought. Really? Diane wondered. Many mages survive without homes by keeping everything in subspace. Sidran asked, "Why do you not seem surprised? You will not get a second chance." Diane looked thoughtful and said he would consider what he wanted. Sidran felt puzzled, thinking the boy was mysterious. Well, rest well. As the door closed, he thought to himself, he is the first person to treat me like this. I only intended to stay for a day or two, but now I will stay longer to learn about this intriguing boy. Elsewhere, a guard asked the master of a magic tower. He must be a grandmaster. Yes, rumors say he is an 8th-tier mage. 8th tier, even higher than Lady Arabella. He is truly a person of great importance. Magic towers are independent territories. No one could imagine him getting lost in a place as dreadful as the Forest of Doom. Surviving is a miracle, indeed. Luckily, the young master saved him. "Herman, bring me a new sword. The ones I have now are all too light and short. They are all damaged war swords the Count brought back. I will prepare a longsword for tomorrow." Diane suddenly recalled the crest Duke Chuomian gave him. 7 years have passed. If I go to the capital, I will definitely meet him. Later, what? I still have not fully recovered. I am going mad staying in this room. You cannot go far or use magic. Why not? Your mana flow is unstable and the poison is not fully neutralized. We must wait. It has been a long time since I used magic, so I can treat this as a change of pace. But if I stay here any longer, I will not be able to stand it. So let us go outside. Let us just go out. If anything happens, remember there are only two kinds of mages, geniuses on the left and madmen on the right. Listen, you have paced up and down every floor of this house dozens of times, and now you have been staring at the flowers in the backyard for hours. Aren't you supposed to be the most powerful mage? If so, what is wrong? You must have lost your mind. Lady Arabella deserves a normal life. However, I am curious about who designed this garden, as I never expected these flowers to harbor such a wondrous amount of magic. At that moment, another person approached and said he had come to check on him but couldn't find him, only to find him there. The man laughed, asking if he thought he had run away. Someone mentioned I must remain here until I am fully recovered, which is exactly what I want. He continued, noting that this area is a perfect sanctuary for rest and recuperation, explaining why nobles frequent it during the holidays. Ding replied that the place was indeed wonderful, and he felt a bit regretful about leaving so soon, prompting the other to ask in surprise where he was going. It is not too far, as I plan to head to the capital, to which the man asked if he was going to the academy where his sisters were also staying. He agreed they would have a comfortable life there, while the man wondered to himself how gifted this boy was, given his sister's renowned talents. I should probably test him, he thought, then gasped at the incredibly dense mana he sensed, which was concentrated to an unbelievable degree. If other geniuses his age were like streams, this boy was a massive waterfall. Yet such a vast amount of mana should be unstable and prone to leaking, making him wonder how this was possible before Ding spoke up. Don't you think it's a bit rude to evaluate someone's magic without their permission? Ding asked, and the man, caught off guard, cleared his throat and admitted the boy was quite sharp. I apologize for my thoughtlessness, he said, while inwardly reeling at the impossibility of anyone possessing mana as exceptionally condensed as this youth's. Ding wondered what was surprising him, while the man grew bewildered as to why he couldn't see any magic circles despite such high mana density. He pondered if the boy had 2 mana cores before asking how he had formed his core, to which Ding asked if there was a problem. Of course there is, for why would you want to wield a spear with such abundant mana, especially when you possess magic that requires only a core without any magic circles? Do you truly intend to throw away the greatest talent ever seen instead of using both? He asked, feeling frustrated and unsure of where to even begin explaining. Are you aware of why magic swordsmen have such short lifespans, as they gain power from having both a mana core and magic circles? Yet the two systems inevitably interfere with each other. When they clash, disaster strikes because compressed mana from the core overloads the magic circles until they explode. A natural law that Ding considered, wondering if his own research into this was truly impossible. Such talent is a waste, Ding remarked, asking if it was impossible to use magic without circles, to which the man replied it wasn't impossible but lacked the necessary refinement. Without that refinement, you cannot cast spells requiring pure magic, and although others have tried your approach in the past, almost all of them failed. Then I shall give it a try, Ding said, leaving the man confused as he questioned what the boy meant, while Ding mused that rearranging the magic code might make it feasible. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding reached out and began connecting the magic, triggering an immediate explosion that he called a success, even if it was only a basic first-tier spell. How is this possible? The man thought in shock, seeing that the child could cast magic despite having no magic circles at all. It's unbelievable, he continued, since magic should only be usable through circle adjustment. Yet Ding replied that his sister Arabella mentioned his high magical affinity might be the reason, he thought. Is this what ordinary people mean when they describe talent that cannot be replicated? This is truly what innate talent looks like. Ding thought to himself that it was actually working, realizing he could cast magic without a magic circle. Trembling with disbelief at what he had just witnessed, the man marveled at the boy's innate mana affinity and mana that was purer and denser than anyone else's. Wondering if such a person could truly exist, he asked if the boy wanted to be his disciple, noting it would be a shame to waste such rare talent and asking if he knew Tier 2 magic. Ding replied that he didn't know the formula, but the man was impressed and offered to teach him Tier 8 magic if he became his disciple, though the boy declined. The man grew irritated at the refusal just as Achin arrived, laughing at how close the man seemed to have become with his son. Achin asked what they were discussing, and Ding explained the man kept insisting on making him a disciple, while Baron Sawgrass praised the boy's potential as a great mage. Achin laughed and suggested the boy was even more exceptional than imagined, having successfully cast chain magic without the need for a magic circle. The man was shocked by the lack of a magic circle, while Achin noted that Ding likely lacked any fundamental knowledge of magic. The old man chimed in that the boy's talent was even more impressive, while a Chin noted that the former Magic Tower master had recognized his son's potential instantly. He insisted the boy was a true genius who could even become a rare magic swordsman, claiming the sword was superior to the spear. The man saw a Chin's expression darken as he questioned the idea of a magic swordsman, while Ding thought that such things shouldn't be said in front of his father. He insisted on the path of a magic swordsman and offered to take full responsibility for making the boy the strongest in the empire, though he wondered why the mood had shifted. The man wondered why he felt the boy shouldn't be a magic swordsman despite his suitability, but a Chin declared that his son Ding would become a magic spearman instead. The man wondered if that was really the issue and laughed at how similar the family members were, before noting the deep significance of being a mage's disciple. Traditionally, mages have guided their successors through a long-standing process of inheritance that continues even in the modern era of general magic education. This bond remains vital, as the master of the Magic Tower was searching for a true successor rather than just a mere student. Having a Tier 8 Archmage by his side was incredibly valuable, proving his talent was truly exceptional after receiving so much praise. He felt a strange sensation within his body and realized he just needed to pour mana into the crystal ball whenever he wished to contact his sister. He decided to reach out to Arabella, identifying himself as her brother Ding, and she asked him what was going on. She was shocked he could cast Tier 1 magic without any magic circles, but Ding confirmed that he was indeed capable of performing it regardless. Arabella admitted she knew he was a genius, but hadn't expected this level of skill, while Ding explained that magic circles were merely tools for mana circulation. She agreed that his mana might already be pure, and suggested there was a way to test his theory. She promised to send a magic stone through the transmitter in his room for him to infuse with mana, making Ding appreciate how kind his eldest sister was. He was eager to learn more about mana, valuing the advice of a Tier 6 mage, as Arabella suddenly remembered something else to mention. She warned him that his magical abilities would draw significant attention at the academy, though Ding admitted that such a thing was likely unavoidable. She told him that talent naturally draws attention and urged him to tell her if he was ever bullied, promising to deal with anyone who dared to touch him. Ding recalled hearing that she had broken the nose of a persistent suitor, who happened to be the second son of Duke Duo. Arabella sighed and told him not to mention that man again, wondering if his mana would change over time even without magic circles. She wondered if his mana could become even purer, to which Ding replied he didn't know, and Arabella promised to investigate further as someone called for her. "The professor is looking for you. Oh, Dean, I have to go. I'll call you back later." "Yes, see you later." "All right, I'll send you the magic stone as soon as possible." Dean thought to himself, "I'm about to discover a new horizon. This is so exciting. I didn't expect my mana to be this pure. Could I actually have a dragon's heart?" Elsewhere, the man sighed. "Damn it, I examined his mana, but the results were far worse than I thought. I've been planning to leave here for a long time. But I can't go until he accepts my offer." Memories of the past surfaced in his mind. "Oh, how wonderful. If you agree to be my disciple, I'll teach you Tier 8 magic immediately." "No, I don't need it." He wondered what would make the boy agree. Should he give him some magical artifacts? Or perhaps share knowledge from many generations? No, that's too much. If he chose wrong, he'd leave empty-handed. Just then, a voice from outside broke the silence. "Are you in your room? It's me, Dean Sawgrass." He thought, what is he doing here? Has he accepted my offer? "Come in, that's great." "You're still here, I have something to tell you." "HMPH, what do you want?" he thought to himself. "Wait a second. Haha, I knew it. You must want to become the disciple of a talented Tier 8 mage like me, right? So why are you here? Didn't you say you weren't interested in magic?" "It's not that I'm uninterested, but I don't want to be your disciple." "Why? Do you already have a master?" "No, I don't." He thought, is this kid messing with me?" He then asked, "If not, then what exactly is your purpose for coming here?" Dean thought he didn't know how to reach Tier 2. Having his sister teach him was too hard since she was far away. The best way was to learn from Sidran, who owed him his life. Dean said, "I don't want to be just an ordinary mage." "Then do you want to be a magic spearman?" "No, I'll be a mage, a spearman, an assassin, and a summoner." "What? Do those people really exist? And a swordsman too? This is absurd." It's too hard to explain." "Are you still refusing me? Isn't this your only chance?" He thought. "He's too stubborn." There's another way to keep him from refusing. "Would you like a letter of recommendation?" "A recommendation letter? I heard you want to enter the academy, right? If I write you a letter of recommendation, you'll be admitted directly." Dean thought, this condition is actually quite tempting. "All right, good, now let's discuss the details. Can I set some conditions?" He thought. He's starting to give in. I'll seize this chance and won't let him escape. "Of course, go ahead. Can you teach me how Tier 2 magic works?" "Certainly. I understand every type of magic in this world." "Really? Then I'll rely on you." It's nothing." he thought. He's still young. A recommendation letter or the mechanics of Tier 2 magic are worth nothing to me. Let's start now. My health isn't great, but it's fine. All right, let's begin, he thought. Haha, he's fallen completely into my trap. By the way, I'll consider this repayment for saving you in the forest. What? You said it yourself. You owe me a favor. So I can ask anything of you. And what about becoming my disciple? No way, he thought. Wait, did I just get played? Tricked by a 14-year-old. Hold on, you're asking for 2 things, but I only owe you 1 favor. I don't think so. What? Dean continued. First, I saved you from the forest. Second, I removed the poison from your body. Furthermore, I carried you back here. I'm not even counting that. He wondered, how is this child so clever? Ah, my back stings a bit. The scene changed, and he thought, it's okay. If I keep persuading him, the key is that you can cast magic without a circle. The method for channeling Tier 2 magic is very complex. Many give up at this step, so listen carefully. Understood, he told himself. He seems very interested, but I won't let you reach your goal so easily. I'll teach you some manners, he explained. Tier 2 magic is a completely different level from Tier 1. You must calculate the mana amount, the atmospheric mana, and your physical state. That's why many give up on magic because of its complexity. He wondered, do you understand what I'm saying? You'll surely need a simpler explanation. That's the gist of it, understand? Yes, I understand. I need to learn a lot, not just how magic works, but also the unknown. Is that so? Then tell me about the laws of magic. The first law is coexistence. Mana can coexist with the physical world and other energy sources. Mages utilize their own mana and the surrounding environment to manifest magic through this coexistence. The second law is conservation. He thought, it is unbelievable that he fully understands the essence of magic. Diane continued, if mana gathers enough physical elements through conservation, it can manifest magic across all various elemental attributes. He was astonished that the boy had even added his own interpretation. While many find this subject tedious, he is clearly an exception. How can someone like him even exist? He went on, with every level gained, magic grows exponentially more intricate. Instead of just explaining, I will demonstrate it for you. This is Tier 1 magic, which can be cast using simple principles. However, from Tier 2 onwards, everything changes. Tier 1 is incomparable to Tier 2. This is how Tier 2 magic functions. Diane thought, they are interconnected in such a complex manner. It seems far more difficult than the theory suggested. He continued, this is the spell that creates Tier 2 fire magic, Fire Arrow. If you wish to produce more, you must cast the same spell repeatedly. He thought, you must be quite surprised. This is your first time witnessing the mechanics of Tier 2 magic. He remarked humorously, does it look complicated? Most people take at least a year to begin casting Tier 2 after mastering Tier 1. He pointed out that no matter how intelligent you are, you can only grasp a fraction of magic. The core essence lies within the laws themselves. If you cannot master that, then everything else becomes pointless. I will observe you for about a week and gradually teach you the techniques. Diane, standing nearby, replied, should I give it a try? You try it? Yes, though it will be quite difficult. Very well, Diane closed his eyes and focused on releasing his mana. This is Tier 1 magic, right? Correct. He thought, oh, he can create lines of specific length and width. It was impressive how easily he utilized Tier 1. He wondered, did he perfectly replicate the mechanics of Tier 2 magic just by watching once? He asked again. How did you manage that? Diane answered while observing, I memorized the laws and patterns. When I visualize the magic circle in my mind, it isn't that difficult. He thought this is truly beyond imagination. Even a magic genius like myself took quite some time to cast Tier 2. This boy can actually manifest it without needing magic circles. In that case, I will also try Fire Arrow. Really? As soon as the words left his mouth, Diane began reciting the incantations. Oh, it seems to be working. He thought what he cast it that easily. This is absurd. If I possessed talent like yours, I might have achieved my dream of reaching Tier 9. Diane asked, am I doing this correctly? He replied, very impressive. You are learning much faster than I anticipated. Yes, I am also surprised I could do it on my first attempt. He thought to himself, a mage without magic circles. The world will be in an uproar if they discover he lacks them. I must keep this talent hidden. Many people will try to seek you out and harass you, at least until you become my disciple. He continued, all right, let's move on to another spell. Yes, he thought, how should I go about writing a recommendation letter to the academy? Sometime later, Diane said, magic lessons are more fascinating than I imagined. I need to study both theory and practice thoroughly, but for now, I can use magic. Thinking back to my past life, I was forced to abandon magic. I lived in circumstances where I never knew when my life might end. Spending time to learn magic was an unthinkable luxury. To survive, I had to wield a sword. Magic requires prioritizing theory over execution until a certain point is reached. That makes me feel far superior in this life. By combining the theory I learned from Master Zhai with my innate talent, I can achieve explosive growth with just simple instructions. Furthermore, I am receiving guidance from the former master of the magic tower. What magic will I learn tomorrow? Half a month passed. He asked, what? You want to make magic reagents? Yes, but we are short on materials, so we will need to head outside the territory. Starting with reagents already? Don't worry, the boy has already learned the mechanics of Tier 4 magic. Usually it takes a month just to finish one tier. Information regarding magic reagents is not easy to come by. Where did you learn about them? I learned while reading magic books in the library. They were quite interesting. As expected, you are a genius. I never imagined you would be curious about these magic reagents. Many people find them quite dull, yet you find joy even in just selecting the materials. Certainly. Very well, this experience will be very valuable for you. I will be heading out, so I should also inspect the territory. Yes, father. The scene shifted. Young Master Diane, young master, please take some snacks with you. This is a new product. Your silver hair looks beautiful fluttering in the wind today. I trust everyone is doing well. I will come back for the snacks later, he thought to himself. It seems Countess Sawgrass isn't a bad person. Well, considering how she treated me, that makes sense. This southern region is quite fascinating. From the delicious food and pleasant weather to the friendly people, it's a rare sight compared to the capital. Yes, it's very warm here. How much longer until we reach the magic tool shop? I'm not sure, as I've never been there. Herman, please lead the way from here. Yes, young master, it's not far, we're in luck. Upon arriving at the shop, oh my, is that young Master Ding. Your silver hair and jade eyes are as stunning as the rumors say. Thank you for having us. How has your business been lately? The same as always. Not many people in the fief buy magic tools. I only sell to foreigners and magic enthusiasts. I never expected the honor of meeting the former magic tower master, Lord Zidran, here. Ding thought she recognized him at a glance, which wasn't surprising since few become tower masters in the empire. Feel free to browse the shop. Just call me if you need anything. Since this is your first time at a magic tool shop, feel free to explore. I'll speak with the shopkeeper for a bit. Ding felt intrigued. There were many interesting things here, and something felt strangely familiar, like déjà vu. Furthermore, if I touch the magic tools, I can sense their magical resonance. It must be because of my high magical sensitivity. What was that sound? A strong reaction is coming from that direction. What could it be? The girl behind him added that it was just a decoration. An old man then cut in. Why don't you come over and check out some potion ingredients? Moon root is quite good, an excellent choice. There are at least 50 types of potions containing moon root. I grew these myself, so the quality is guaranteed. Ding thought to himself, how strange. That's it, that stone is making a sound. Young master, what's wrong? Herman, I sense something from this stone. It's just a decoration. I'm not sure, but this stone is peculiar, he thought. The more mana I channel into it, the stronger the reaction. Could it be that it only reacts to my magic? You have a keen eye. It would make a perfect specimen. Oh, then please get me these moon roots and some gorgon berries. Ding asked, may I ask what this is? Where did you get that stone? What does it mean? Oh, that's just a decorative item, a decoration. He thought it was impossible for a decoration to react to magic. The girl said, sigh, just thinking about that stone makes me frustrated. Why were you cheated? A few years ago, some peddlers paid me with a large package. When I opened it, that stone was inside and the man had already left. I didn't know what it was, so I had it appraised. In the end, it was just an ordinary rock. I didn't know where to put it, so I just left it there. He thought it was strange, as the stone was clearly not normal. Young master, if you want something better, look over here. I have some special magical artifacts to show you. Ah, all right. This is a business card holder. He thought that despite the many cool items, he only wanted this one. The girl continued, if you place it inside, it will automatically save the information you want. Just call out the person's name and their card will appear. Also, Ding interrupted, I'll take the card holder and this stone. Why would you want that useless rock? He thought he would definitely need it. What do you plan to do with it? Hearing this, Ding simply smiled without a word. I didn't expect you to be interested in decorations or art. Or is there something special about that stone? Haha, did you notice? Of course. Otherwise, why would you want to buy a useless rock? Exactly. I also think this stone is more than just a decoration. It can react to my magic. Is that so? I'm not sure what that stone is either. But hearing you say that makes me curious. There are too many people here. Let's return to the palace to examine it more closely. All right, the scene changed. Do you know what it is? Are you underestimating my precious laboratory tools? With them, we'll find out exactly what it is. Ding replied that a mage had found nothing special about it, but the old man scoffed, claiming his expensive, advanced tools were far superior. He explained the device could analyze anything, so Ding excitedly agreed to test it by placing the stone down and channeling his magic. Upon hearing that, Ding placed his hand on the stone, causing it to glow, and making him realize it was truly something special. Siren felt a sense of pride at last, while Ding, observing the phenomenon, asked if it was a magic code. The man confirmed it was no ordinary magic, marveling at the unprecedented structures and theorems contained within the spell. He noted it was as complex as a 6th or 7th tier spell, explaining that Ding's own mana was the key to unlocking the stone's hidden power. Since it only reacted to his magic, Ding began to wonder about the true nature of the sorcery sealed within the artifact. As Ding questioned the unique reaction, the former Magic Tower Master decided to attempt to unseal the unfamiliar magic himself. They hoped that success would reveal why Ding's magic was so distinct from others, a possibility that left them both feeling optimistic. Inside her private laboratory, Arabella carefully observed a strange phenomenon, noting that it was clearly not a conventional form of magic. She realized it possessed a unique trait that Ding had mentioned, one unlike any magic she knew, leaving her to wonder which field it belonged to. Her findings showed no signs of magic reagents, gates, or technical applications, leading her to question its true nature if it didn't fit those categories. She suspected it belonged to a forgotten field of magic related to Ding's power and searched her records until she finally found what she was looking for. As she considered alchemy, divination, and necromancy, an ancient magic book fell nearby and caught Arabella's attention. She recalled the ancient kingdom of Akina, which possessed magic from 2 centuries ago that no one in the present day knew how to wield. She laughed at the thought since ancient magic had been gone for 200 years, yet she decided to experiment anyway as she had nothing to lose. Arabella began resonating her prepared items, and upon opening her eyes, she saw writing appearing on the paper, wondering if it was alchemy or divination. She was shocked to consider it might be necromancy, while in another room, Ding and the man watched an object begin to glow intensely. The seal appeared to be broken, and as Ding sensed something inside, the man reached out to retrieve the hidden item. The object was a simple silver bracelet that looked like something from a common market, yet its ordinary appearance was exactly what made it special. Since the bracelet only responded to his magic, the man suggested Ding put it on, and he quickly complied. A burst of light radiated from the bracelet immediately, revealing strange characters that caught the old man's eye. When Ding asked about them, the man explained they were ancient runes that no one in the world could decipher. He identified them as characters from the ancient kingdom of Akina, which Ding suddenly remembered Arabella mentioning when he was young. She had told him that during that era, everything was forged through magic, though that golden age eventually came to an end. The man remarked that while only ruins and legends remain, he was surprised to find Ding's unique magic linked to that ancient civilization. Ding realized that was likely why he had navigated the forest so easily, as the magic there originated from Akina. The man, who had always wanted Ding as his disciple, advised him to keep the bracelet a secret, just as a sudden noise startled them both. Wondering if it was a monster attack, the old man laughed, noting that his body had nearly recovered and he was ready for action. He told Ding to grab his spear, eager to finally settle the score and show his gratitude through combat. Hearing that, Dean searched his clothes and pulled out an item. What was it? It emitted a sound similar to the one from the other side, and Dean replied, "This noise has nothing to do with monsters. It's just my sister trying to contact me." "What? Why didn't you mention that from the start?" "Haha, there's no way a monster would show up here. Now please excuse me while I speak with my sister." "Yes, sister, is something the matter?" "Dean, why did it take you so long to answer me?" "I'm sorry, sister. Is there a reason you called?" Arabella asked as she analyzed the magic code. "Wait, is someone there with you? Don't tell me you've also realized my magic is ancient." "What? How did you know?" "Ah, I see. While Lord Sidron and I were analyzing some stones, I deduced they originated from the ancient magic kingdom. The stone only reacts to my magic," Dean confirmed. "Yes, that's right," Sidron thought to himself. She realized this just by analyzing the boy's magic. "I knew she was a genius, but she seems even more talented than I imagined." Arabella asked again, "Does anyone else know about this?" "No." "Good. Dean, listen to me carefully. Lord Sidron, please take note as well. It's best to keep this a secret if you reveal it. You won't be able to handle the consequences," Sidron interjected. Lady Arabella, I have heard a great deal about you from Dean." "Oh, Lord Sidron, I apologize for getting straight to the point without introducing myself," Sidron continued. "Don't worry, I will keep this matter a secret. If this gets out, not only Dean but the entire Sawgrass family will be in grave danger." Arabella agreed. "Indeed, you understood the situation immediately," Sidron asked. "Is this conversation being recorded?" "No, it will automatically vanish as soon as we finish. Fortunately, no one wants to leave behind vague evidence. My plan is to return to the Magic Tower for further investigation," Arabella said. "Thank you for helping us." "No, Lady Arabella. I am doing this out of my duty as a mage, so it's nothing worth mentioning." By the way, while we're talking, I heard you're looking for a magic tower to join. Have you decided which tower to join yet? Not yet, but I have no intention of joining the Nixon Magic Tower. It doesn't suit the field I'm passionate about. Sidran thought to himself. I used to wonder who this boy took after to be so decisive. It must be from his sister. He continued, ha ha, I see. You don't necessarily have to join our magic tower either, Dean thought. Sister, you're quite blunt, Arabella added. I'm sure other talented people will join your magic tower. Dean will discuss the details later, all right. All right, sister, take care. Your sister has truly become a very talented individual. Yes, this item is actually a product of her own creation. She mentioned that this compact crystal ball is currently a trend among young mages. Exactly, it's very impressive. However, such an item isn't really necessary once one reaches level 8. Communicating with others isn't something they desire. If there's something important, just coming to see me in person is enough, right? Ah, I understand, he thought. It seems like he has no one to talk to. The scene transitioned. When you spoke of ancient magic, it made me feel uneasy. Haha, father, please don't worry too much. If anyone targets Dean, I will make them pay the price. Lily chimed in. That's right. I'll make anyone who targets you stay silent in the way I prefer. He thought, haha, they're really serious, but having two protectors like them feels very safe. By the way, if that's the case, does it mean ancient magic exists in our lineage? That's an interesting question, and we don't know if any of our ancestors possessed it. I'll check my side of the family, Dean told himself. If both sides of the family look into this matter, will they discover anything? Even if it's not that important, I still find it intriguing. His mother continued, regardless, it seems you've surpassed many limits. Dean, if you stay here any longer, it will hinder your growth. You should consider moving to the capital now. The capital. That's right. As you know, one must be 14 to be admitted to the academy, and you've reached that age now. Actually, I wanted to keep you here for another year or two before sending you off, but it seems you've already learned everything possible here. Dean, if that's what you decide, you can leave at any time, he thought. It's surprising that they're thinking this way. Dean, you will do great. Go and develop your talents in the way you desire. Yes, I understand what you and father are saying. I will prepare to enroll in the academy. This decision is logical. He thought, great, it's time for me to take the next step. The scene transitions to a room where Siren asks if that is his choice. Indeed, it is sooner than I anticipated. You have made a wise decision. Remaining here any longer would only stifle your potential, which would be a terrible waste. I also have a piece of advice for you. Do not be in such a hurry to reveal the full extent of your abilities. While the Academy welcomes gifted individuals, not everyone shares that sentiment. Diane thought to himself that Arabella had mentioned this to him before. She had endured insults in the past, but ordinary children simply could not keep pace. However, the Shumayan family was an entirely different matter. Diane thought to himself that he had promised to visit her upon arriving in the capital, and she would be quite let down if he failed to show up. He also needed to consider what to do with the crest Duke Shumayan had given him. Siren continued, since you have 3 months before joining the academy, it would be best for you to depart in 2 months. What about you? I plan to return to the Magic Tower as I have matters to attend to. Thanks to you, I am no longer bored. I will notify you if I find any information regarding ancient magic or related subjects. Is that so? If that is the case, I would be deeply grateful. As for your studies, since time is short, we must accelerate the pace. Reaching level 3 is no simple feat, as level 2 is nothing compared to it. I understand. I will study diligently. Also, I have prepared a gift for you. A gift? Yes, my sister sent me an item via teleportation magic yesterday. It is a new product, Diane continued. This is a new, compact crystal ball that is not yet on the market. Arabella invented this product, and because she is fond of me, she agreed when I asked for it. Siren replied, it is quite compact and elegant. I do not actually need this, but I will gladly accept the gift you have prepared. Please do not hesitate to use it to contact me. Oh, I can input a code here. He thought to himself that although the man said he didn't need it, he seemed quite excited. Indeed, please do so. Haha, this is remarkably simple and easy to use. Diane thought that he probably wouldn't be contacted too often. The academy, he needed to seriously prepare during these final 2 months. His interest lay in being able to use summoning magic to a certain degree, and his goal was to be officially admitted into the summoning magic class. He wanted to receive a summoning mark and have the chance to take the competency exam. Since Claire was an assistant professor, he would likely see her often after joining. The scene changed. The current entrance exam system was quite simple. There were 2 exams to undergo. 2 exams. That is correct. 1 general exam and 1 specialized exam. In that case, could you explain further? The general exam is a preliminary test to categorize the candidates. It covers culture, history, and matters concerning the empire. You will certainly be able to pass it without any difficulty. Of course, performing well will be advantageous, as it counts toward your admission score. The next one is the specialized exam. As the name suggests, you will choose a major and be tested on it. The content depends on the professor, but I am confident you will pass. Furthermore, you have a letter of recommendation, Diane replied. Ah, I remember now. You all passed that exam easily as well, didn't you? Arabella continued. Indeed, it was not difficult at all. However, once you have selected a major, you must commit to that field during the specialized exam unless you intend to change it later. Therefore, you should be careful with your choice. I still hope you will choose the magic department, he thought to himself. Haha, she still hasn't given up on that idea. Diane replied that he would consider it, asking if transferring was the only way to change majors after enrollment. A voice replied that it was usually the case unless he graduated and started over, though he could still attend other classes. Typically, advanced courses from the third year onward are closed to outside students, meaning Diane would have to commit to a single major. The voice added that an elective major program existed for talents like Diane, which he found quite intriguing. However, no one applies unless they intend to fail. Arabella explained that no one had ever passed the exam, asking if Diane was considering it. Diane quickly denied it, noting that Lord Zidran was arriving and he would call back later, wondering if he was being too pushy. While discussing magic, someone informed Senior Arabella that the professor was seeking her. She then handed Diane the promised recommendation letter. He was surprised he had actually written it. The man explained he had poured his heart into both the form and the content, unlike his previous letters. He remarked that this was the first time he had focused so much effort, calling it an honor for Diane, who vowed not to disappoint him. It would be wonderful to be his disciple. Yet the man admitted that even if he accepted Diane, he doubted the boy would ever call him master. Diane chuckled inwardly at how perceptive he was before Zidran asked if he was ready for the journey, to which he confirmed he was. He didn't have much to pack, especially since the academy's dormitory was well equipped with almost every necessity. Zidran noted that while the facilities were excellent, some were monopolizing them, though he believed Diane wasn't the type to yield to such people. Diane realized the academy sounded like a den of corrupt nobles, as Zidran warned him that the environment there could be quite brutal. If he showed any weakness, others would immediately reveal their fangs. Diane mused that the place would likely resemble a battlefield. Diane understood, and Zidran told him to stay in touch using the crystal ball, though Diane sensed the man was preparing to depart. He planned to leave the next day, explaining that he couldn't stay forever despite Diane's father inviting him to be a magic consultant. He would consider the offer later, as many tasks awaited his return. Diane wondered if he was referring to his work with grand magic. Assisting him felt like helping himself, which wasn't a bad trade. The man then thanked the boy for everything. Diane expressed his gratitude for their time together, and the man replied that he looked forward to seeing Diane's growth at their next meeting. He asked Diane not to see him off to avoid embarrassment. Diane wished him well, feeling a pang of sadness after their long acquaintance. After Lord Zidran's safe departure, Diane announced his own journey would begin today using the teleportation gate Arabella had prepared. There was no need for concern, as his worries proved groundless. He remarked that they had done a fine job raising their children. Unlike other families where children fought for succession, he intended to make a fair decision one day without showing any favoritism. Just then, Diane entered to greet his parents, and they asked if he was already prepared to set out. His mother asked if he had the token and the ring she gave him, advising him to present them at the designated location if he ever faced trouble. Diane confirmed he remembered, asking if they were her former colleagues. She assured him they were close friends who would surely assist him. His father wondered if Diane was truly destined for the path of an assassin, before telling him to seek out Duke Tumian for help in the capital. Realizing how much Diane had grown, his father urged his wife to see their son off with a smile, noting they wouldn't be far apart. Diane felt his legs grow heavy as he took his leave, while Juliet was ordered to ensure he reached the gate safely and then report back. Yes, master. In another room, a voice spoke to a shadow, telling it that it knew what to do and to watch for any anomalies during Dean's teleportation. The shadow gradually vanished upon hearing those words. Elsewhere, an attendant remarked that seeing something like this in person was truly impressive for the young master. This was the teleportation gate his eldest sister had prepared. Lady Arabella was truly remarkable, and Dean realized why she had spent a year investing in this. He wondered if the teleportation would activate upon stepping inside. It certainly would. He thought about how much effort she must have poured into this project. Teleportation was not just about arranging codes like other magic. It required restructuring and a continuous flow of mana to be cast successfully. The gate she installed was a perfect device, meeting all conditions for teleportation. The attendant then told the young master to take care. Dean told him to stay healthy as well. With a light chuckle, he slowly approached the gate, remembering his sister said it would activate once he funneled energy into it. Dean spread his arms and began transferring his energy. A powerful light surged from the spatial gate, and when he opened his eyes, the radiance lit up the forest. People were bustling about happily as Dean arrived at the entrance to the capital, Athenia. Louis Asmag greeted him, saying he had been waiting for young Master Dean Sawgrass. As the captain of the First Knight Order of the Termian family, Dean acknowledged him, thinking it was overwhelming to be received by Captain Dixon himself. He continued by saying they would escort him and ensure the route was safe. Dean agreed, and they prepared to depart immediately. Dean looked forward to their support, feeling strange to finally set foot in the heart of the Athenia Empire, a place he once loathed. He was now there as a promising figure. Alluring voices called out to witness wonders, offering 3 freezing spells for just 1 silver coin. Dean thought to himself how strange and lively the capital was, far exceeding his expectations. When told that the building ahead was the Termian family mansion, Dean looked at the truly magnificent estate and fell into thought. Something felt strange, as if he were being watched, but he dismissed it as his imagination. A moment later, a voice welcomed him. They welcomed young Master Dean Sawgrass, expressing joy at his presence. Dean noted the orderly ranks and the powerful, natural display of etiquette. It was a stark contrast to the south. Upon arrival, he bowed to the Duke of Termian and requested an audience. The Duke remarked it had been a long time and asked how Dean was, suggesting he go inside to rest after his exhausting journey. He noted Dean looked different from 7 years ago, surpassing all his peers and even those older than him, making Aiken very proud. Dean humbly replied that while he couldn't compare to Bai Jiang, he had prepared thoroughly for the academy entrance exam. The Duke assured him he could rest and that a personal servant would be assigned to him for any needs he might have. Dean thanked him and asked about Layla. The Duke said she was well but asked if they were fighting, which confused Dean. He mentioned she seemed unhappy whenever Dean was brought up. Dean wasn't sure why, thinking it might be the pressure of the entrance exams. The Duke believed Layla could handle it, and Dean decided he would ask her himself, wondering why she was acting that way. He wondered if it was just puberty and decided to deal with it later. The Duke advised him not to be too harsh with her. Dean agreed, and the Duke added that he would understand soon. Dean wondered what that meant as he headed to his room with a servant. The servant wished him a comfortable rest. Dean thanked them, thinking he would stay there for a week to prepare for his exams. He found the guest room quite luxurious and planned to unpack his luggage before heading to the training grounds. Just then, a girl entered and offered to lead him to the training area. Dean was surprised by the voice asking why he had only just arrived. "I've been waiting for a long time. Layla, it's been a while. How have you been lately?" The girl replied. "Yes, I'm doing well, quite well in fact. But don't you have anything to say to me?" "Oh, what do you mean? Why didn't you write to me?" Ding's eyes betrayed his confusion. "A letter? Why didn't you send one? You should have at least given me some prior notice." "I intended to reply, but it slipped my mind. I'm truly sorry. Is a simple apology enough? I came all this way. I wasn't in the mood for anything because I had to prepare to leave the capital. Please forgive me this once." He thought she must be quite annoyed. Ding continued, "So what can I do for you? I'll do whatever you ask to make it up to you." Looking at him, Layla's gaze suddenly turned suspicious. Really? He thought he needed to escape this situation first, but wondered what she would have him do. Ding made a proposal. What should I do for you? How about a light spar?" "A spar? That's right, duel with me. Is that all right?" "Sure, let's see how it goes. Are you confident you won't regret it?" "I may look the same, but I've become much stronger than I was before. I'm no longer the person who learned how to release mana from you." He thought that, given her confidence, she seemed to have matured significantly over the last 7 years. Ding added, "Now that I think about it, you mentioned winning a competition in your last letter." Layla replied, "You remember, I won the Danter Cup hosted by the royal family." Ding continued, "All right, that's the Imperial Tournament for youths under 15, isn't it?" "Yes, it's a very high-standard competition. If you had participated as well, you would have certainly faced me in the final match. It's a shame." Ding said, "That regret can be settled right now." Layla asked again, "Are you really sure it's okay? You still have to take your entrance exam? What if you get injured?" He thought about who should really be worried about whom. Ding said, "I'll be fine." "All right, it's late today. Let's have a match as soon as we wake up tomorrow. Shall we use training weapons? Are you still using those blunted ones?" Ding replied, "No, this is just a light match. In that case, training weapons are fine. No matter how good you are, you can't account for everything. What if someone gets hurt during the duel? Don't worry, Heller, the Empire's top healer is tending to my family. What if something happens that even Heller can't fix? You need that kind of mindset if you want to wield a bladed weapon. It's just one match. Why are you being so serious? Fine, we'll use training weapons. Good, bring the training weapons to me." "Yes, my lady," he thought. She had indeed become the proud young woman the rumors described. People were saying she would soon achieve remarkable success, just like her two brothers who are active knights. Perhaps the Duke of Tumayan has produced the first female head of the house. Indeed, mastering her mana had become a powerful drive, Layla recalled. She thought, ding, thanks to you, I mastered the basics of mana control faster than anyone my age. Now I possess 2 mana cores. I've waited for this day for a long time. If I win, will you be sad? Just then the butler approached, interrupting Layla's train of thought. My lady, the weapons are here. Thanks, Ding thought. Right, since these are just training weapons, they're quite light. Will this be all right? I can use anything on the battlefield. Okay, shall we start? Yes. Watching Ding prepare to attack, Layla thought. Luckily, I faced a spear user at the Danter Cup, so it wasn't too hard. A spear has range, but its power drops when the distance is closed. So I'll charge in at once. Ending her thoughts, Layla rushed at Ding. Just as her blade was about to reach Ding, her eyes widened in surprise. It was an illusion. Where had he gone? By the time she realized, Ding's spear point was already inches away from her. Ding, when did you get there? It's a good thing it was a training weapon. A real one would have caused a disaster. I was sure I hit his sword, Layla thought. It was unbelievable. Let's go again. That same tactic won't work twice, so you'd better move carefully. HMPH, Ding, you, she muttered to herself. I'm just a bit tense since it's been so long. I won't go easy on you this time. Layla looked toward the side. Up on the balcony, his father was also observing their duel. He thought, the Duke of Tumayan has come to see the final result. I understand your intent, Your Grace. After her victory at the Danter Cup, because Layla had put in so much effort, he had been very worried. Today, I will help her wash away those anxieties. Ding, get ready because father is watching too. I'm going to fight with everything I have, no matter what. At that, Layla slammed her staff into the ground. Immediately, a powerful blast of wind pressure surged toward Ding. Using his strength, he rapidly spun his weapon to form a protective circle. He simultaneously blocked the incoming gust of wind. How was that, Ding? It wasn't easy, was it? There's still a long way to go, so give it your all. The battle between the two remained a stalemate, and while the outcome was uncertain, a strange sense of unease lingered. The smile on Ding's face vanished completely as he took on the solemn air of a warrior heading into battle, unleashing a series of powerful strikes. Ding used only the staff in his hand to parry Layla's mysterious techniques. Suddenly, she shifted her stance and stepped back to prepare for a thrust. However, Ding simply sidestepped to evade the attack with ease. Immediately after, he used his staff to knock Layla's sword aside, leaving her standing there in a daze. It seems I have won this time. From another vantage point, others were observing the duel. She lost again. What do you think, Asma? Perhaps Layla will become less conceited now. Hearing this, Asma stood still for a moment before breaking into a cold sweat and replying, I see, so you were aware of that. Of course I was. The signs were there even before the Danter Cup, and they became more apparent after she won the championship. I had intended to have a serious talk with her, but I thought it would be better for her to realize it on her own. That was a wise decision. In your opinion, how many mana cores does that boy possess? Looking toward the fighting Ding, Asma replied, at least 3 cores. I disagree. I think he has at least 2 and at most 3. Why do you think so? Look closely, although his spear speed is formidable. It is not just speed that makes Layla seem inexperienced, but his tactical maneuvers. Is he truly able to block everything? I can track all of his movements. Is he a focused swordsman? Perhaps, though he might lack actual combat experience. I find it hard to believe even during Layla's most successful moments. Memories began to surface. Greetings, Viscountess Sogress. That was after the southern inspection. It was 7 years ago after meeting Ding, and perhaps it will be the same this time. How interesting. The young lady won the Danter Cup but was unable to utilize her full strength. Clearly, Viscountess Sogress trained her very strictly. No, you misunderstand Ajen. Even if he is strict, he isn't the type to teach in a cruel manner. Harshness is different from my approach, and Ding doesn't need such rigorous training. I see. What are you trying to say? He possesses an extraordinary talent that commoners cannot hope to match. Ding is a genius with a spear. Ding then proceeded to knock Layla's wooden sword away once more. This left her in shock once again. Perhaps he didn't participate because he had no interest in the Danter Cup. Is that so? Yes. Asma thought to himself. It's impossible for him to have no interest in the Danter Cup, a tournament that everyone in the Empire dreams of. Currently, no one in this age group can compete with his abilities. The old man thought, Layla, I hope you realize your weaknesses through this battle. If you cast aside your arrogance and focus more on your swordsmanship, you will surpass all other rivals. Layla thought to herself, it really is Ding. I simply cannot defeat you. He is so talented, but I never imagined the gap between us would be this vast. You are exhausted. Let's stop here. Layla said, fine, you win. Ding thought to himself that Duke Shimayan's wish had been fulfilled. She must have realized by now that she wasn't the best. From behind, Layla asked, how did you train? Ding replied, hard work. Everyone needs to work hard. Just work even harder. I'm leaving now. You won't win next time. All right, I'll be waiting. Layla thought to herself that Ding was the only child she truly admired as memories began to resurface. Yes, but from the third match, your feet only seemed to move forward half a step. At the same time, he was the person she wanted to surpass, provided she received guidance and waited. All right, is this correct? Yes, it's a great success. I want to prove that I'm no longer just a little girl. Why does he keep pulling further ahead of me? Just wait, I will definitely win next time. Talented individuals from all over the empire have flocked here to participate in this entrance examination, including their families and retinues. The number of people gathered in the capital reached nearly 1,000. About 600 candidates registered for the Royal Academy exam, but despite paying the fees, many were not qualified to apply. However, 2/3 of them failed to pass the first round of testing. Currently, with the preliminary exams over, more than 200 candidates are getting ready for the second specialized exam. In another location, a spirited conversation was underway. So, 200 people made it through the first round. How interesting, but I believe only about 200 will make it through the next test. Another person wondered, are there any standout candidates this year? There are several promising talents, though no one has compiled the final results of the first exam yet. The one in charge is Professor Dinabo, the Dean of Magic. I wonder who will take the top spot, mused Ingrid, the head of spearmanship, adding that the swordsmanship valedictorian would surely be Duke Shimayan's daughter. Indeed, her victory at the Danter Cup was a magnificent display. The Duke raised her well, replied the person opposite, noting the high expectations for the swordsmanship top scorer. Ding Pinnies, the head of summoning, agreed it was nearly certain, while another person inquired about the identity of a certain young man. Professor S. Chida, the head of swordsmanship, remarked that no one could likely rival him, though he was puzzled by a recommendation letter from Zai Duren of the Nai Lu Sen Magic Tower. This implied that Zai Duren had indeed endorsed someone, yet it seemed improbable that anyone could surpass the winner of the Danter Cup. Zai Duren, famous for never taking disciples, had sent a letter for a 14-year-old boy named Ding Xiu Ji-Lei-Si, prompting a surprised reaction from the group. As the name Xiu Ji-Lei-Si sparked conversation, they noted the family already had 2 geniuses in magic and summoning, if the youngest was also recommended by Zai Duren. Then the Xiu Ji-Lei-Si family was truly remarkable. The simultaneous application of 2 prestigious families was bound to become a sensational topic. Someone questioned if the Xiu Ji-Lei-Si family wasn't known for spearmanship, wondering if they were now rising through magic due to the mage's recommendation. One professor mused that he had expected the boy to join spearmanship, where he and Allah Bei La would have formed a formidable duo. Suddenly, an assistant rushed in to interrupt, announcing that the results of the first exam were ready for immediate review. The results showed 1,367 students in swordsmanship, 227 in magic, and 152 in summoning. The dominance of swordsmanship made Shimayan's lead unsurprising. However, Ding Xiu Ji-Lei-Si's name was missing from the swordsmanship, magic, and summoning lists, leaving everyone bewildered about the recommendation letter. Asked if any candidates were in the liberal arts major, it was revealed that one student had unexpectedly applied for that specific path. To their shock, Ding Xiu Ji-Lei-Si had achieved the highest score among 600 candidates in the first exam. Meanwhile, in another location, nostalgia set in. A month had passed quickly, and the battle with Lei La felt like it happened only yesterday as he waited for his exam results. Ding reassured himself that the test wasn't too difficult just as Lei La ran up to ask if he had received his results yet. When she asked for his rank, the academy notification revealed he was in first place, much to her amazement. Lei La expressed her frustration at missing the top spot and asked how he had studied. Ding confidently credited the practice questions she had provided. Lei La countered that she still found the material difficult, especially military science, while Ding attributed his success to knowledge from his past life. She questioned how a 14-year-old could grasp military strategy and management, but Ding confidently stated it was the easiest subject for him. He asked if she found it interesting, but she insisted he wasn't normal for excelling in military affairs, art, music, and even the history of the Darui Nai-Ki Empire. Lei La noted that history was her specialty, before asking which 3 majors he had actually applied for. Ding explained that he only intended to study what he enjoyed, but Lei La remained baffled by his choice of the liberal arts major. He chose it to learn everything despite the low acceptance rate, as the major allowed students to attend any class and conduct research with professors. Ding noted that few applied because they were unaware of those perks. Lei La teased that he was trying to avoid her, but he remained confident he would pass. She demanded to know what else he was capable of besides spearmanship and summoning, while Ding laughed and wondered if he should reveal more. Elsewhere, it was noted that to qualify for the liberal arts major, a student had to pass exams in 4 different specialties: practical skills in summoning, spearmanship, and magic were essential, and his approach to magic cores and circles left the faculty wondering about his intentions. Ding Pinnies, the head of summoning, remarked that, while some had passed 2 majors in the past, almost no one was currently capable of passing even one. Professor Dan Bo, the head of the magic department, suggested that choosing either swordsmanship or magic would be a far better option. HMPH, the liberal arts major, has existed for about 200 years, hasn't it? Someone asked skeptically, noting that it wasn't nearly as difficult to enter back then. Back then, the academy needed talents for the era of conquest, so everyone was nurtured, but standards have risen so high now that most candidates fear applying even for their best subjects. The head of swordsmanship asked why the major still existed when no one applied or passed, to which the reply was that it remained as a symbol. It is a symbol that only the Empire's greatest talents can achieve. Though it is now a fading discipline kept only for its reputation, that prestige still matters. According to my research, only 2 people have passed this exam in the last century. One dropped out, and the other was the previous emperor. In other words, passing is nearly impossible unless one is a genius. But as the youngest son of the war hero Arkansas Gress, he might be different. Your lineage is extraordinary, and while I have high expectations, he might just be an arrogant boy whom we could admit if we followed our usual reasoning. However, as a professor, I cannot be negligent. I wonder if that boy truly has the confidence to challenge this at the second examination hall. Dean Sawgrass introduced himself as a candidate for the liberal arts major at the Royal Academy, prompting a voice to interrupt and ask if he understood the weight of his application. Dean replied that he was well aware all 3 disciplines required passing marks, to which the voice responded, HMPH, your name is Dean, isn't it? It is not too late, the man added, expressing his respect for Count Sawgrass as the Empire's finest swordsman and his wish not to see the son fail. But Dean humbly thanked him while remaining determined to do his best. Danbo watched with a critical gaze, thinking that if the boy were someone who gave up so easily, he likely would not have applied in the first place. Very well then, there is no other way. You must face 3 tests based on your chosen subjects, and failing even one will result in automatic disqualification. I understand, Dean replied, and as they decided to begin with the summoning department, a young woman suddenly appeared before him. He realized she was Professor Dean Pinnies, a top-tier summoner of the Antian Empire, who held the record for summoning 3 creatures of level 2 or higher. The woman announced that the summoning department's exam was simple. He just had to impress her using any method related to summoning magic. Dean thought to himself that, as expected of a free-form exam, there were no specific standards or formats, so he asked if he could proceed. Professor, could you summon a beast for me? He asked, and when she questioned him in surprise, he nodded, confirming that any summoned creature would suffice as Dan Bo broke into a sweat. Pinnies wondered what he was plotting, as she had expected him to discuss theory rather than asking to see a summoned creature. After a moment of reflection, she looked at him differently and remarked that his bold request was quite interesting and showed a taste for the extraordinary. Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely, she said, and as Dean watched with anticipation, the woman began to recite her incantations. As her eyes glowed brightly, she commanded the creature to answer her call, instantly opening a spatial rift in the sky that left the onlookers and the 2 department heads in shock. Is that the frenzied summoned beast, Ezerak? Dean thought, noting its terrifying roar and its reputation as the most vicious level 4 creature that always attacked its summoner. She admitted that while she usually lacked the confidence for such a feat during an entrance exam, this was truly exciting, and she had now summoned the beast as requested. Now what do you plan to do? She asked, but Dean only offered a silent smile, even though Ezerak was a level 4 beast that even a knight would struggle to defeat. As Dean stepped toward the monster, Danbo shouted for him to stop, warning that provoking Ezerak was dangerous, just as the beast let out a deafening roar. I only need to prove myself by any means necessary, correct? He asked, and she confirmed it, though she questioned his choice to effectively dive into a pit of fire. Dean assured them there was no need to worry, a statement that made Pinnies break into a cold sweat as he began to chant, manifesting words of ancient magic. The monster's eyes shifted as it became strangely docile, leading Dean to praise it while noting that it was significantly larger than Zenbu. Vinnies wondered if the ferocious Ezra had become so compliant because of the mana thread connecting them. Though the faint color suggested it wasn't total submission, it had completely neutralized Ezra's hostility, leaving Dean to smile from afar. He still found it hard to believe, questioning if it was innate empathy or if he had replicated Ezra's mana thread after a quick analysis. If that was his method of taming, his talent far surpassed her own, making his future prospects truly exciting to behold. The girl approached Dean and confirmed that his courage, calm judgment, and solid skills had earned him a passing grade on the exam. The two chairmen voiced their agreement, and 30 minutes later, Dean was officially declared the top student of the class. Despite being the top student in swordsmanship as well, Layla sighed at the overwhelming difference in their abilities as they prepared to celebrate. It felt like an unstoppable force of nature. As the girl walked away, Dean was advised to let her be alone for a while. He was told not to worry because Layla would eventually recover, then asked if he had informed his father of his proud achievement. He replied that everyone was delighted and that his father felt he truly deserved to choose the free major before they were told to rest. Dean thanked the Duke for his hospitality and was asked if he had decided on the specific item he wanted to commission from the forge. He explained that he was considering a sword, but needed more time to decide on a design since his body was still growing. The Duke agreed there was no rush and was urged to visit the Duchess, prompting him to bid Dean farewell and depart. As the Duke left, Dean reflected on the Duchess's persistent illness, with memories of her condition weighing heavily on his mind. Though her symptoms hadn't worsened over the years, they hadn't improved either, which was a tragic sight for someone who valued family. He found it difficult to fully understand that pain and wondered if he should comfort Layla. 2 days later, a voice echoed through the academy. Archon Thomas, the principal, welcomed the freshmen to the Royal Academy and expressed his pride in those who had passed the rigorous competition. He declared that the Empire's future looked brighter than ever with such exceptional talents, noting that this year's class was particularly outstanding. He highlighted a student who had been admitted to the free major, a rare feat achieved only twice in a century, with the approval of 3 department heads. The announcement caused a stir as the crowd wondered who could possibly possess enough talent to be accepted into the free major. Archon Thomas then called the freshman representative, valedictorian Dean Sawgrass, to the front, sparking whispers about the Sawgrass family's incredible luck. People remarked on Dean's majestic presence and praised Akyang for raising him so well, though Akyang remained humble about his efforts. While others praised Dean, Akyang lamented his son's failures and his daughter's absence, despite being told he was lucky to have 2 daughters. Amidst the envious remarks, Akyang's eyes grew somber as he looked toward his daughter, wishing his wife could have been there to see this. Binnies asked if he had been close to summoned beasts since childhood, and the professor confirmed it was an innate gift, calling it a true miracle. This plain-looking boy possessed greater potential than other summoners, leading the professor to wonder if his affinity allowed him to call forth beasts from beyond the horizon. She pondered a distant world where summoned beasts had been disconnected for over a century, questioning if the creatures there would still choose a mage. Perhaps he was the legendary Dean Sawgrass, and the principal hoped his talent would flourish at the academy as the representative student prepared to take his oath. The journey here had been long, but he vowed not to squander the new life he had been granted, for this was only the beginning. At the main lecture hall, the introduction concluded, and the students were told to rest and eat before the next session began as a voice called out from the crowd. "Listen, Dean, many people will be coming after you from now on, so you must remain cautious regardless of whether their intentions are good or bad. You must carefully weigh any offers you receive, as some people here lack proper manners," to which he replied that he understood. Whispers began to spread, urging him not to refuse and to join a club, as participating in such activities was considered a great honor at the academy. When invited to join a club, he politely declined, yet someone laughed, claiming they had gained a new member anyway. They sought to recruit the red-haired talent, while Layla noted that the seniors were busy scouting for their clubs during the break. He recalled his eldest sister mentioning the many interesting clubs just as a loud shout erupted from the crowd, demanding they find the top student, Sawgrass. They were determined to recruit him into their club, prompting Layla to warn Dean that everyone was currently aiming for him. He decided to leave the area to avoid the commotion, but someone intercepted Dean Sawgrass, inviting him to join the physical fitness club to hone his body. A recruiter asked if the rookie was interested in the Cartography Research Society, promising access to new maps if he joined immediately. The Astrology Research Society boasted the finest talents, and they were eager not to lose the Duke's daughter, Layla, though she and Dean both had no intention of joining. He was accustomed to being sought after, but this situation was a first, making him realize that being the top student came with its own set of burdens, as others whispered nearby. People wondered if that was Kenta Sheffin, the retired royal knight who became a professor, noting that while he was an excellent successor, he faced a difficult challenge. For years, his position had been easy, requiring only occasional research papers, but the arrival of a new liberal arts student after several decades signaled the end of his relaxed lifestyle. He seemed to be preparing for his lecture, a task that would annoy anyone in his position. As the orientation for new students finally drew to a close, He found it absurd that a student would enroll at such a time. While Dean stood silently before the door with a contemplative look in his eyes, the professor noted Dean Sawgrass's early arrival and invited him inside, while privately reflecting on his own situation. Kenta Ashifin, the head of the liberal arts department, had worked hard to secure this position for rest and relaxation, not for the purpose of teaching. He was already weary of instructing knights, and asked Dean why he had chosen to apply for the liberal arts major. Dean replied that he wanted to pursue his own interests and refused to switch majors, leaving Kenta with no choice but to mentor him. Kenta realized the boy hadn't taken the swordsmanship exam and wondered if it was due to a lack of confidence. So he asked Dean if he knew anything about the art of the blade. Dean didn't intend to hide his skills and agreed that his professor should at least be aware of his current level of proficiency in swordsmanship. Dean felt unwelcome and wondered why the subject had been raised, though he clarified that he did have an interest in swordsmanship, much to the professor's relief. Kenta planned to test him at his training ground, Dustin, thinking he could use Dean's lack of skill as an excuse to dismiss him from the academy. Upon entering the armory, Kenta told Dean to choose any sword he liked, but the sight of the cluttered training ground and the filth on the floor made the boy feel uneasy. Although he knew the independent major had few students, the dire state of things was truly serious. He hesitated before a row of swords of all shapes and sizes, unsure which one to choose. He wondered how to judge which was a quality blade amidst such a mess. Despite his initial hesitation, he quickly stepped forward, decisively drawing a single sword. Kenta's had assumed Dean would choose dual blades to fight, but seeing him hold only one, Dean showed an indescribable confidence. Firm in his choice, he said this one would be enough. The condition Kenta's set seemed simple, but everyone knew the professor's strength was extraordinary. If he could touch him just once with that sword, he would pass the test. To show his benevolence and flaunt his talent, the professor even set a limit for himself, saying it wouldn't be hard, because I will only move within 2 steps. Dean's eyes suddenly brightened as he replied that he understood. Kenta's also looked forward to the new student's performance and told him to begin. However, a hint of doubt crept into the professor's mind. Was he really that confident? Seeing the radiant smile on Dean's face, Kenta's suddenly had another thought. Could there be a hidden meaning behind it? Immediately, Dean took the initiative and lunged at Kenta's with his sword ready. Not only was his speed astonishing, but his face also gleamed with a determination to win. Kenta's was startled when the tip of the sword came very close, less than a hand's breadth away. Though he dodged the first attack, the professor kept thinking about Dean's unexpected strength. He's so fast. Is that why he was admitted to the independent major? With just a single sword, Dean suddenly unleashed a series of magical strikes, making it seem as if multiple people were fighting at once, creating an afterimage effect. Every strike was powerful, decisive, and full of might. It was baffling that Kenta's still had time to think while another blade grazed past his face. What is this? The professor could not hesitate for another second. He immediately raised his sword to defend, but remained determined to keep his promise of not moving more than 2 steps, even as Dean's relentless assault continued. How could Kenta's stay calm when the blade kept dangerously brushing against him? Good grief, a moment later and it would have been a disaster. This swordsmanship is highly unusual. Could he be a fool who somehow knows how to use a sword? Dean checked his footing just in time. Otherwise, the professor might have been injured in what was clearly just a minor test. Dean's heavy breathing filled the air. Kenta's had also begun to feel the fatigue. Suddenly, he began to analyze Dean's identity, noting that the boy fought exactly like a soldier on a battlefield rather than someone from a noble or knightly background. The professor remained in one spot, only swinging his sword to parry the blows. Dean's strikes were both resolute and forceful. Dean's combat skills seemed somewhat chaotic, yet his method of attacking from all angles was incredibly effective. As Dean's techniques grazed his face, Kenta's panicked, unable to block in time. Even his fighting style, which seemed to split him in 2, radiated formidable power in every strike. Kenta's was stunned as Dean rapidly shifted his attack positions. He couldn't believe that as a level 6, he had to focus this intensely. He had to dodge skillfully while constantly questioning his own strength. Was he really fighting against a 14-year-old child? He didn't even need a weapon advantage anymore. The professor only dared to take a small step aside to evade the blow as Dean lowered his center of gravity. With one leg back as if gathering momentum to lunge, Kenta's suddenly grimaced. His expression wasn't as natural as when he spoke, yet this appearance felt strangely familiar. The boy's swordsmanship reminded him of a past battle. Before him was a chaotic battlefield where one man swept through everything. His sharp blade cut down countless enemies with an expressionless face. This left him astonished. Who exactly was that person? Returning to reality, the duel between Dean and Kenta's had yet to conclude, with both their sword tips pointed directly at each other. Suddenly, Dean's blade aimed straight for Kenta's heart. The professor didn't understand why he had become so dazed and lost focus on the fight. Oh, why did my mind wander? A victorious smile bloomed on Dean's lips as he gently withdrew his sword and spoke. Professor Kenta's, I believe I have met the requirements. Silence suddenly filled the air. Kenta's gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, speechless after losing to a child. The sword in his hand slowly lowered, yet the professor gripped the hilt tightly to suppress his rising anger. Finally, he was forced to acknowledge Dean's ability, telling him he had passed. While Dean was still panting from the exertion, Kenta's showed no signs of fatigue. In his mind, he kept calculating that if there hadn't been a handicap, this match would have been truly difficult. Indeed, the strength of a royal knight alone wouldn't have amounted to much. In truth, Dean had revealed his extraordinary potential from the moment he decided to enroll. Only now did Kenta's realize this. This young man is a genuine prodigy, a truly exceptional talent. Even with a disadvantage, he was a match for someone like me who has reached level 6. Following their recent clash, Kenta's recalled many things he had inadvertently forgot. He finally grasped why the boy lacked interest in the swordsmanship test, feeling stunned by Dean's extraordinary ability. With strength like this, why didn't you apply to the swordsmanship department? To everyone's surprise, his answer was incredibly straightforward. He believed it would upset his family. Kenta's was cut off, unable to comprehend what the student was saying. What? Suddenly, the professor seemed to want to say something but hesitated. He quickly investigated the Dean family's background and found that every member was exceptionally talented. Dean's father is a master of the spear, while his two sisters excel in magic and summoning. Perhaps he enrolled in 3 majors just to satisfy his family's hopes. It seems he never actually doubted his own sword skills. Had he been wrong about the boy, he was snapped back to reality by a question. Professor, is the paperwork complete? Oh yes, it's done. You are dismissed. You will receive the official notification shortly. Dean responded with great courtesy. Understood. Thank you, Professor. It was hard to tell if the professor's grimace was due to his defeat in the trial or his growing fascination with Dean's actual capabilities. Kenta's remained motionless, watching the young man's figure gradually disappear. Even as Dean reached the exit, the professor wondered if he had allowed his own emotions to cloud his judgment during the exam. It had been a reckless move. He wondered if the other deans who had served as examiners felt the same way. Kenta's took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. Despite the frustration boiling within him, his scheme to get rid of the boy and secure a peaceful life had completely fallen apart. Suddenly, he shut his eyes and reevaluated the situation. Who was that person, really? A long-forgotten memory surfaced from the days when Kenta's served as a soldier. He recalled the moment he had focused all his attention in a single direction. Back then, he had been speechless, only able to watch the scene unfold in silence. Suddenly, amidst the memory of a lone youth single-handedly defeating hundreds of rebels, a voice rang out. Dean didn't turn back, his gaze still fixed on the sun as it cast its final rays before nightfall. Kenta's was utterly bewildered, a cold bead of sweat suddenly trickling down his face. After a brief hesitation, he finally whispered a name. His image immediately became clear in Kenta's mind. Yes, that was definitely him. Meanwhile, on the academy campus, a crowd of students had gathered. The crowd was buzzing with talk about the exam that had just ended, and Dean's sisters were no exception. Clara asked once more, her voice filled with surprise. Did you really pass the test? Dean answered with a hint of uncertainty, looking somewhat flustered. Yes, I believe I did. Clara covered her mouth and cleared her throat softly. After a moment of silent reflection, she remarked, That's odd. Professor Kenta's isn't known for being lenient with his students. Standing before her, Dean wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling equally stunned by the outcome. She recalled how Professor Kenta's Redfield had once appeared before the headmaster. With a frown, she noted that he usually only taught 1 regular session per year, yet the headmaster had specifically requested his presence this time. He despises dealing with hassles, yet he ultimately agreed to do it. Clara nodded. Exactly, which is why I find it so shocking. With those words, she suddenly stepped closer to him. She softly took hold of her brother's arm and rested a hand on his shoulder. Leaning in slightly, she whispered, I'm just glad that you're safe and sound. Dean gave a small smile and nodded. She beamed at him, looking as though a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Observing her expression, Dean realized that his sister wasn't necessarily proud of his skill, but was just genuinely happy he wasn't hurt. While the 2 siblings were chatting happily, someone ran over in a hurry from afar. Her loud voice could be heard echoing even before she made her appearance. The newcomer was Arabella, who cried out, Dean, I was wondering where you had gone. Recognizing the familiar voice, the siblings turned around to greet her. Eldest sister, Dean exclaimed happily. Arabella flashed them a brilliant grin and asked, So, did our youngest brother manage to pass his test? The trio standing together quickly drew attention and caused a small stir. Nearby students began whispering excitedly about the Stretz family. Look, the Stretz siblings are all in one place. I always thought Arabella and Clara were already exceptional enough, but it seems their younger brother is even more talented. What kind of lineage do they come from? The setting shifted to another part of the city. Mo's voice chattered incessantly. I'm Mo, and I handle the management of the entire dormitory. The dormitory is divided into 3 sections based on the students' entrance scores. Among them, the highest-ranking section is known as Zion. It was named after the first emperor's surname. As the two strolled down the cobblestone path, Dean listened closely to the explanation before giving a quiet response. Yes, seeing him nod, Mo quickly continued. Student, since you are the top scorer in the liberal arts major, you will be staying in this area. The dining hall, training grounds, and library here are all top tier, and there are even private lounges and convenient magic projection rooms. He paused for a moment before adding mysteriously, furthermore, there is a special secret device. Hearing that strange phrase, Ding was slightly surprised. He glanced quickly at Mo, thinking to himself, what secret? Mo held the key and turned back to advise him. Though this might not happen. Depending on your future grades, you might have to move out of this area. He added, Arabella and Claire also stayed here, but only until they graduated. Ding wasn't very surprised, thinking to himself that it made sense for his sisters. Then Mo held up key number 705, the student's room key, which Ding carefully accepted with both hands. Mo continued, we will provide you with 2 keys for the room, so if you lose one, let me know. Ding looked at the key and nodded. Yes, I understand. Mo gave a further warning. Be very careful from now on. There are many students here with eccentric personalities. They aren't bad people, but unexpected things can happen sometimes. All right, go check your room. If you need anything, contact the logistics department. Hearing Mo's words, Ding pondered and sighed inwardly, wondering if he should check the room immediately. Entering his new residence, he looked around at the luxurious surroundings. He observed every corner as he walked, but wondered why it was so quiet. Suddenly, Ding stopped in his tracks, his entire body freezing as he felt something was amiss, a very strange sensation. It felt wrong that such a massive school had no servants or even a single guard in sight. Something was definitely off. He couldn't sense any human presence at all, as if everyone had simply vanished. Staring at the door ahead, he whispered to himself in confusion. What on earth is going on? Ding began using his magic to investigate, and blue streaks of light started to appear. He decided to spread his sensory aura. As the blue light enveloped his body, he closed his eyes and focused on the inspection. The light seeped into every corner of the castle. During his search, he passed an area with a brown aura and the faint scent of slimy moss. He heard the faint sound of machinery and gears clicking together. Ding opened his eyes, immediately realizing it was a trap now that he understood the situation. A smirk played on his lips as he stood alone, looking ahead and muttering, so that's it, an initiation ceremony, I guessed correctly. Meanwhile, in another room, a group of students was watching the newcomer on a screen. Seeing him stop, one of them asked doubtfully, why has he stopped moving? Does he have such sharp intuition? Ran asked him with open arms. Hey, and is it possible he already knows about the trap? And adjusted his glasses and speculated that it was impossible. His full name was Nzulat, the eldest son of Baron Zulat and a third-year student in the marksmanship department, boasting confidently. My Zulat family is the finest clan of hunters, existing for centuries. I have absolute confidence in the traps I've set. Another person, still skeptical and worried, asked if it was dangerous, and nodded, confirming he had removed anything harmful since the goal was merely to make him a laughingstock. He laughed triumphantly. Just wait and see. He'll surely faint from terror. This first initiation ceremony is going to be quite a spectacle. He continued, by the time the kid gets here, he'll be in a pathetic state. Another student, still feeling uneasy, asked again if it was truly all right. That's the Sille's family. But so what? We've all been through a very memorable initiation ceremony ourselves, haven't we? As he finished speaking, a blonde girl's voice came from behind Anne. But he's the top student of the liberal arts major, so things might be different this time. This beauty was Priscilla Neliel from the Neliel family, a fourth-year student in the neurology department, who then continued. Both of his elder sisters are outstanding geniuses. If he also passed the liberal arts major, it proves he might be an even greater prodigy. And turned around in shock. What? Are you saying he won't fall for my traps? Dan, a brown-haired youth standing nearby, suddenly interjected with a probing remark. It's not that, but you don't seem very confident. And, possessing absolute confidence in his sophisticated snare, adamantly retorted that such a thing was utterly impossible. He subtly adjusted his glasses while darkly plotting, certain that the boy could never uncover his hidden trap. He had meticulously used stealth arts and lubricated the engines to eliminate all noise. Yet everyone was stunned when Ding suddenly began to move. Every gaze was fixed upon him as startled cries erupted, questioning if he was truly moving again and telling others to clear the way. Ding looked up with an inscrutable smile as he walked, noting that the rope trap would trigger with even the slightest contact. He reached out to gently push the door open, muttering to himself about the magic bullet affixed to the ceiling. That would be the next snare triggered by the opening door. And just as Ding predicted, the object fell and shattered the moment the door swung open. Ding remained perfectly still, knowing a single step forward would have left him drenched like a rat, but such simple tricks could not deceive him. He glanced at the puddle and clicked his tongue at the lack of water before a hidden mechanism suddenly released a cloud of brown smoke. The entire corridor was instantly enveloped in dense brown fumes, forcing Ding to pinch his nose in disgust as he nearly gagged from the stench. Thinking the stench was amateurish, he stared at the smoking pit while the hidden group panicked upon seeing Ding remain completely unharmed. Ki Li irritably questioned and, demanding to know why the trap he promised was undetectable had been found after realizing they were exposed. The red-haired youth wondered how things failed so quickly, while desperately claimed it was a coincidence, infuriating Pu Li Zai and nodded frantically, insisting he had been too lenient at the start, but believing the next phase of the plan would succeed as intended, and defensively told them to wait and see him fall, while the red-haired boy and Ji Lan Ti decided to give another chance despite Pu Li Zaila's annoyance. Pu Li Zaila sighed deeply, causing him to feel a wave of unease while Ding moved forward with a weary sigh of his own. Ding wondered if he should just destroy the second trap since it was equally clumsy, just as a barrage of fists suddenly lunged at him from all sides. He skillfully wove through the gloves before leaping off the wall to propel himself forward with great momentum. As feathers drifted down from above, sharp wooden stakes plummeted from the ceiling the moment Ding landed. Though intended to cage him, Ding's extraordinary agility allowed him to evade everything, prompting onlookers to praise the prowess of the Count's lineage. Watching the screen as Ding evaded his traps with such ease, and stood there with his mouth agape in total shock over his failed snares. Behind him, Pu Li Zaila's eyes widened in disbelief while paced restlessly, realizing the boy had anticipated every single move. Ji Lan Ti remarked on how simplistic An's attempts at concealment were, leaving him sweating and gritting his teeth in a refusal to give up. He insisted that Ding could never bypass the final snare, prompting the silent Pu Li Zaila to finally ask what it was, and smirked and told them they would soon see, just as a massive red dragon with gargantuan wings appeared before Ding and let out a deafening roar. Beside the red dragon stood a goat with long, curved horns, causing Ding to look at the two beasts with suspicion and wonder if they were summoned. The dragon let out a thunderous roar as if to challenge him, and Ding briefly admired the fact that they had prepared such formidable creatures. However, he quickly sensed something was amiss, noticing the dragon's feet were blurry and undersized, while its wings appeared to pass right through the walls. Since the walls remained undamaged, Ding immediately realized it was an illusion and laughed at how careless they had been. Though they seemed powerful enough to make an ordinary student flee, Ding watched as the two phantom beasts prepared to launch their attack. He thought there was no reason to evade or retreat, and then green spiritual energy gathered in Ding's hand as his eyes narrowed slightly. He realized that simply disrupting the flow of magic would stop them. Watching the screen, the group was puzzled to see Ding standing his ground, wondering why the boy wasn't fleeing. On the contrary, he appeared quite calm, but someone in the group suddenly noticed that he seemed to be preparing something and gathering mana, and felt as if struck by lightning, his heart trembling and sweat pouring down his face, as he wondered if the boy had realized it was an illusion in such a short time. It was unbelievable, for how could it be? Standing nearby with her arms crossed, Priscilla glanced at the frozen and clicked her tongue in disbelief. On Ding's side, after concentrating all his strength into his hand, he unleashed a powerful strike at the two beasts, his attack forming a blade-like slash that cut through the red dragon's neck before he dodged the goat monster. As the red dragon lunged, Ding delivered several consecutive slashes at the two beasts and smiled contemptuously, declaring it finished before withdrawing his spiritual energy. Ding was still looking forward to meeting the person who designed this trap, eager to see exactly who was behind it. After Ding easily destroyed the two illusory beasts, the crowd began to flee in a panic as Priscilla shouted that it was an ERC while running out the door. "Get out of the way, why is it here?" Ryu Yin fled the fastest, not forgetting to turn back and curse at him, calling him a bastard and telling him to do something. Halfway through their escape, another wolf beast suddenly blocked their path, and stammered while running that he had no idea what it was. It wasn't a beast he had prepared, as the creature approached with a fierce roar and collapsed in terror and let out a long scream. Ding arrived to see the group cowering on the ground before the threatening beast and asked if this was where they were hiding, and looked up and stammered, "New student," before desperately pleading for him to do something if the beast was his, offering an apology. He begged him to take it back, but Ding remained silent, extending his hand to create a blue glow while muttering an incantation. A teleportation portal immediately appeared behind the beast as it was surrounded by beams of blue light. The light dragged the beast directly into the portal before it vanished in a flash, leaving him still struggling to stand, and asked doubtfully if it was also an illusion, while Ryu Yian regained his composure and approached Ding, muttering that the initiation was ruined. He reached out to shake Ding's hand and introduced himself as Ryu Yian Valentin, a third-year alchemy student and the sole direct descendant of Marquis Valentin. Ryu Yian gave a thumbs up and praised his appearance, remarking that being handsome was natural since his sisters were all beautiful. Ding hesitated for a long moment before shaking his hand and greeting him, though he secretly wondered what the man was talking about. Surveying the chaos, Ryu Yian praised his skill and asked if En's traps failed because he was a liberal arts major, and stood in the background looking disappointed, scratching his head and grumbling in annoyance about being caught in the crossfire, and cursed at his luck as his plan fell apart. But Ryu Yian ignored him and continued the introductions. He mentioned that it was the heir to the famous Jun Hunter clan, causing Ding to smile as a realization dawned on him. Realizing the boy was the mastermind, Ding watched as Ryu Yian finished and signaled the three behind him to come and introduce themselves. The other three stepped forward hesitantly with a quiet yes before Ryu Yian pointed to a girl and began her introduction. He introduced her as Priscilla, a fourth-year neurology student, and whispered a warning not to mess with her. He explained she dreamed of being a priest and was relatively, but Priscilla interrupted him with a cold, emphatic tone. Kind and beautiful, she stated, then continued her introduction expressionlessly. Hello, I am Priscilla Nellil, the abandoned child of my clan. Once you've committed to the Department of Neurology, you can forget about ever getting married, someone remarked as Dean offered a charming smile and a polite nod. Yes, I look forward to your assistance, miss, he replied, but the moment Priscilla touched Dean, she recoiled in sudden and utter shock. She asked frantically, What is this? How can his magic power be this intense? As she stared at him, unable to believe her own senses. Looking at the youthful Dean, she exclaimed that such a level of magic was not something someone of their age should ever be able to possess. Roy Ian was equally stunned and asked what she meant, but Priscilla ignored him entirely, her gaze fixed on Dean as she muttered about his unbelievable magic level while remained silent, and finally spoke up with a curious tone, asking if it was really that impressive. But Priscilla didn't answer directly, only staring blankly at her own hand. With a dazed expression, she confirmed it was, while watched with growing irritation, puffing at the idea of someone using powerful magic just to show off. Just then, a red-haired young man approached from behind and pushed his way between Dean and Priscilla to greet him, causing Priscilla to frown in annoyance. Don't just barge in like that, she snapped. But he ignored her completely and introduced himself as SC Hasbro, a second-year student in the martial arts department. I'm nothing like those annoying kids from the fitness club, so don't get the wrong idea, he added, prompting Dean to recall the two muscular men he had encountered earlier. SC Hasbro explained that while muscles mattered, martial arts wasn't for vanity, offering to teach Dean true martial arts as Priscilla glanced over at him. She noted that only one person remained to be introduced, but had maintained his arrogant stance with crossed arms and a turned head until Priscilla reminded him. And introduce yourself? It's your turn, she urged, while Roy Ian wondered aloud if he was still angry about the traps, though and continued to ignore them, disregarding the voices around him, and thought to himself how petty it all was. But after a few moments of reflection, he decided to change his mind. He turned around to shake Dean's hand and gave a brief introduction, to which Dean smiled and expressed his pleasure, though he felt a hint of doubt, thinking and might be upset that his traps were destroyed. Dean reached out his hand to offer some praise while also pointing out flaws, remarking that the traps were actually quite good. You seem to have a deep understanding of mechanisms and triggers, but the most prominent issue is, Dean began, causing Anne to shout out in shock. What? Ignoring Anne's look of disbelief, Dean continued to offer his suggestion, advising that next time, instead of using F6 brick, he should try mixing F3 silver with D6 brick. A 4-to-6 ratio would be better, as that level of brightness makes them much harder to detect, Dean explained, and gradually began to show signs of agreement. Realizing Dean's points were valid, and listened as Dean added that otherwise, anyone would easily fall for his traps, leaving Priscilla staring at Dean in utter astonishment. She turned to Anne and spoke up protectively, asking who Dean thought he was to lecture her and on trap making, but another person quickly interrupted her. That's enough for introductions. Dean, let me show you to your room, the person said, and the whole group began walking down the hallway toward the residential area. As they walked, Dean thought to himself that they were certainly an interesting bunch, and he felt quite pleased to have made such good friends. He watched them as their cheerful chatter and occasional bickering filled the air, until he suddenly let out an indignant shout. "Did you all hear that?" He actually said the traps were made very well. Priscilla teased him about how adorable he was, causing him to immediately bristle and protest that he was no longer a child. Dean smiled as a sense of amusement rose within him, anticipating more excitement to come, while Layla let out a loud cry upon hearing the study schedule in front of the academy. "Look at this, are there really 6 major sessions this semester?" she exclaimed, while Dean stood opposite her and nodded, confirming there were 3 majors with 2 lectures each, plus general education courses. Layla looked dissatisfied and lamented that she wouldn't even have time to sleep, standing with one hand on her hip while pointing at Dean with the other. She asked if he could truly handle it after signing up for extra general courses, warning him that he wouldn't have any time left for rest. With a serious expression, Layla noted that freshmen usually only had 4 sessions and suggested he reconsider skipping the first class, prompting Dean to glance her way. A faint smile played on his lips as he asked for a better reason, questioning if her logic even made sense, then explained that was why military science was added as 2 general sessions. Layla recalled her shock in the classroom when she saw her grades, calling him heartless and admitting that she was absolutely terrified of military science. Her grades had plummeted during the first semester because of that course, which was understandable given how difficult the subject was. Returning to the present, she looked at Dean and remarked that he truly acted like a top student before telling him she would see him later in their swordsmanship major. She mentioned she had to attend a general lecture, which piqued Dean's curiosity as he wondered what kind of course it was. She winked and pulled out a thick book titled Understanding Cosmetics and Skin, leading Dean to think to himself that girls only seem to care about such things. He let out a soft chuckle before saying goodbye and heading to class, where the other students were already buzzing with gossip about him. Having heard of Dean's outstanding achievements, the students in the back whispered in surprise, wondering why he was there and if he truly intended to attend the lecture. They remarked that as the Countess's son, he seemed rather cold, while Dean sat at the front with a frown, inwardly sighing at their chatter. Thinking that he could hear everything they were saying, Dean sat down and opened his military science textbook, having already gained a basic understanding from his previous reading. Based on what he had read the day before, some parts were familiar while others completely contradicted reality, which he found understandable. He mused that if theory and practice always aligned, no nation would ever lose a war, yet his gaze darkened as he acknowledged that basic theory remained vital. His train of thought was interrupted by the noisy students as Professor Francisco Gabos entered with a stern expression, demanding to know what the class was doing. He ordered them to sit down and slammed his hand on the desk, introducing himself as Francisco Gabos, the instructor for military science theory. Telling them to simply call him Professor Gabos, he announced that they would begin the lesson immediately after he finished taking attendance. Sitting below, Dean observed that the professor looked like a seasoned veteran of the battlefield and smiled inwardly, finding the situation quite promising as Francisco began sharing important information. He explained that one must delve deep into military theory to be effective on the battlefield, as commanders must balance achieving victory with preserving the lives of their unpredictable soldiers. Francisco stated that by understanding real-world contradictions, one could grasp the core values of military theory, then scan the students before posing a challenging question. He asked how many of the future talents present would become elite warriors, and what they believed was the most crucial factor in warfare. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand shot up, and Francisco turned his gaze toward Dean, inviting the student to share his thoughts. Without hesitation, Dean confidently answered that it was logistics, causing a stir among the surprised students before Francisco nodded in satisfaction, confirming he was absolutely correct. His voice boomed as he continued the lecture, stating that victory, progress, and every great success could only be achieved when logistics were firmly secure. After speaking, he looked at Dean with approval while the room fell silent, thinking it was quite interesting that someone had answered correctly right from the start. Francisco crossed his arms and posed a follow-up question specifically for Dean, asking if he knew the 3 most important aspects of managing logistics. Dean replied with unwavering confidence. First is strict military management. Logistics from the capital to the front is not just about distance. It is a long and complex system. If anyone harbors ambition and greed, corruption will easily occur, quickly leading to a severe shortage in the supply chain. Dean seemed to be reminiscing about the past. In his experience, most supply issues stemmed from irresponsible middlemen, even if the initial shipment was sent safely. Francisco was very pleased with this student. Exactly, Dean continued calmly. Second is the standardization of supplies. If the quantity and weight of items are unified under a common standard, mass production becomes possible, allowing for rapid supply to help frontline units maintain their strength. As he finished his answer, the hall buzzed with conversation because what Dean said was something they had never read in any book. What is this? This isn't in the books. Francisco laughed to himself. What's going on here? He continued to ask. Correct. So what is the final point? Dean didn't make his teacher wait, quickly replying. It is local production. The longer a war lasts, the harder it is to follow the first 2 points, and supply quality will decline. Recalling the sight of laborers toiling in the fields, he suggested that soldiers on the battlefield must find ways to be self-sufficient at a minimum level. Though the quantity and quality may be low, it serves as vital reserve food during critical moments, Dean continued, his voice full of emotion. These are all things I witnessed and felt on the battlefield. The rows of green cabbage under the sun thanks to everyone's hard work. As they listened to Dean's analysis, the entire hall held its breath, and no one dared to make a sound for fear of interrupting him. The students stared with wide eyes and open mouths, stunned by Dean's words which were far beyond their understanding. Francisco was thrilled to have such a knowledgeable student. Well done. That was an excellent answer. What year are you? Dean replied, I'm a freshman. Hearing that Dean was a first-year student, the professor was even more shocked. What? Only a freshman? He looked at Dean standing there with absolute confidence. Francisco wondered how a new student could know these things. He stepped off the podium and approached him. Strict military management, standardization of supplies, and finally, local production for self-sufficiency. Francisco showed a bit of doubt. Those answers are based on the practical experience that soldiers and officers gain on the battlefield. As someone without combat experience, how could you know this? Cornered by the question, Dean didn't know how to answer and had to make up a reason. My father often told me these things, he said. Francisco was curious. Your father, then you are? Dean then introduced himself, Dono Grace. The professor asked in surprise, Dono Grace. Francisco broke into a cold sweat, feeling a very familiar aura. You are the son of the Green Cyclone, so that's the reason. Francisco remembered how Dean's father had stood firm against the monster attacks. If he was a member of the Grace family, then he was the student who had enrolled in the liberal arts major. Thinking of the boy's confidence in speaking about things other students had never experienced, Francisco marveled. No wonder his level is so different from the other freshmen. He spread his arms and cleared his throat. Did you all hear that? The military theory we will study is exactly what this student just described, applying theory to real-world situations based on textbook knowledge. The students listened intently as Francisco concluded. This is the ultimate goal of military science. Francisco glanced at Dean, silently evaluating him. It had been a long time since such an outstanding student had appeared. Dean felt Francisco's gaze and looked back, their eyes meeting. Francisco looked away and continued the lecture. Well, let's move on to the next part. During the break, everyone gathered in the academy's large front courtyard. Dean muttered irritably as he walked. I almost got dragged into the great academy. Dean remembered how Francisco had stopped him after class to ask if he wanted to study military science further. At that time, Dean was a bit suspicious. Calling a new student over right after class to recruit them for the great academy seemed a bit rushed. Dean recalled his sister's advice. If anyone tells you to join the Imperial Great Academy, just refuse and leave immediately. But it doesn't seem like he will give up easily. Remembering the map in his hand, Dean shook his head. My task now is... He took the map out of his pocket to examine it. I still haven't adjusted to the academy map. It's just too big. He wasn't used to using a map to find his way. Dean's finger traced the map toward the central fountain square where he was meeting Layla. Dean noticed a specific location on the map and realized that cutting through the misty garden would be the fastest route. The garden possessed a regal atmosphere akin to a palace, yet visibility remained limited even on clear days, and the slightest overcast made everything so blurry that people easily lost their way. Most people avoided this vast, fog-shrouded garden, but Dean stood there watching the birds as they flew and perched upon the tree branches. Despite rumors of ghosts appearing at night, he smiled and noted that the place didn't seem as ominous as his eldest sister had described while he looked up at the sky. With the sky clear and the sun warm, the favorable weather allowed him to reach a large door in what felt like the blink of an eye. A desperate cry for help echoed from within. Help! Is anyone there? Please help me! And Dean, wondering if someone was truly there, rushed toward the sound without hesitation. As he ran, he figured he had plenty of time before his next class to help the person out, so he accelerated his pace and dashed forward. Dean pushed the heavy door open to free a trapped person who, while clutching a backpack, thanked him profusely and said he thought he would be stuck there forever. Dean asked with concern if the young man was injured. Noting his messy hair, large round glasses, and the pile of belongings he was cradling. The boy, identifying himself as Ernest Zen, a first-year exploration student, gave a weary smile and claimed he was merely exhausted and otherwise fine. Dean looked at him skeptically, wondering how an exploration major could get lost, while Ernest sheepishly explained he had simply wandered off in his excitement. Finding the excuse a bit far-fetched, Dean decided not to comment further and asked if he belonged to the Baron Dai family from the west. When Dean mentioned their crest featured a ship and a sailor, Ernest was surprised by his knowledge and began to enthusiastically share his family's pride. He confirmed that his family was the most famous in the field of exploration, having spent generations discovering new lands. They had explored countless seas and foreign territories, yet as Dean observed Ernest's frail frame, he couldn't help but harbor some doubts. Ernest set down his heavy pack and approached Dean, asking for his name while expressing surprise at Dean's knowledge of his house. When Dean introduced himself as Don O'Gress, Ernest gasped in shock, realizing he was the new student who had passed the liberal arts major after 50 years. Dean scratched his head and sheepishly admitted his identity, laughing awkwardly at the level of recognition he was receiving. While Ernest remained enthusiastic, Dean sighed inwardly and noticed strange marks on the boy's neck that contradicted his claim of being unhurt. He wondered about the bruises and scars, noting that they looked very different from the typical injuries one would sustain during an exploration. Frowning, Dean asked if he was currently exploring the garden, and Ernest passionately confirmed that everything new to him was an adventure. To Ernest, exploration encompassed not just the labyrinthine garden, but also the people and objects around him as he showed off his gear. Dean looked at the binoculars, compasses, and various tools with suspicion, thinking the amount of equipment was quite excessive. As they sat on the ground, Ernest explained his goal to map every corner of the academy, starting with the anomalies of the misty garden. He argued that the presence of such thick fog even on a cloudy day was illogical, and Dean asked if he had discovered anything yet. Ernest admitted he hadn't, though he was certain a mysterious force resided there, even if no one had been able to uncover its secrets. His spirit surged as he suggested that perhaps there was a reason the mystery remained unsolved, or that previous attempts had simply failed. When Dean asked what that reason might be, Ernest avoided his gaze and firmly replied that it was simply impossible to know for certain at this time. He then shared his theory that the phenomenon might be caused by unknown factors or hidden objects. He speculated it could be the work of ferocious beasts, relics of a lost kingdom, or perhaps even summoned creatures from beyond the horizon. Dean listened to Ernest, his interest growing at the mention of an ancient kingdom's legacy, while an excited Ernest expressed his desire to uncover its secrets, until Dean suddenly remembered his class and spoke up. "Oh, that's right. I'm actually on my way to a lecture," Dean said, leaving Ernest flustered and scrambling for words as he looked around in confusion. Ernest quickly gathered his belongings to depart, but a sudden, heavy downpour caught them off guard just as they were about to leave, prompting an exclamation from him. "It's raining," Ernest cried as they both dashed for shelter under a nearby eave, his eyes widening in alarm as he shouted that they were in serious trouble. He explained that rain in this area always brought a thick fog, startling Dean, who realized that escaping under such conditions would be nearly impossible. As the rain intensified, a worried Ernest noted they would surely lose their bearings and quickly produced a small box containing a compass. The compass needle spun erratically before spiraling out of control, causing Ernest to break into a cold sweat as he grimly announced that the device was useless and they were doomed. Movement was now impossible, and when Dean asked if Ernest's exploration skills could help, Ernest gripped the compass box helplessly, muttering that an unknown force had trapped them and was weighing down his body. While Dean watched in astonishment, Ernest inwardly repeated his realization that they were ensnared by a mysterious power and trapped by an unknown force. Feeling increasingly anxious, Ernest mentioned his heavy limbs again and apologized to Dean, who calmly reassured him that everything would be fine. Dean suggested they wait and observe the situation until a dense shroud of mist suddenly enveloped them, making him sense that something was amiss. He wondered if the fog felt strangely familiar or if it was just his imagination, as it seemed to be replenishing his own strength. Ernest slumped to the ground with soaked hair, weeping as he blamed himself for the danger Dean was now facing. A sudden flash of blue light made him stop crying, and he stared in shock as Dean's power began to overflow around them in a perfectly controlled manner. The release of energy was so intense that it felt like a powerful gale hitting Ernest's face, causing him to cry out in surprise. Dean raised his hands as the terrifying magic surged, and as the power finally receded, Ernest wondered how the fog was dissipating outward from him. Seeing the lingering aura around Dean, Ernest asked what was happening, but Dean simply told him to move out before looking him in the eye and confidently stating he knew the way. The two stood by a tranquil lake shrouded in mist at the heart of the mysterious garden, where a curious Ernest pointed to the grand fountain and identified it as the central magic fountain. Dean asked what was so special about it, prompting a mysterious look from Ernest, who explained that most students came to the garden for that very reason before suddenly asking a surprised question. When asked if he knew the legend, Dean raised an eyebrow in curiosity, leading Ernest to recount the tale that anyone reaching this spot before the fog cleared would be reunited with the person they longed for most, though Dean privately dismissed it as a romantic fabrication while harboring a different question. He wondered how the fountain's magic remained active and how it functioned, given that even reaching it was such a monumental task. Ernest was taken aback and agreed as Dean fixed his gaze on the crystal-clear water pouring from the fountain. Observing its massive scale, he speculated that without a constant infusion of mana, there must be an even more potent power source sustaining it indefinitely. Ernest pondered the idea of a power source, wondering if the garden itself was a giant mechanism, a possibility that Dean acknowledged with a nod. Dean agreed that the garden's layout was unnecessarily complex, which made Ernest exclaim in excitement that his theory was likely correct. If the garden was a massive mechanism, the fountain was likely an ancient artifact. Dean considered this and the fog's connection as he reached out to touch the water. He felt the cool flow and became certain of his theory, closing his eyes as he sensed a resonance building within himself. It felt like reuniting with an old friend, and as a sudden realization struck him, his body tensed and his eyes snapped open to the answer he had found. Recognizing it as ancient magic, his gaze fell upon strange characters he had previously missed, and he reached out to touch them. Ernest watched Ding's actions and exclaimed in shock, "Wait, this is the Sigret script of the Great Dean Empire. It's beyond the Sigret language." Ernest nodded in confirmation. "That's right. I wasn't sure because I couldn't see it clearly, but now that I've touched it, I'm certain. It's the language used in the vanished ancient kingdom of Sigret." Ding was quite surprised. "You know this as well?" Ernest smiled sheepishly. "Of course, I am an explorer after all. Linguistic research is vital for an adventurer." As if to prove his words, he reached out to touch the Sigret characters and muttered, "It would be quite frustrating to reach ruins and be unable to read what is written there." Having said that, Ernest pulled an old brown notebook from his breast pocket. "Of course, I haven't mastered every language yet." He twirled the pen in his hand and said humorously, "But I've been taught this particular tongue since I was a child." Ernest smiled and said, "Let me try to decipher it." Ding chuckled at Ernest's rapid pace. "Haha, your explorer's instinct is truly awakening." Ernest muttered while translating, "Let's see, this word means qualified, and the next is this world." The tip of his pen moved continuously across the paper. It made a soft scratching sound. "Yes, that's it." A rare look of seriousness suddenly appeared on Ernest's excited face. His hand moved faster and faster. Ernest lowered his voice and said, "So, putting it together." Then he happily announced, "Ding, I've decoded it." Ding asked, his voice full of anticipation, "What does it say?" Ernest held up the notebook covered in scribbles and read, "Those who are qualified shall prove their strength." Ding was stunned and repeated the words, "Qualified? Prove," he thought to himself. "Does qualified mean ancient magic? Somehow the closer I get to the center, the more familiar it feels." Ernest smiled. "How interesting. The qualified mentioned here refers to ancient magic. There is no way such a person exists." Ding replied with a smile, "Thank you." Then Ernest's eyes widened in shock as he saw mystical blue ribbons of light swirling around Ding. Ernest couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Ding, what are you doing?" Ding remained focused on the light ribbons, narrowing his eyes slightly. "They say ancient scripts contain power within their forms." Recalling the bracelet he wore, he speculated, "If I use this bracelet." Ding raised his hand and the ribbons of light rushed into the jewelry. Sure enough, strange characters began to appear on the bracelet. He smiled with satisfaction at his theory. Ding raised his hand again, and the ribbons of light flew out one after another. The Sigret characters seemed to come alive, moving gently before transforming into different shapes. Then they shifted into yet another form. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, as if a convoy of horse-drawn carriages were passing by. The tremors grew more violent. Even the stone pillars on the fountain collapsed. Ernest frowned in worry. "What on earth is happening? This shaking is too intense." The fountain began to sink slowly into the earth, its speed increasing by the second. Ernest watched the scene before him and cried out in shock, "Ding, what exactly did you do?" "The fountain is sinking into the ground." Ding smiled without a word, thinking to himself, "Wonderful, that was the correct answer." A sudden gust of wind blew past, and Ernest thought, "What the hell?" He wondered doubtfully, "Did the blue mist also activate the ancient ruins? Is it really that easy?" His gaze shifted to the flows of light wrapping around the bracelet on Ding's wrist. Ernest suddenly understood. The qualified person turned out to be Ding. Suddenly, a blue object within the fountain emitted a brilliant radiance. Ding cried out, "Look, something is glowing in the center." Both of them stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Ernest exclaimed, "It's so beautiful, just like a gem. This must be the power source operating the fountain." Ding voiced his thoughts. "Perhaps it is the cause behind all the strange phenomena in this garden." Ernest marveled at the sight. Ding raised an eyebrow, his voice filled with anticipation as the soft blue light continued to shine. Ding called out, "Let's go see the ancient magic." Ding stepped into the center of the circle. He gently raised his hand, feeling waves of spiritual energy brush against his palm. Ding frowned slightly and remarked, "This power is ancient mana. It really is the same as my own." Suddenly, the power within him surged so violently that it overflowed. Ancient script abruptly appeared, catching him completely by surprise. "Ah, this is Anna. It existed and was destroyed. This is the legacy." He was amazed. "Incredible. I can understand the ancient language I once couldn't read. This truly is the legacy of the magic kingdom of Anna. So now I have absorbed this power." Suddenly, his chest stung with an unusual pain. Ding moved his jaw, gritting his teeth against the unprovoked agony. "Oh, my heart!" Suddenly, his heart felt as if it were being torn apart by an invisible force. "Something is flowing into my heart. It feels as if it's swelling to the point of compressing my blood vessels." A strange sight appeared before Ding's eyes. "This circle is..." After careful observation, he finally recognized the core and the circle. It reminded him of the ancient mages who once possessed them. Their roles were so contradictory that obtaining both was nearly impossible. Due to poor efficiency and physical harm, magic swordsmen often lived with heart disease, which was how Dean explained his body's reaction. Turning to the present, he strode across the school grounds, telling himself that he didn't want to create a circle that would limit him to only using magic. But was he being forced into it? Shaking off the thought, he heard a voice ask, "Really? How do you know?" Dean looked at Ernest, who was still gaping in shock, and smiled to himself. As the rain intensified with no sign of stopping, he realized he might uncover the secrets of this entire place while leading the way for Ernest. A blue light continued to envelop Dean, leaving Ernest skeptical and wondering what was happening as he stared at the energy surrounding his friend. He assumed this was a mysterious mist that many mages had yet to decipher, yet Dean was walking right through it as if it were nothing. Ernest looked down at Dean's feet and noticed the mist automatically parting as he walked, dissipating wherever he stepped. With his vision clearing, Ernest marveled at how miraculous this young man was until Dean suddenly stopped and announced they had nearly arrived. Ernest looked around in a daze, asking if he had truly found the way, but it wasn't an exit that shocked him. They were at the heart of the mist garden. His friend's face lacked its usual brightness and was clouded with worry, prompting Ernest to ask if he was all right, to which Dean forced a natural smile and told him not to worry. A spark of curiosity flashed in Ernest's eyes as he recalled the strange scene from moments ago, unable to keep himself from questioning it. "You can't imagine my surprise, but did you actually absorb that power just now?" Ernest asked, tilting his head as he tried to make sense of it. He also mentioned the runic mist, sensing something special about Dean, who hesitated to answer while considering how curious Ernest must be after witnessing everything. Thinking it would be better if they didn't get too deeply involved in such matters, Dean simply laughed it off and claimed he was just following his sister's instructions. He admitted he didn't know the specifics, and Ernest accepted this, asking Dean to share any future discoveries, to which Dean readily agreed. With a hidden look in his eyes, Dean agreed, just as a new idea struck Ernest, who excitedly remarked that he felt like a true explorer today. He suggested they uncover the deep mysteries of the academy together, a proposal that Dean accepted with a smile. He replied that they should share any magical phenomena or locations they found, agreeing once more while his mind wandered to a different curiosity. He wondered if similar magical convergences existed elsewhere, when Ernest suddenly remembered something important and spoke up. "Dean, didn't you say you had a class?" Ernest asked, causing Dean to snap out of it and realize he was late before hurrying off with a quick apology. Ernest smiled and bid him farewell, standing there and whispering to himself about what an interesting friend Dean was. He looked forward to the great things they would surely discover together, while Dean dashed away at an incredible speed. As he ran, he sensed a change within his body and wondered why moving like this felt so much more effortless than before. He noticed the excess energy flowing through him and realized that his circle and core were coexisting without conflict, whereas normally, the circle would interfere with the core's power. This usually resulted in poor efficiency, but Dean's movements were becoming more fluid and his speed was increasing, yet he felt no strain regardless of how much mana he generated. In fact, it was quite the opposite. As he analyzed the secret of his circle and core, he felt his mana circulating smoothly through the circle before concentrating in the core. Furthermore, the mana gathered in his core was far purer and more powerful than ever. So so he channeled more energy into his legs to further increase his pace. Feeling elated, he told himself he needed to contact his eldest sister immediately before arriving at the bustling Ha-Olsen district, filled with ancient architecture. Layla excitedly pointed out that this was the famous Ha-Olsen district everyone talked about and showed Dean where the entrance was. Dean's eyes widened in surprise as he saw their destination, while Layla began to explain the famous Mana curtain of the area. Hearing that, Diane curiously asked about the magic veil, and Layla explained that it was created by Saul Halston. He was a legendary mage from this very academy, and this special veil is only opened once a year for talented new students. In the field of magic, she added a crucial detail. The colors displayed would vary depending on the quality and rank of each person's mana. He understood the situation, as Layla explained that the veil was originally an advanced device used to detect dark mages infiltrating the academy. It seems that after dark mages became extinct, its function was changed to serve the current purpose of student selection. Diane still had questions and asked which colors represented each rank, to which Layla replied that the veil wouldn't change color without talent. A yellow glow meant decent skill, blue represented significant talent, and red was for overwhelming power, leaving him quite impressed. He noted her extensive research, and Layla explained her desire to know everything about the academy, mentioning his sisters had all achieved red. Layla then briskly stepped ahead of Diane, confidently stating she would go first before entering the magic veil. Suddenly, the entire space around the veil turned into a brilliant shade of red, causing Layla to shout excitedly that it was red. Diane praised her performance, and she proudly replied that she belonged at that level before he decided to test it himself. He speculated his would also be red, clenching his fists while thinking his absorbed ancient mana might make him stronger than usual. However, an unusual emerald green light appeared instead, leaving both of them stunned by the unexpected sight. Layla cried out in shock that there was no green rank, asking why he was always so different while Diane laughed it off. He agreed with a laugh, though he kept wondering why it happened as a group of students in a classroom began whispering. They pointed out his badge and whispered about why someone from the finance department would be attending this class. Others speculated he might just be visiting for the first session, as the subject of their gossip slowly walked into the room. A friend rushed over to greet him, and when Diane asked Arthur why he was there, Arthur Zidiamit replied he had business after class. The fifth-year representative of the magic department was excitedly asking the person across from him about the interdisciplinary student, Dean Gress, who had yet to arrive. The student stammered that although Dean said he would attend this class, he had not seen him yet, leading a disappointed Arthur to assume he was on his way. He instructed the student to bring Dean to him upon arrival, noting that as senior Arabella's younger brother, he required special attention. After the student agreed, a loud commotion erupted in the hallway as everyone turned toward the door to praise the newcomer's handsome looks and emerald-like eyes. Noticing the whispers about them, Layla nudged Dean playfully, teasing the top student about how much he enjoyed being the center of attention. She remarked that he was a topic of conversation everywhere, while Arthur smirked triumphantly upon seeing him and excitedly stepped forward to offer a greeting. Arthur expressed his pleasure at meeting Dean, who coldly replied that he had already noticed him standing out during the opening ceremony while scanning the man from head to toe. He wondered to himself who this person was, noting that while he seemed to be an upperclassman, his strange sense of familiarity was quite unusual. Dean bluntly questioned his identity and asked if the magic department failed to teach basic introductions, causing Arthur's expression to darken instantly. As Arthur's tone shifted, Dean ignored his foul expression and insisted that if he had business with him, he should at least state his name. Arthur was filled with rage, internally cursing the arrogant brat, while the surrounding crowd watched the exchange in absolute shock. They whispered about his audacity to speak to Senior Arthur that way, fearing that offending an upperclassman would ruin his life at the academy. Arthur's voice turned sharp as he harshly criticized Dean, claiming he only came personally because Dean was the brother of a senior he deeply respected. He accused him of being arrogant and overstepping his bounds, asking if he had ever considered how his attitude might tarnish his family's reputation. He calmly responded that he had never given it much thought, suggesting that, from his perspective, Arthur was actually the one being rude. Gritting his teeth, Arthur snapped that Dean had no idea who he was dealing with, his outward appearance radiating intense tension and fury. Internally, he justified his actions by fearing for his own reputation, believing Senior Arabella would understand as he reached out threateningly, stating that Dean needed a lesson. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense until a commanding male voice broke the silence, demanding to know what was happening and if there was a problem. Arthur quickly fabricated an excuse for Professor Renavo, the head of the magic department, claiming he was merely stopping by to greet the first-year juniors. With a hint of impatience, the professor suggested they socialize after class, prompting Arthur to obey and walk away while muttering that he would let Dean off this time. Beside Dean, Layla whispered a warning for him to be careful as that man seemed troublesome. Yet Arthur had no intention of giving up. He whispered an order to his subordinate to take Dean to that specific place, causing the other student to ask in fear if he was certain. When questioned about the risks of targeting Senior Arabella's brother, Arthur reassured him that he would handle the explanation and insisted on proceeding. During the lesson, Professor Renavo introduced a specialized device topped with a gemstone, explaining that today would serve as a brief introduction to the subject. He promised a short session before an early dismissal, noting that as a practical combat course, they needed to measure their mana levels using the device. The students cheered with excitement upon seeing the mana measurement device, while Professor Renavo continued with his instructions. He explained that by placing a hand on the device and channeling mana into it, numerous surges of energy would immediately manifest around it. He added that they would discover their number of magic circles, leaving the students in awe as they counted 18 shimmering rings behind him. Impressed by the professor, the students listened as Renavo explained that, while circle counts might be the same, higher proficiency resulted in deeper colors. He offered reassurance that even if circles failed to appear, it did not imply a lack of talent, so they should not be overly concerned. Students below marveled together. Indeed, some had not even formed a magic circle yet, so Professor Renavo quickly added, "Therefore, we cannot rely solely on magic circle testing for evaluation," he said, turning back to the board. "Since you chose this subject, you must at least master the basic spells." Professor Renavo pulled a box filled with small spheres from his spatial storage, announcing that they would use them to accurately assess their mana levels. Ding frowned the moment he saw them and muttered, "The spheres," as Professor Renavo raised his hand to control them with magic before announcing the task. "Using the basic magic, psychokinesis, show me your ability to control these spheres," Renavo said, gently waving his hand to demonstrate the technique. Immediately, a surge of magical power swept the spheres toward him, leaving the entire class stunned by the impressive performance. They cheered with excitement at his perfect and precise control, though Layla appeared unfazed, remarking that it was no big deal. She noted that even basic magic's power depends on the caster, requiring mana to be channeled into each sphere, and told Ding that 3 was likely their current limit. "Perhaps you can control even more," she said, just as Professor Renavo suddenly called out to Arthur, noting he was only auditing the class. "But could you provide a demonstration for your juniors?" Arthur replied that he would be happy to, while inwardly he was overjoyed. He thought he would surely humble that arrogant brat Ding, who only gave him a sidelong glance, wondering where such conceit came from as Arthur activated the mana meter. Numerous magic circles immediately appeared behind him, causing the students below to cry out in astonishment at Senior Arthur's prowess. "He has already reached level 4, and the color is excellent," Renavo said, patting Arthur's shoulder and praising his progress as the boy bowed humbly. "It is all thanks to your guidance, Professor," Arthur said, as Renavo told the class that students usually only reach 4 circles after graduation. "But your senior has already achieved it," Renavo continued, praising Arthur's outstanding talent and telling the students they should learn from him. "Perhaps his advice can help you," he added, while Arthur held his head high amidst the class's whispers, thinking it was far too early for Ding to be surprised. "I will show you the gap between us," Arthur thought, while Ding said nothing, silently observing each sphere as it was moved by magic. As the spheres circled through the air, the students were once again amazed by Arthur's skill, noting how proficiently their senior controlled them. They looked at the countless spheres hovering in the air and asked one another how there could be so many, while Arthur began to sweat profusely. Thinking he had exerted his full power, he provoked Ding by asking, "How's that kid?" while Renavo led the applause, noting that it was exactly what he expected from Arthur. Professor Renavo told Arthur he had done well and could return to his seat, to which Arthur complied while flashing a contemptuous smile at Ding. "Let's see what kind of power someone who talks so big actually has," Arthur thought, as Professor Renavo turned to say that those without magic could leave now if they were worried. The entire class fell silent, so Renavo continued, "No one? Good, then let us begin. Please step forward in order, starting from the first row." Ding and Layla watched the events unfold, as Layla complained that this orientation was merely a way to flaunt everyone's abilities. to which Ding agreed that it was exactly what the academy intended. The students took turns placing their hands on the sphere. The first cheered as his magic circle was completed, but the second was not so fortunate. He irritably wondered why he felt nothing, while the third failed miserably as the sphere fell, prompting Professor Renavo to speak in a low voice. "What a pity next," Renavo said as Ding stepped up, the professor recalling how perfectly the boy had solved his test during the entrance exam. He was eager to see how many magic circles the boy possessed, as Ding placed his hand on the sphere, causing bursts of blue light to erupt around him. Instead of showing a power rating, the system panel displayed an unmeasurable warning, leaving both Layla and Arthur utterly shocked at what that could possibly mean. Everyone was in disbelief, whispering about whether the machine was broken, since a lack of circles should simply show nothing rather than being unmeasurable. Diane thought silently, wondering if it was due to ancient magic, while Professor Drenavo stood in disbelief, knowing the machine was perfectly accurate at detecting anyone hiding their true rank. "But now it says immeasurable. I've never seen this before," the professor shouted, concluding that the machine must have simply overloaded. "At least let us finish Diane's orb test first," the professor said, to which he replied, "Yes, sir," while Arthur smirked, claiming he knew it was nothing special as Diane stood before the orbs, reflecting on the immeasurable result. It was a pity, but he decided to try something else, wondering if it would work as he closed his eyes and raised his hand, summoning a familiar blue light into the air. He unleashed his power, causing every single orb to hover in the air, leaving the spectators speechless as they realized he had lifted all of them at once. "That's impossible. The highest record until now was only 5 orbs," one of Arthur's teammates cried out in sheer terror. "Every single orb? Is he insane?" Arthur stood frozen, his heart filled with an indescribable shock as he struggled to understand how such a feat was even possible. Meanwhile, Layla simply wore a blank expression, having grown so accustomed to Diane's extraordinary displays that she was no longer surprised by anything he did. "There he goes again. I'm not even shocked anymore," she thought, while Diane looked on with a pensive gaze, talking to himself. He hadn't imagined he could lift them all, realizing that he must have become significantly stronger after absorbing that source of ancient magic. Concentrating intensely, he skillfully manipulated the flow of ancient magic and flashed a confident smile, declaring that he would make the performance even more impressive as Professor Drenavo watched him closely. Questions raced through the professor's mind as he wondered what he was witnessing, realizing the boy was precisely arranging the orbs to form a specific image. Snapping back to reality, he saw a magnificent image composed of countless shimmering magic orbs suspended in the air, prompting the crowd to erupt in cheers. It was a lion and a snake, the crest of the Shrest family. Diane smirked with confidence while Professor Drenavo stood there completely stunned, lost in thought. Even Arabella couldn't have pulled this off, the professor thought, just as Layla stepped forward and calmly announced that it was her turn, telling everyone to stay relaxed. Professor Drenavo turned to Diane and nodded in approval, praising his performance and noting that even Sidon, who had never taken a disciple before, would be impressed. He added that Sidon would surely be proud to call him his student, to which Diane humbly bowed and expressed his gratitude to the professor. One of Arthur's teammates suddenly shouted in shock, realizing that Diane was the disciple of the former Magic Tower Master, which explained his placement in the Advanced Magic Department, before turning to Arthur in a panic. "Arthur, what should we do now? That guy isn't normal at all. He might even be stronger than you are." Arthur snapped at him to be quiet while he thought, causing the other boy to apologize immediately as Arthur clenched his fist in frustration, cursing under his breath. The Shrest family was truly terrifying, and he wondered why they were all such monsters, realizing that they would need to change their plans given Diane's level of power. He gritted his teeth in frustration, knowing he would lose face if he started a fight only to be outmatched, concluding that if he couldn't defeat him through skill, he would have to try another way. "I'll have to win him over another way," Arthur told his 2 teammates, suggesting that they needed to recruit him into the student council. He believed that once Diane was in the student council, it would be much easier to control him, though his teammates immediately pointed out that he was only a first-year student. "Exactly, even we didn't think we could join yet. It would be unprecedented for a first-year student to be part of the student council." Arthur responded decisively, asking who cared about the rules since they were meant to be broken anyway, leaving his 2 companions staring at him in disbelief. Arthur continued, claiming that Diane would bring fame to the magic department, while secretly thinking that his own reputation and career would also flourish as the scene shifted to the inside of a room. Cheerful voices rang out as Professor Drenavo smiled with satisfaction, telling Diane Shrest he had done perfectly and wishing he had known about his talents sooner. He mentioned he would have pressured the other professors to ensure Diane joined the magic department, to which Diane sincerely replied that he would do his absolute best. Regardless of which department he was in, the other students nearby began to whisper, warning that those in the magic department had better stay on their guard. Professor Drenavo gave him a firm pat on the shoulder and told him to visit whenever he had free time, to which Dean excitedly agreed. Back in the academy hall, Layla turned to Dean and curiously asked how he managed to be so impressive. She wondered how he kept performing such incredible feats, but Dean only gave a smug grin and admitted he wasn't quite sure himself, prompting Layla to snap back at him. She asked if he thought he was someone special, but he reminded her that she had successfully made 5 spheres fly, though Layla grumbled that his attempt at encouragement didn't make her feel any better. Just then, Arthur's group approached, and Arthur greeted Dean warmly, claiming he had been deeply impressed by his skills. He admitted his behavior during their last meeting was inappropriate and asked for a private moment to talk, making Dean realize the man's attitude had shifted entirely because of his abilities. A moment later, the words Student Council echoed through the air. The Royal Academy Student Council appeared before them in the center of the campus. They were a prestigious group with the power to manage the Academy's treasury and policies, enjoying immense fame and exclusive privileges. The crowd whispered about how the council could impose disciplinary actions on students or grant approval for various departmental events. Arthur tried to win Dean over with several enticing offers, asking if he realized what a massive opportunity he was passing up, as joining the council was a dream for many. He urged Dean to reconsider, insisting he would eventually see how magnificent the offer was, while Dean noticed Layla gritting her teeth and looking as agitated as a bristling cat. Suddenly, Layla grabbed his hand and pulled him away, claiming they would miss out on the tarts if they didn't hurry, which Dean quickly played along with, pretending he had almost forgot. A startled Arthur asked where they were going, but Dean excused himself by saying he had more pressing matters to attend to, silently thanking Layla for her perfect timing. Arthur told Theo he wasn't giving up on persuading him yet, while Dean and Layla walked away, with Layla complaining about what a nuisance the man was. She warned Dean that Arthur likely wanted to recruit him into the council, just to use him as a political pawn. Dean thanked her for the help, but Layla angrily added that the most annoying part was how Arthur completely ignored her presence, leaving Dean to laugh helplessly. Realizing that was the true source of her anger, Dean listened, as Layla admitted his performance in today's test had proven his overwhelming talent. When Dean asked if she was finally acknowledging his skill, she reluctantly agreed before he changed the subject to ask if they really sold tarts there. Layla confidently replied that since this was the Royal Academy, any dessert found within the Empire would certainly be available here. Excitedly, Dean followed her, while the scene shifted to Professor Drenavo and Arthur engaged in conversation. Drenavo asked Arthur for his thoughts on Dean, and Arthur admitted the boy was extraordinary, leading the professor to suggest Dean might even surpass Arabella. Arthur questioned if he was truly at that level, but Drenavo explained that while magic is often abstract, Dean's innate talent was undeniable. Arthur found it hard to believe Dean could exceed the senior he admired so much, but Drenavo told him to keep a close eye on the boy and ensure he joined the magic class. Feeling bitter that everyone was so captivated by Dean's talent, Arthur mentioned that he had already approached him privately after class. He revealed that Dean had rejected his invitation to the student council, shocking Drenavo, who wondered if Dean had heard something from Arabella and feared losing such a talent. As both men fell into deep thought, Arthur broke the silence by bringing up the recommendation letter the professor had mentioned previously. Professor Drenavo gave a faint smile and admitted things weren't going as smoothly as expected, telling Arthur not to be impatient since he still had 2 years left. He assured Arthur that an outstanding student like him would surely be recommended to the Magic Tower before graduation, though Arthur secretly seethed with frustration. Arthur recalled being told the exact same thing last year and questioned the professor's true motives, while Drenavo was busy with his own calculations. The professor thought to himself that if he let Arthur join the Magic Tower now, he would lose a student who provided him with such great entertainment. Another thought crossed his mind as he recalled rumors that Dean was the one responsible for destroying 2 of his favorite magic towers. Arthur suddenly interrupted the man's train of thought, declaring that he would personally convince Dean Drenavo to agree. "Very well, Arthur, I am entrusting this matter to you," the man replied, while Arthur felt a surge of resentment, cursing that his future was now held in that man's grasp. Regardless of his feelings, he had no choice but to follow the old man's orders. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Dean. Carrying a bag over his shoulder, he walked alongside Layla, asking her if the path to the cafeteria was always this congested. She explained that clubs with too few members or those that failed to show results would be disbanded, piquing Dean's curiosity. He remarked that it was his first time joining so many activities, to which Layla indifferently noted that they had already secured numerous awards. Dean's bag was packed with valuables, including 2 mana stones, 15 lunch vouchers, 5 meal tickets, and 8 convenience store coupons. Dean pulled out a scroll and mentioned it was a treasure map, prompting an excited Layla to grab it and ask what it was. He explained that the host claimed it was purchased at an AN auction, causing Layla's eyes to widen with joy like a small squirrel. She exclaimed that it must be incredibly valuable, and seeing her adorable reaction, Dean smiled, recalling his father's words. His father had mentioned that this auction house specialized in the Empire's rarest artifacts, using elite appraisers to ensure only masterpieces and ruby-encrusted jewelry were sold. Layla excitedly pointed out that it was a pristine Academy treasure map, and Dean added that he had heard the school contained many hidden, mysterious locations. He smiled, clutching the map and thinking Ernest would be thrilled, before finally locating the correct lecture hall within the vast campus. Reaching the history classroom, he breathed a sigh of relief as the lively chatter of students from various classes put him at ease. He realized that without the head butler's prior guidance, he surely would have been lost, just as Ernest approached to greet him. Surprised, Dean asked if he was in this class too, and Ernest cheerfully replied that all first years were required to take it. Ernest explained he had been looking around for him and asked how he had been, casually draping an arm over Dean's shoulder. Dean briefly replied that not much had changed and promised to tell the full story later, which Ernest readily accepted. As Dean began to speak, they were interrupted by a group of strangers who approached Ernest with clear hostile intent. Although Dean didn't recognize the group or understand the situation, Ernest's troubled expression told him that trouble had arrived. Ernest's face paled as he began to tremble violently, leaving Dean wondering why his friend was so terrified of the group's leader. Braun flashed a vile smirk and tossed out a provocation, saying he was glad to run into Ernest after such a long time. He looked exactly like a soldier suffering from a severe case of psychological trauma as he hesitantly returned Braun's greeting. Braun claimed that Ernest should have reported to him since he was the senior student, a blatant lie that made Dean question if they were actually friends. Ernest submissively apologized for his ignorance, but Braun merely grabbed him by the head and insulted him for being a coward who somehow passed the entrance exam. Braun mocked him for his past timidity while Dean watched the scene unfold, noting Ernest's lack of any significant resistance. Acting like a master commanding a servant, Braun told Ernest to go buy him a sandwich since he was too lazy to walk to the canteen himself. When Ernest asked if he had to go right now, Braun aggressively pressured him, backed by his group of cronies who all looked down on Ernest with contempt. Ernest, who rarely declined any request, honestly explained that being with a friend made the situation quite awkward. Braun was genuinely shocked, never expecting the boy to have the nerve to use a personal matter as an excuse to avoid being bullied. He taunted him, asking if he actually had a friend, before Braun shifted his focus to Dean and tried to provoke him. Despite the pressure, Dean remained silent. With a mocking sneer, he asked which department Dean was in, claiming anyone associating with Ernest must be worthless. Dean smirked, wondering which family this guy belonged to. His behavior reminded Dean of the cowardly rats he had seen on the battlefield. As Dean remained silent, Braun insulted him again, calling him a piece of trash. "Did a cat get your tongue?" he barked. Just then, a supervisor noticed the large group crowding around the 2 smaller boys and shouted at them. He asked what they were doing and told them to hurry to class. Seeing the supervisor, Braun acted like a mouse spotting a cat, awkwardly scratching his head as he obediently replied. He agreed to leave, but didn't forget to issue a warning, telling Dean they would meet after school since he had much more to say. Those words terrified Ernest, causing his entire body to tremble, yet he didn't dare talk back. Braun and his group walked away, laughing and chatting comfortably. They remarked that school life had become more interesting. Dean glanced at his friend, whose hands were shaking from the threat as his body went limp. He quickly reached out to support Ernest before he collapsed, asking if he was all right. Ernest apologetically said it was his fault, but Dean abruptly cut him off. He asked who those men were, noting that Ernest seemed to know them. Watching their retreating figures, Ernest softly replied that they were nobles from his hometown. They had constantly bullied him back there. Although he knew they attended this academy, he hoped he would never run into them in such a vast place. He thought he would never have to face them again and apologized for causing trouble. Dean gently patted his shoulder to reassure him. He told him it was fine and to head to class, saying goodbye to give him space to calm down. However, seeing Ernest's pale face as he stared into the distance, even though they were long gone, it was clear how deeply the trauma of being bullied affected him. Thus, Dean thoughtfully offered to accompany him. Ernest cried out in surprise, asking if Dean really meant to go with him and insisting he could go alone. Dean looked at him with a serious expression. He asked if Ernest intended to endure their insults alone, warning that they would only bully him more if he let them. Ernest looked at him in shock and hesitation, but Dean immediately cut him off. He arrogantly declared that Ernest had already witnessed his strength, so there was nothing to fear. Reminded of this, Ernest couldn't help but recall that moment. He nodded and admitted that Dean was indeed very strong. Stunned into silence, Dean took charge and decided they would go together, since silence meant consent. Ernest awkwardly tried to speak but hesitated. At that moment, Dean and Gron crossed paths again, with the latter maintaining his usual fake demeanor. He asked Ernest if the place brought back old memories. Dean rudely questioned if he was truly Ernest's friend, asking why he was only looking to cause trouble. Gron cursed irritably, likely annoyed by Dean's earlier silence, and asked if he wanted to die. Dean coldly replied that he wanted to ask him the same thing. Seeing his arrogant attitude, Gron became absolutely infuriated. He asked if Dean had heard of the Stress family, claiming to be the heir of the most powerful clan in the western part of the empire. Dean nonchalantly picked at his ear to hear better, and arrogantly replied that he had never heard of them. Ernest looked at Dean in terror. It was such a blatant provocation that even a fool would be enraged. Gron's companions egged him on, asking if he was really going to let it go. He furiously ordered them to take him down. The group smiled wickedly, glad for a chance to stretch their muscles under the clear blue sky. As they strolled forward to deal with Dean, they mocked Ernest, telling him he should have chosen a friend who could actually help him. They threatened to beat him twice as hard, so he would remember the lesson. Ernest trembled and urged Dean to run while they still had the chance. He warned that no matter how strong Dean was, they were too dangerous, especially Gron, who had been called a swordsmanship genius since childhood. Dean remarked that it sounded interesting, and said he would leave one for Ernest to knock out. Ernest gasped in shock, but Dean simply told him to trust him. He thought to himself that Dean's actions had become truly unpredictable, so he awkwardly looked away just as Bron rushed toward him. Calling out to Dean, Bron sneered at how confident he looked before throwing a punch and boasting that he was dead, the blow striking Dean's handsome face and forcing his head to the side. Ernest cried out Dean's name in worry, while Bron laughed maniacally and turned to flaunt his power to Ernest, rudely asking the mutt if he had finally woken up. He grinned wickedly at his handiwork and threw another punch, declaring that he wasn't finished with him yet, though this time things would not go so smoothly. Dean blocked the punch from the start, his expression remaining cold as he noted that the other man had struck first, before breaking into a mocking smile. He remarked that everything following would be considered self-defense, and immediately, one of Bron's lackeys with a cold gaze utilized the right-hand rule to throw a powerful punch at Dean. However, Dean simply tilted his body, effortlessly dodging the blow as if he were merely playing a game. A mischievous glint flashed in his eyes as a confident smile played on his lips, and before his opponent could recover, Dean clenched his hand into a fist. His muscles tensed as he delivered a precise strike to the buzz-cut man's ribs, forcing a pained grunt from his mouth while his face contorted and his eyes widened in shock. Staggered, his legs trembling as if they might give way, but driven by his remaining pride, he gritted his teeth and attempted to regain his composure. But Dean gave him no such opportunity, delivering a lightning-fast kick to his opponent's knee that landed with a sickening crack and sent the buzz-cut man tumbling to the ground. Without pausing, Dean whirled toward the remaining lackey and lunged forward, landing a sharp uppercut directly against the purple-haired man's chin. Seizing the opening, Dean slammed his shoulder into the man's chest, the force of the impact sending the purple-haired lackey stumbling back several steps on unsteady legs. Still not finished, Dean gestured as brilliant blue mana gathered around his hand to form a shimmering circle, and after taking a deep breath to feel the energy surging through him, he unleashed a powerful magic blast at the two men. The burst of light sent them flying backward to sprawl across the ground, while Bron stood by watching the entire display with wide-eyed shock, cursing under his breath as Dean frowned and stroked his chin. He wondered to himself in a low voice if that attack had been stronger than expected, questioning if it was due to the ancient magic core, while Bron's situation was equally grim. Seeing his subordinates collapsed on the ground, his gaze darkened and his lips thinned into a hard line as he muttered that they were nothing but a pack of fools. He grumbled with a voice trembling from rage and humiliation, while one of his men struggled to stand, coughing up dust and warning Bron that their opponent was far from ordinary. Hearing this, Bron's eyes bulged as his face flushed with fury, and he barked at them to shut up, asking how they could be so easily defeated by a mere first-year student. Dean turned toward him with a challenging look and a disdainful smirk, asking if he still wished to continue since he seemed to be all talk and no action. action. The provocation added fuel to the fire, causing Braun's face to twitch as he demanded to know what was said, while his slick-haired companion broke into a cold sweat and urged him to stop, pointing out how powerful the boy's magic was. But the advice fell on deaf ears as Braun roared and shoved his comrade aside, furiously declaring that he wouldn't look pathetic in front of these brats before raising his hand to summon a swirling vortex of azure mana. The circle rapidly expanded into a mysterious black void, yet Dean stood his ground with eyes as calm as a still lake, completely unmoved by the strange phenomenon. Ernest, however, was paralyzed with fear, his hands trembling violently as his voice cracked, while Braun slowly drew a shimmering steel blade from the Hu Ting. He looked up with a chillingly cruel smile, remarking that since they were in such a deserted place with no one around, everything would be fine, and told him he had made a grave mistake. He declared that Dean had forced his hand to draw his sword, but unlike the panicked Ernest, Dean merely tilted his head and observed the blade with an intrigued gaze. Dean remarked that the sword looked quite impressive before glancing at Braun and frowning, thinking to himself that the man was incredibly reckless. He wondered if the man had no regard for the Academy's rules, and seeing them whispering, Braun turned toward them with a voice full of menace. He asked if they knew that when the sky was overcast, a fog would roll in so thick that no one would ever be able to find a missing person. The slick-haired lackey standing beside him, sweat beading on his forehead, spoke up anxiously. "Braun, is this really okay? What if we get expelled from the Academy?" Braun spun around in a rage and roared, "Shut your mouth! Go beat that idiot and his brother to a pulp, then get back here." The slick-haired man nodded and replied, "Fine." With those words, the two lackeys charged toward Dean. Ernest panicked, his voice trembling as he cried, "What should I do, Dean? If you fight Braun, then I—" Before he could finish, Dean interrupted him, his tone calm yet brimming with confidence. "Don't worry, those guys are nothing. You can win," he continued. "That's right. You've done so much exploring that your lower body strength must be excellent. So try to land a powerful blow." Hearing those words, Ernest was still terrified, his heart pounding incessantly, yet deep within his soul. A faint spark of determination began to flicker. Braun's group drew closer, roaring threats. "You're both dead." Dean immediately spun around. He sprinted in another direction with the agility and grace of a leopard. Braun's face flushed red with provocation as he snarled, "Trying to keep your distance, are you? So you actually have some combat experience, don't you?" Dean turned back with a provocative smirk, telling him to shut up and keep chasing. Turning toward Ernest, he clenched his fists, his heart racing faster than ever as he told himself, "That's right, Dean is correct. We can't keep trembling like this forever." The slick-haired man approached with a sneer. "What are you clenching your fists for? Your eyes look quite fierce, too. I guess friends really are important, huh?" He laughed loudly, his knuckles cracking threateningly. "You seem confident just because you're standing next to him. Just take a few hits and get lost. I'll go easy on you." Hearing those words, Ernest frowned slightly. His heart was still racing, but he told himself, "Don't panic, think. What would Dean do in this situation?" Vivid images of Dean defeating the group earlier flashed through his mind, and a fierce determination ignited within him. Ernest took a fighting stance, his eyes gleaming with resolve. The slick-haired man clenched his fist and threw a powerful punch at his face. Ernest barely managed to duck, but the blow still grazed the top of his head, making him cry out in pain as his vision blurred. Gritting his teeth, he spoke in a trembling yet determined voice. "The person you once knew is a thing of the past, and he exists no more." Instantly, Ernest tightened his fist, and summoning all his strength, delivered a powerful blow to the slick-haired man's face. The punch landed squarely, contorting the man's features as his eyes widened in shock. Ernest didn't stop there. He unleashed a barrage of punches, each one aimed directly at his opponent's face, as if venting all his long-held fear and resentment. The slick-haired man staggered before finally collapsing onto the ground, clutching his face and groaning in agony. Despite his victory, Ernest could hardly believe his own eyes. His legs shook violently and his lip quivered, yet an indescribable sense of joy filled his heart. Calming himself, Ernest clenched his fists and whispered with pride, "I actually did it." Meanwhile, from across the way, Dean, having witnessed Ernest take down the slick-haired man, curled his lip into a smirk, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. "It seems your last comrade has fallen." Those words were like a sharp blade stabbing into Braun's pride. He spun around, his face flushed with rage and his voice trembling in sheer disbelief. "What? That's impossible." But the sight before him left him stunned. His final lackey was sprawled on the ground, clutching his face and moaning. Braun screamed, his voice cracking with resentment and shame. "How could you lose to such a pathetic failure?" Dean didn't respond, silently gliding toward a corner of the garden. There, 2 old brooms lay discarded. "It looks like I've found something useful." Without hesitation, Dean picked up a broom, firmly gripping its rough wooden handle. Braun burst into a contemptuous laugh, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Haha, you think you can handle me with that?" But Dean only smiled, his gaze calm yet ice cold. For someone like you, this is more than enough. Those soft yet razor-sharp words made Braun's expression darken. He gnashed his teeth, his facial muscles twitching with fury as he roared, "You arrogant bastard! I'm going to crush you today. I won't kill you, so don't worry too much." With that, Braun charged forward like a raging storm. The sword in his hand gleamed like cold steel, his eyes burning with a thirst for revenge. He gripped the hilt tightly and roared, "I'll only leave a small scar on your face, so that every time you see me, you'll tremble in fear." He unleashed a flurry of slashes that whistled through the air, each strike aimed directly at Dean with extreme aggression. Yet Dean, with incredible composure, evaded every strike with fluid grace, as if performing a deadly dance. Each time the blade grazed past, he felt a cold draft against his skin, but his heart remained steady and unshaken. Braun grew increasingly frantic, sweat pouring down his forehead as he roared, "This bastard is stronger than I imagined," while Dean remained perfectly composed. His sharp eyes tracked every movement of his opponent as he spoke in a steady yet provocative tone. "Your sword strokes are far too predictable." Those words felt like a splash of cold water to Braun's face, driving him to the brink of madness as he shrieked, "How dare you insult Ticker's swordsmanship? Do you think you're the son of Duke Tommy?" Dean frowned slightly, feeling the broom in his hand begin to vibrate under the mounting pressure. As Braun channeled mana into his blade and charged with contempt, calling Dean a trapped mouse, a sudden surge of blue mana erupted from Dean's grip. A faint humming sound echoed as his speed skyrocketed, leaving Braun wide-eyed in shock just before a hammer-like blow from the broom slammed into his chest. Braun cried out in agony, unable to believe a wooden stick possessed such power, but before he could recover, a final strike from Dean sent him crashing down. Dust billowed as the sword tumbled onto the grass, leaving Ernest standing nearby with his mouth agape and eyes wide in utter disbelief at the sight. He won with just one blow, Ernest thought, his heart pounding with a mixture of profound admiration and shock at Dean's overwhelming strength. Dean strode majestically toward Braun with a cold gaze and commanded, "Get up and keep fighting. Once you draw your sword, you must fight to the bitter end," he said, pausing as he recalled his father's teaching about accepting the consequences of a challenge. Braun lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his stomach, his face a distorted mess of sweat and tears as he groaned in excruciating pain. His mind was a chaotic mess of fear as he realized this opponent was on an entirely different level, gasping out, Who are you?" Dean replied firmly, each word resonating through the air. "Dean Sawgrass, son of Count Sawgrass, and a new student of the self-study department." Braun's face turned pale with shock as he stammered, "The Sawgrass family? You're the young genius admitted to the self-study department after 50 years. Dean simply shrugged with a nonchalant air and remarked, "Perhaps I should have introduced myself a bit sooner." Despair clouded Braun's heart as he muttered tremulously, "Damn it, no wonder he's so confident. But why is he with an idiot like Ernest?" Dean stepped closer, his eyes as sharp as blades, as he asked, "What should I do now? You drew your sword and lost. Shall I end your life?" Braun flinched and recoiled in terror, sweat drenching his body as Dean mockingly added that this hadn't exactly been a fair duel. Terrified that the man truly intended to kill him, Braun collapsed to his knees and bowed his head deeply before Dean. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," he cried in a pitiful, trembling voice. "I had no idea you were a member of the Sawgrass family. I'll never do anything this foolish again," he pleaded, but Dean interrupted him coldly. "You really don't understand the problem, do you?" Pointing toward Ernest with a stern expression, Dean said, "You're apologizing to the wrong person. Ernest is the one who deserves your plea." Braun immediately turned to Ernest and grabbed his hand, begging for forgiveness for everything he had done, leaving Ernest frozen in shock. Bitter memories of being bullied and humiliated by Braun and his gang flooded back, reminding Ernest of the constant fear he once lived in. Seeing his greatest tormentor now kneeling and trembling like a coward, Ernest felt a surge of conflicting emotions as Dean turned to him. "Handle this yourself," Dean said softly but firmly. "You can strike him until you're satisfied, or you can accept his apology and move on. The decision is entirely yours," Dean concluded, leaving Ernest to stare at the sweating, pleading Braun with a heavy heart. Braun continued to beg, insisting that he deserved whatever punishment Ernest chose to inflict upon him. Ernest closed his eyes tightly, his hands shaking as he thought about how much he truly wanted to punch the man to find some relief. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes, his voice both resolute and magnanimous as he said, "Braun, let us fight fairly next time. I will forgive you." Hearing those words, Braun looked up with a sweat-drenched face, his eyes filled with surprise and relief. He stammered, Are you serious?" Ernest nodded and turned to walk away, his voice firm as he said, "Then I shall let this matter go." Dean stood beside him, nodding slightly with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. "You did a great job." The two of them turned and left, leaving Braun still kneeling there, stunned by the shock. Ernest glanced at Dean, his heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you," he said in a choked voice. Dean simply smiled with a warm gaze and replied, "It was nothing." Just as Dean and Ernest had walked a few paces, Layla suddenly appeared. "Dean, I've been waiting for you forever. I had to search everywhere," she said with a hint of annoyance. Dean turned around, looking slightly startled, but he quickly broke into a smile. "Ah, Layla." Layla rolled her eyes, glancing at the bruised people lying scattered in the distance, and asked with a frown, "What's going on? Did you get into another fight?" Dean shrugged and said calmly, "It's just that someone wanted to pick a fight with me." Layla asked curiously, "Pick a fight with you? Who would be so bold?" Dean glanced toward Bron, who was still sitting there in a daze, his face full of shock. Layla followed his gaze and wondered why, out of everyone, he had chosen him. It was truly a stroke of terrible luck. From afar, Bron saw Layla and felt as though his heart had dropped into an abyss. "Is Duke Tommy's precious daughter coming this way?" he thought, sweat beading on his forehead. Dean continued calmly, "They say he's some kind of swordsmanship genius. Do you know him?" Layla crossed her arms and snorted, her eyes indifferent. "No, I don't care." Then she turned to Ernest, who was standing quietly nearby, and asked curiously, "But who are you?" Ernest scratched his head and looked down bashfully, his cheeks flushing. Dean quickly introduced him. "This is Ernest, a first-year student from the Exploration Department." Ernest nodded quickly and stammered, "It is an honor to meet you, Lady Tommy." Layla laughed and waved her hand. "Come on, don't use the word lady. It's so embarrassing. Just treat me like a normal friend." Ernest nodded slightly with a relieved smile. "All right," Layla asked curiously. "So, what do you study in the Exploration Department? Your family is famous for exploration, right?" Ernest nodded, his voice becoming more confident. "Yes, things like ruins, secret locations, and various types of discovery like treasure hunting or archaeology." Layla's eyes sparkled as she clapped her hands. "Then shouldn't we show him the map we found? He might know something about it." At the mention of a map, Ernest frowned curiously. "What map?" Dean smiled, his eyes gleaming. "It's a map we got from the club event. It was part of the prize." Ernest's eyes widened in surprise. "What? I heard rumors that someone received a treasure map, so it was you guys." His eyes lit up like a child who had just found a favorite toy, making Layla chuckle. "He's like a different person now," Dean shrugged. "He probably has a special obsession with ancient artifacts," Ernest said excitedly. "All right, let's find a quiet place first." Holding the map, Ernest observed it intently, his brows furrowed in deep concentration. "This map seems quite complex, doesn't it? Since this is a treasure map, deciphering it at a glance is impossible," he muttered. "Instead of showing the whole academy, it focuses on a more specific location." Layla pointed to a spot on the map and asked curiously, "What is this place?" Ernest replied thoughtfully, "There are many strange characters running across the map. I can recognize them, but they don't form any meaning. Is this some kind of symbol or code?" Layla turned to him impatiently and asked, "So what do we do now?" Ernest's eyes brightened as he began to analyze. "First, we need to identify the creator of this map. There's no universal standard for these things, but knowing the author would give us a better framework for our deductions." Dean stroked his chin and mused. "So deciphering it immediately will be quite difficult then?" Ernest nodded. "But one thing is certain. The location indicated on the map is within the academy grounds. However, this architectural style was only used when the academy was first built." Hearing this, Dean and Layla exclaimed in unison, their eyes shining. "So it's somewhere nearby, right?" Ernest continued with a serious expression. "Actually, the difficult part is that this architectural style was built using a very special type of secret magic. It was designed by Saul Halston himself." Ernest's revelation made Layla jump in surprise. Saul Halston. "He is the legendary mage who founded this prestigious academy," Diane added thoughtfully. "So that type of magic must be lost to time now, right? I recall that Saul Halston didn't seem to have any disciples to carry on his legacy." Ernest's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "You really know a lot." Lila frowned slightly. Letting out a weary sigh, she said, "I knew this task would be tough, but I didn't expect it to be this impossible." Ernest added, "The key now is to discover who created this map. Only then can we follow the trail and find the clues to unravel these mysteries." Diane gave a bright smile, his voice brimming with excitement. "So once it's decoded, all that's left is to set off on a treasure hunt, right?" That enticing prospect made Lila nod eagerly, her eyes sparkling with desire. "That sounds so captivating. Before joining the academy, I only ever worked with my family, so this is the first time I'll get to experience an adventure on my own." Ernest nodded in agreement, his voice full of enthusiasm. "I'm also really looking forward to joining everyone on this journey." Diane smiled, thinking to himself, "These two seem quite eager, don't they? But this will surely take a lot of time, so we should just take it slow and enjoy the process." Ernest suddenly handed the map to Diane. This surprised him. "Wouldn't it be better if you kept it while we're decoding?" Ernest smiled confidently. "It's fine, I've already memorized the entire thing." Both Diane and Lila gasped in shock. "No way!" they exclaimed in unison. "Is your memory really that good?" he explained bashfully. For some reason, I'm exceptionally good at remembering things related to maps and codes. Diane burst into laughter. Well, then you certainly have a remarkable talent. Lila chimed in. Just kidding, but exams must be a breeze for you, huh? Diane took the map and nodded. Anyway, I understand now. If you need any help with anything, just give us a call. Ernest nodded, his eyes lighting up. Thank you all so much. This is the first time I've searched for something with people other than my father, so I'm truly happy. Lila giggled. Now let's go eat. Let's celebrate the formation of our team. Diane and Ernest nodded, replying in unison. That sounds like fun. The three of them left together. The scene shifts to late night at the dormitory. Diane's contemplative voice echoed in the room. So much has happened today. I should take some time to organize my things. He began tidying the mess in his room, his gaze softening as he held the egg that Clara had given him. Important family items should be placed in plain sight like this, he muttered to himself, but then he frowned. But where should I put this egg? They say living creatures shouldn't be kept in dark, hidden corners. Suddenly, the egg vibrated unusually. Diane was startled, his heart pounding in his chest. Why is this happening all of a sudden? He watched intently, his voice trembling with excitement. This hasn't happened in 7 years. Is it because I've come to the academy? He shook his head and told himself, no, even though the academy is mysterious, the mana levels here aren't much different from my room. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be because of the ancient magic I absorbed in the garden? Diane placed the egg on the table, his voice filled with determination. Incredible, it activated instantly. All right, let's pour all my energy into this. Today is the day it hatches. He concentrated mana from both hands. It flowed powerfully like a river into the egg. The egg vibrated even more violently, emitting a blinding light that illuminated a corner of the room. Diane laughed loudly, his heart racing uncontrollably. It's absorbing my mana at a terrifying rate. I've been transferring mana into this for 7 years. Just how much can it hold? But then he realized in a panic, I can't do this here. This room is about to collapse. Diane hurriedly clutched the egg and ran straight to Clara's laboratory. Seeing the egg vibrating intensely, Clara cried out, her eyes shining. Oh my God, it's reacting incredibly strongly. What did you do to it? Diane explained breathlessly. It's still vibrating even though I've stopped transferring mana. Clara examined the egg for a moment, then suddenly frowned. Diane, I think it's time for the dormitory roll call, isn't it? You'll be in big trouble if you miss it. The scene shifts to the dormitory hallway as 3 figures approach. The person in the middle spoke with an authoritative voice. I am Manhwa, the dormitory council president. I will now begin the roll call. Noticing the arrival of the inspection team, all the dormitory students rushed out to stand at attention in front of their doors. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. At the Royal Academy, the roll call ritual was always conducted with the utmost strictness and no leniency. In a corner, a blond young man whispered anxiously, Why haven't Priscilla and Diane come out yet? Do they not know it's time for roll call? He swallowed hard, thinking of the severe consequences. 1 demerit point for being late, 2 for an absence. 3 violations in a semester lead to manual labor, while more than 2 absences result in demotion and expulsion from the dormitory. Another student replied hesitantly, Yeah, I saw Ding cleaning his room earlier. And the dormitory council president looked cold, his sharp gaze cutting through the crowd like a knife. Everyone stay still, no talking. He paused and spoke sternly. Floor 9 Dante Hall, don't expect any peace today. The blond youth frowned slightly and muttered, What does he mean by that? But in his heart, he wondered why he was being so serious today. And pointed at the surveillance monitor above and spoke in a cold voice. In the mana surveillance footage, interestingly, it shows Priscilla leaving the dormitory. We confirmed she left the premises 5 minutes ago, yet the system now shows her inside her room. Those words made the students turn pale. Some thought to themselves that they were doomed this time. And stopped in front of a room and pushed the door open. His eyes scanned the area as if trying to see through every corner. He said in a deep voice, Normally, we don't check if they are in their rooms or not. But from now on, the rules will change. Hearing this, the students were startled, their faces turning white as they cursed inwardly. A disciplinary storm was about to hit. After finishing his inspection round, and spoke up, The rest of you seem fine. The dormitory is also quite clean. However, Priscilla is docked 2 disciplinary points for an unexcused absence. The person in charge nodded. Yes, I understand. I will inform everyone. Continued suspiciously. Finally, there's Ding, the new student. Why isn't he here? Don't tell me he missed his very first roll call. A student replied quickly with a trembling voice. That's impossible. He must still be in his room. It seems Ding was busy unpacking and couldn't make it out in time. And smirked and said calmly, We'll find out soon enough. With that, he opened the door to Ding's room and walked in, seeing Ding cleaning with sweat on his forehead. Belongings were still scattered everywhere. Seeing Ding turned around and scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Sorry, I was so caught up in unpacking that I forgot about roll call. And nodded. His voice softened. Well, that makes sense. Since it's your first day, this can happen. The scene shifts to Clara's laboratory. She cried out in shock. That's an MK1 artifact illusion. Ding smiled, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Most people won't even notice it. My image is being projected from a remote imaging unit. Clara was utterly amazed. From what I know, that thing is extremely difficult to operate. The remote connection can be unstable. A single glitch would expose you immediately. Ding replied confidently. I anticipated that and tested it many times. As long as they don't get too close, it'll be fine. Clara shook her head at her younger brother with a mix of worry and admiration. You're truly bold. Both turned to look at the egg on the table, which was still shaking violently. Clara remarked, by the way, how is the egg? It must be reacting strongly to your mana. That means there's a high chance it will hatch. However, there are many cases where they react like this but still fail to hatch. Regardless, just having a reaction is rare. Consider it progress. Ding nodded, his eyes lighting up. So what do we do next? Should I keep channeling mana into it? Clara stroked her chin thoughtfully. There is still so much we don't understand about these spirit beast eggs. Placing it in a mana stabilizer carries risks, but I don't think we should stop. This lab is the best place for it to hatch. Don't you always maintain a strong mana barrier to keep everything secure? Ding nodded and said firmly, you're right. If we leave it alone, it might hatch unexpectedly somewhere unsafe. Clara took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling. All right, let's begin. Your mana is incredibly pure, but I'll still install a mana filter. Just to be safe. Ding got to work, carefully channeling mana into the egg. After a moment, he frowned slightly, sweat beading on his forehead. Is it still hungry? It has already absorbed a massive amount of mana. What on earth is inside this egg? Clara stood nearby, watching intently. She thought to herself, anyone with enough money can buy a spirit beast egg, but getting it to hatch is a completely different story. The specific conditions for hatching remain a mystery. Only one thing is certain. The caregiver's mana frequency must be compatible with the spirit beast inside, and it requires an immense amount of luck. Looking at Ding, Clara couldn't help but feel admiration. Just what level has this boy's talent reached? He knew it was formidable, but seeing it with his own eyes left him speechless. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound came from the egg's surface. Tiny cracks began to appear and spread. Dean cried out, his heart pounding. Do you see that? Clara stepped closer. Her voice trembled with excitement. It seems it's about to hatch. Just a little more. Dean gritted his teeth and poured more mana into the egg, his eyes glowing as he waited to see what creature would emerge. The cracks quickly expanded. Then a dazzling blue light erupted, accompanied by a surge of pure energy so powerful that both Dean and Clara had to shield their eyes. As the light faded, a small creature appeared before them with delicate wings and shimmering golden horns. Under the pressure of the sudden energy surge, Dean was thrown back and collapsed to the ground, panting for breath. Clara rushed over and asked anxiously, Dean, are you all right? He smiled weakly, his voice still full of excitement. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. More importantly, look, something has come out. Amidst the lingering haze, a tiny purple dragon with 2 golden horns and round eyes sat on the table before flapping its wings and taking flight. It circled in the air, looking incredibly adorable. Clara gasped, wait, is that a wyvern? The dragon let out a soft hiss. It spat out a few small sparks, further astonishing Clara. It can even breathe fire? She turned to Dean and urged him, don't just stand there, get closer to it. Sometimes spirit beasts recognize the first person they see as their master. Dean, that's your spirit beast, hurry. Dean stepped forward, his heart racing with excitement and nerves. Looking closer at the little dragon, he chuckled with a gentle gaze. Up close, you're actually quite cute. Hearing Dean, the dragon tilted its head and looked at him with curious, round eyes as Dean offered a friendly smile. In a warm voice, he said, hello, nice to meet you. He reached out his hand and introduced himself. I am Dean. Seeing that the little dragon had no intention of resisting, Clara cheered, her eyes sparkling with joy. Congratulations, Dean, you've bonded with it. The dragon chirped and flew to Dean's hand, landing as lightly as a small bird. Clara approached, her eyes wide with amazement. Did you really do it? How did you do that so easily? Let me see. She stared intently at the dragon, then paused, her brow furrowing. Wait, something isn't right. Dean was startled. His heart skipped a beat. Huh, what is it? It looks like something summoned from another world. Dean's eyes widened in surprise. Are you serious? Clara nodded solemnly. Yes, only a few chosen summoners can do that. Even I can only summon half-spirits. I never thought the youngest in our family would be able to call something like this. It's truly remarkable. Dean was stunned, his gaze fixed on the dragon. So you mean this isn't a summoned creature that actually exists in this world? Clara explained thoughtfully. I know most summons can be called even when they are young, but I've never seen one with characteristics quite like this little girl. The closest species might be a wyvern, but the details clearly don't match. Dean looked down at the dragon and smiled softly with a gentle gaze. It doesn't look that special, does it? So no one knows what it really is? Clara nodded. We'll have to find out. The problem is there are no records of a summon like this. Dean frowned. Is it a new entity? While the two were talking, the dragon began to yawn, flapping its tiny wings and spitting a small flame in protest. Dean laughed, wondering how such a creature had come to him, and if ancient magic was involved. Clara pointed to the eggshell fragments on the floor and said firmly, "Right, keep these shells safe. Some egg-born species eat their shells for nutrients." Dean nodded. "I see. So what should I do now?" Clara stroked her chin, her voice serious. "First, interact with it carefully and record everything. What she likes, what she hates, how long she sleeps, any strange behavior, how she grows, things like that." Dean frowned and sighed. "That sounds like a lot of work." He looked at the dragon, his eyes sparkling with determination. "But it's definitely worth it. I don't know what she is, but I feel the need to protect her," Clara added. "By the way, do you plan on keeping her with you all the time? People will be shocked if they see her. Why not leave her in the lab?" Dean shook his head firmly. "That's an idea, but we can't hide her forever. If I'm discovered, I have you and the others to support me. Besides, she'll feel trapped if she's stuck here." Clara nodded, her eyes brightening. "Yeah, so use this chance to establish your official mark." Dean was surprised. "A mark? You mean a summoner's mark?" Clara smiled. "That's right. You're still a novice, but your talent is undeniable. With this summon, you have the perfect chance to shine," Dean said, stroking his chin excitedly. "That sounds reasonable. Let's get to work then," Clara said, turning toward him. "You've enrolled in the summoning class, haven't you? Tomorrow's orientation is led by Professor Tamrick Piano. If you perform well, you'll receive special approval." She placed a hand on Dean's shoulder with a trusting gaze. "Normally, it's hard to qualify, but you're different. I believe you'll pass." Dean smiled, his eyes sparkling at the thought. "That sounds interesting," he thought, wondering what to name the little one. The next day, a blonde youth approached Dean, asking where he had been the previous night. "You weren't in the room during roll call." Dean gave a sheepish smile, claiming he had an urgent matter. The youth frowned, wondering how he had managed to avoid being caught. "Priscilla was caught immediately." Dean winked, saying there was always a way. The youth laughed, noting the Strauss family was always full of surprises. Dean asked if his sisters were the same. The youth nodded enthusiastically. "Of course. Your sisters are legends of Dante Hall. Just ask any student in the dormitory and you'll see their reaction." He patted Dean's shoulder, saying he was the only one who knew he had snuck out, so not to worry. Dean thanked him as the youth waved and walked away. Returning to his room, Dean collapsed onto his bed with a sigh of relief. They were safe, but he wondered why Priscilla had acted so recklessly. The little dragon crawled out from his shirt, fluttering its wings freely. Dean chuckled, seeing how excited the little creature was. He marveled at the creature as it breathed fire, realizing how special it was. The scene shifts to a secluded corner where Dean stands before a secret gate. "Here it is," he muttered, noting the main entrance was sealed. "This is our only way out," he whispered, his fingers lightly touching the transparent mana shield. Dean frowned, feeling uneasy as he realized the complexity of the barrier. They had enveloped the entire dormitory area in a dense layer of mana defense. "How can we get past this energy wall?" He focused his senses, trying to perceive the vast flow of mana surging around him. "There must be a weakness, even the smallest gap," he told himself with a determined look. While Dean was busy analyzing the barrier for a loophole, the little dragon, an adorable summon, flew around him playfully. It occasionally spat out tiny sparks of fire like a child at play. Suddenly, a flame accidentally touched the mana shield, causing a miraculous reaction as the mana layer began to vibrate violently, creating distinct ripples of energy. Dean stood there, mouth agape in shock. "What did you just do? How could you affect it like that?" Back in his room, Dean looked up at the little dragon circling above. He realized its flames could temporarily suppress or weaken mana. "Wow, that's incredibly cool," he thought, beaming. This little girl was truly a magnificent summon with hidden potential. The next day, Dean and Ernest strolled through the campus, enjoying the fresh air. Seeing Dean looking unusually refreshed and energetic, Ernest asked curiously, "Did you really name it Happy Sound?" "Seriously, who gave it a name like that?" Dean smiled, explaining it sounded friendly and easy to say. "Do you have a better suggestion?" Ernest pondered, watching the little dragon play. It's cute, but its name should probably have a bit more weight to it. Something that sounds more prestigious." Dean chuckled inwardly, finding Ernest's seriousness quite endearing. "You don't need to be so serious," he thought. Suddenly, Ernest stopped, his eyes lighting up. "How about Canas?" Dean turned back, looking intrigued. "Oh, that sounds good. What does it mean?" Ernest explained it meant mystery, which suited the creature well. Dean nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the dragon. "From now on, your name shall be Canas," he declared softly. The scene shifts to Bermuda Hall, a magnificent and ancient structure named after the great scholar Bermuda, who founded the mystical summoning arts. The students quickly gathered, their eyes sparkling with excitement mixed with a hint of nervousness, while someone watched from a secluded corner behind the rows of seats. Daijlong, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against Diane from a turbulent childhood memory, stood there silently, and recognized him instantly as his eyes flashed with utter shock. Mingled with extreme bitterness, he hissed through his teeth while sweat beaded on his forehead like morning dew, cursing the bastard who had stolen his summoning contract. After that humiliating incident at the banquet years ago, my family collapsed under public ridicule, and now we barely cling to a minor noble title in the capital. Why must he show up for this summoning class of all times? Daijlong gritted his teeth, his face so tense that sweat poured down like a stream as he told himself he must avoid Diane at all costs, until a loud voice suddenly boomed from behind, asking if he was retaking the class for the first time, making him jump and reply awkwardly to his senior. It is no big deal since everyone retakes a class once or twice. Take me for example. This is already my second time for this specific subject, so just treat it as an easy grade booster. Crushing the rookies will be effortless. And soon after, Professor Tamarick Piano entered the lecture hall, his presence instantly silencing the chatter as if dispelled by a silencing spell as he stood solemnly before the podium. This lesson will commence with the most fundamental theories of summoning, which serve as the vital foundation and key element for anyone aspiring to walk the path of a summoner. These theories in particular will appear on the summoner certification exam, so you must study them diligently and master them thoroughly. His words caused a stir throughout the classroom like waves crashing against the shore, prompting one student to whisper about how incredibly strict the professor seemed. Upon hearing the rumors that the summoner certification exam was as difficult as reaching for the stars, Tamarick overheard the chatter and gave a slight nod. His gaze, as sharp and cold as an icy blade, swept across the room as he remarked that those with sufficient talent could attempt to conquer the special admission exam. He warned that the path would be far from easy, causing a curious student's voice to tremble with excitement. Shouting out, the student asked for the requirements of the special admission, to which Tamarick smiled faintly and gestured for them to look as a magnificent blue screen materialized in midair. First, you must summon a rank 5 or higher creature using your own mark, and second, you must maintain that summon for over 30 minutes, leaving the students staring at each other in disbelief at the mention of a rank 5 beast. Even with a mark, such a feat is nearly impossible, as a basic rank 7 beast is already enough to drive someone mad, let alone sustaining it for half an hour. Tamarick did not let the chatter last long before adding that, finally, they must demonstrate a unique quality distinct enough to pass the special admission. Even if you fulfill the first 2 conditions, you will still fail without that unique flair. To be truly exceptional, you must leave an indelible mark of your own. The classroom seemed to explode with shock as the atmosphere grew heavy like the calm before a storm, with students complaining that the first 2 conditions were already nearly impossible. Now that an additional subjective requirement had been added, they wondered if anyone had ever passed, while even Diane curled his lip, thinking that it ultimately came down to the professor's personal whim. Tamarick observed the students' reactions without surprise, as if he had grown accustomed to this scene over many years, and he chuckled with a scheming glint in his eyes, asking if they now understood why it was called special admission. You also need letters of recommendation from at least 2 experts in this field, he added, leaving the class in stunned silence with bewildered faces as Tamarick glanced toward Diane, thinking of the name Dono Gress. Regarding this Phantom Link student, Professor Jen Pinso mentioned that he had successfully established a secondary link with the B-rank Orek she summoned. However, I will not believe it until I see it with my own eyes, as she might have simply fabricated the story to favor the house of Count Sawgress. I must verify this myself, he thought, before continuing his lecture by stating that their primary goal was to pass the regular exam, which would be easy for those who could already summon. Yet since this was extremely difficult for first-year students, they looked at each other in confusion while no one dared to speak, leaving Daijlong gulping as sweat beaded on his skin, and Diane furrowed his brow. He thought pensively that the new students must be quite bewildered, having only studied theory and compatibility tests, while Tamarick gave a bright smile and spoke with a voice as resonant as a bronze bell. Provocatively, he remarked that it was truly disappointing if no first year knew how to summon this year, making Diane's scalp tingle and his heart race as he pondered. Wondering if the professor was targeting him to test his abilities, Diane refused to be intimidated and stood up abruptly to accept the challenge, stating that he would like to try. His declaration made the whole class hold their breath as the professor asked for his name and major, to which he replied that he was Dono Gress, a first-year Phantom Link student. Tamarick nodded, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. I've heard of your exceptional talent from the dean. Yes, sir. If the dean says so. Tamrick's expression tightened as he sized him up. This boy was neither arrogant nor overly humble, his wit as sharp as a blade. He spoke bluntly. There are many rumors about you, but such talent sounds far-fetched. Can you demonstrate it right here? Ding nodded. If that is your wish, I can. But if I prove my worth, will you write a recommendation for the special admissions exam? The lecture hall fell deathly silent, the air heavy with tension. After a moment, Tamrick gasped. A recommendation for the special admissions exam. Do you realize what that entails? Ding replied, his voice as steady as a rock. Yes, I will prove my superior talent right now. And if you fail? Ding shook his head slightly, a confident smile playing on his lips. I have never even considered that possibility. Such absolute confidence. Even his sister wouldn't dare make such a claim. Intending to teach Ding a lesson he'd never forget, Tamrick agreed, his voice booming like thunder. Very well, step forward. If you succeed, I will personally write that letter for you. The surrounding students began to murmur. The room erupted in a frantic chatter of shock and doubt. What is he thinking? Summoning isn't even his specialty. What is going on with the Sawgrass family? Tamrick gave one last warning. If you fail, you must face the consequences. Do you still wish to proceed? Ding didn't flinch, his gaze as firm as stone as he nodded. Yes, I will. An intrigued smile crossed Tamrick's face. Fine, then come down. I happen to have a blank summoning seal ready. As Ding stepped down, he thought to himself, I didn't intend to show off in the very first lesson, but I might as well seize the opportunity. Holding the pristine white card, he whispered an ancient, cryptic incantation. Answer my call. As soon as the words left his lips, the space around him trembled violently. A brilliant magic circle manifested, radiating a mystical blue light. It engulfed the entire podium. From the center of the circle, a massive wolf lunged forward, radiating a lethal aura. A single cold glare was enough to make the students tremble like lambs. My God, is that really a 5-star summoned beast? How did he do that with a blank seal? In a dark corner, Digron stood frozen, his heart racing as he realized it was his own wolf, Zhenfu. Ding turned to Tamrick. Professor, I have summoned Zhenfu. Tamrick was still reeling from the extraordinary sight, sweat beading on his brow. How did he do that with a blank seal? Did he just form a contract instantly? Or is there some other secret art I don't know? He tried to compose himself. Even if he summoned it, he can't maintain it for 30 minutes. He cleared his throat. Impressive, but the second condition won't be so easy. Ding didn't want to waste time and smiled boldly. I don't want to waste the class's precious time. Let me show you something else instead. Tamrick frowned at his words. Something else? The entire class began to murmur as they stared at Ding. The Sawgrass family is truly terrifying. Digron's heart hammered against his ribs. The third condition was to demonstrate something unique, and the professor was being incredibly strict. What on earth is he planning? All eyes in the room were fixed on Ding. Tamrick nodded. Very well, let us see what else you are capable of. Ding began to release his mana, powerful surges of blue energy, erupting around Zhenfu like magical ribbons. He whispered an ancient incantation. Zhenfu's massive body was lifted into the air. Before the stunned eyes of the class, the wolf began to grow even larger, its claws sharpening. This is the power of ancient magic. The students were petrified. The wolf roared like a resurrected dinosaur. Summoned beast enhancement. Only fifth-year students can do that. He clearly isn't even a student of the summoning department. Zhenfu's roar silenced the entire room. His voice was calm yet full of confidence. Professor, is this enough to prove my uniqueness? Tamrick was speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. My God, he even performed a link enhancement. All the rumors are true. How can a student have such earth-shattering talent? Ding gently stroked Zhenfu's fur, his gaze soft yet proud. After a few moments, Tamrick regained his composure, his voice still trembling. Ahem, this is indeed extraordinary. We shall discuss the recommendation letter later. Diane nodded with a smile. Yes, I understand. While behind him, Digron swallowed hard, his heart racing at how much the boy had matured. The classroom gradually returned to normal after the commotion, though Tamrick kept a bewildered gaze fixed on Diane. Diane smiled to himself, thinking that the strict professor's reaction would delight Clara, and he now had part of the recommendation letter. He wondered if he should ask Professor Zen Fusso for the rest as the lesson ended, and Tamrick dismissed the class. Suddenly a voice called out, "Dins Gret," and Diane turned to see a familiar shock of red hair. It was Digron. Zenfu's former owner, Digron, looked a bit embarrassed as he scratched his cheek and admitted he was repeating the course after failing. Diane eyed him curiously, asking if he wanted revenge, but Digron sincerely apologized for his past mistakes and begged for forgiveness. He bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, and Diane smiled, telling him not to worry about things that happened years ago. Digron's eyes lit up as he promised to stay out of trouble, while Diane wondered if the man was simply afraid of being reported and expelled. He patted Digron's shoulder to reassure him that everything was fine, and Digron excitedly thanked Diane, offering his help whenever needed. Suddenly, a small lump shifted under the back of Diane's shirt. He knew immediately that Canas had woken up and was likely hungry. He turned to Digron, asking if he was in the summoning department and requesting him to lead the way to a supply shop. Digron nodded readily, explaining that the shop was called Orb and Ben, a place he frequented that was founded by two alumni over 30 years ago. As Digron rambled about the various supplies and current trends, Diane listened, sensing that the man was truly remorseful. Deciding there was no need for hostility, Diane spoke gently to Canas as she poked her head out of his shirt to curiously observe her surroundings. Telling the little one to stay calm, the two headed to the shop while Digron curiously asked what Diane needed so he could help find it. Digron offered to handle everything if Diane just told him the summons rank, but Diane replied that he only needed food for it. Digron stroked his chin confidently, claiming this was his specialty as a former compatibility trainer, before asking what kind of creature Diane had summoned. Diane hesitated before saying it was a wyvern, thinking that since Canas looked like one, her diet would likely be similar. Upon hearing the answer, Digron shouted in excitement, amazed that Diane had managed to summon a rank 3 creature like a wyvern. Seeing Digron's excitement, Diane signaled for him to lower his voice and keep it a secret since the creature was still very young. Digron was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise, just as the little wyvern named Canas began to squirm inside Diane's shirt. As she made curious little noises, an excited Digron suggested that soft food would be the best choice for a young wyvern. He explained that despite their size, they were gluttonous and would eat meat in a week, leaving Diane impressed by his knowledge. Diane wondered how such an expert could have failed as they arrived at the shop and were greeted by a bustling atmosphere. Digron quickly scanned the counters and grabbed 2 small bags of food, turning to Diane with a triumphant grin. He explained that one was made from 17 rare ingredients and the other was a special milk blend, suggesting Diane take both. Diane smiled brightly and thanked him, admitting he wouldn't have known what to do without Digron's help. Digron asked if that was all he needed, and when Diane nodded, Digron enthusiastically suggested he look at other items. Since they were already there, Digron encouraged him to browse the many useful items as they leisurely strolled through the shop. He marveled at the countless magical artifacts on display, from shimmering enchanted garments to vibrantly colored support potions. His gaze swept over the glowing staves until he stopped, his eyes lighting up at a magnificent one as he remarked that it looked quite interesting. But at that very moment, a warning voice called out from the side, telling him to wait because that item wasn't for beginners, and he shouldn't be looking for weapons before mastering summoning or he might get cursed. A carefully placed warning sign sat right next to the staff, stating clearly that new students were strictly forbidden from touching the items. The sign stated they would not be held responsible for any consequences, and Dije Long nodded in confirmation, explaining that the staff was usually reserved for 4th-year students and above. He warned that just touching it could drain all of his mana, but Ding didn't seem to care, thinking they were overreacting. The more it was forbidden, the more he wanted to try it, so he reached out and grabbed the staff. The shopkeeper cried out in a panic for the new student not to touch it because it was dangerous. But before he could finish, Ding had already tightened his grip on the staff. The orb atop the staff suddenly emitted a mystical glow, and Ding smiled with satisfaction, sensing its hunger for mana, so without a second thought, he funneled his mana into the staff, feeling a surge of power within, while the shopkeeper stared in disbelief, stammering about how the staff had actually stabilized. The man muttered to himself that almost no one could control the staff regardless of their mana levels. Yet Ding remained calm and remarked that it wasn't too bad. Standing nearby, Dije Long couldn't hide his absolute shock, calling Ding a peerless genius, while the shopkeeper stepped forward with his hands on his hips in annoyance. The man asked if he was really a freshman since he had never met anyone like him, to which Ding simply smiled and identified himself as Dinuo Grep, the younger brother of his senior. Upon hearing that name, the shopkeeper flinched as his tone shifted instantly, realizing he was the brother of the top student from the shadow department. He admitted he had underestimated him and wished he had known sooner to provide better advice, making Ding smile awkwardly at how quickly the man's attitude had flipped. The shopkeeper then asked if he intended to buy the staff, but Ding shook his head and carefully returned it to its original place. Ding explained that it was a bit too troublesome and couldn't handle as much mana as he desired, leaving the shopkeeper stunned since the staff was meant for 5th and 6th-year students. Ding looked at the staff and thought to himself that using it felt like trying to pour an entire well's worth of water into a tiny teapot. Deciding it wasn't worth the effort, he told the man he only needed a few bags of food, prompting the shopkeeper to mutter about how strange Count Scheitle's children were. The man noted that even his sister was like that, which piqued Ding's curiosity as he asked what he meant by that. The shopkeeper replied that while everyone else had been eager to try the staff, Kella had flatly refused it, claiming that it didn't look elegant enough. Ding frowned slightly before nodding, thinking that sounded exactly like his sister's style. Then he and Deje long paid for their items and left the shop. As they walked away, the shopkeeper watched them disappear from sight, whispering to himself about how every genius seemed to have their own strange quirks. Once they were clear of the shop, Ding found a quiet, secluded corner to set down the 2 bags of food for little Kanasi, who was squirming impatiently in his clothes, and told her to eat slowly. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from a nearby narrow alleyway, and the sound of clashing metal and shattering objects made Ding freeze as he wondered what was happening. A voice drifted from the narrow alley, telling the brat to keep his head down and ordering the others to give him a sound thrashing. Another voice called him a stupid coward and mocked him for not being able to speak after a few punches, causing Ding's eyes to narrow as a sense of unease washed over him. The insults continued to echo, telling him that no one was there to protect him today, but the victim shouted back that he wasn't afraid of them anymore. Hearing those words, Ding stopped in his tracks with his heart racing as he realized the voice belonged to Hennessy, and he immediately turned around. There he saw Hennessy cornered by 3 thugs, looking more pathetic than words could describe, with a red-haired boy clearly acting as the leader. The leader sneered with contempt, asking the others if they heard the boy say he wasn't afraid, while the one beside him laughed and noted that his body was shaking like a leaf as Hennessy grit his teeth. Feeling resentful, he thought these bastards were just waiting for him to be alone to corner and bully him. Another member of the group spoke up arrogantly, asking who would strike first since there wasn't a soul around to see. The other one grinned wickedly, saying he would take the lead because his jaw still ached from their last encounter. All 3 of them advanced with aggressive momentum. Despite his extreme fear, Ernest tried to take a defensive stance and roared for them not to come closer. The 3 of them burst into mocking laughter, jeering at how a failure like him dared to raise his fists just because he got lucky once. Deep within Ernest, a sense of utter despair surged as he realized he was in trouble and wondered what he could possibly do this time. But at that very moment, the sound of firm footsteps echoed from a distance, catching everyone's attention as a voice asked if it was them again. The blonde-haired boy spun around in shock, his eyes widening in surprise when he recognized the newcomer, and he shouted with a hint of panic in his voice. Dean Sagres continued to walk forward calmly with a faint smile, waving a greeting to Ernest, who looked at Dean as if he were a lifeline in a whirlpool, his eyes lighting up and his voice trembling with emotion. As Dean revealed himself, the bullies began to whisper frantically among themselves, questioning what was happening since they were told no one would come. One of them spoke up resentfully, while another told him to stop worrying and just bring out their weapons. Dean glanced at them, thinking to himself that this was going to be a real nuisance. He scanned his surroundings and told himself that since no one else was around, he would teach these guys a lesson. A powerful surge of mana suddenly erupted from Dean's body, and in an instant, countless spears made of energy materialized in midair. They all pointed directly at the group, causing one of them to cry out in terror, wondering how he could use magic, while the one with the buzz cut trembled and stammered. He asked if the Sagres family wasn't famous for their spearmanship, but the red-haired boy frowned and growled angrily, calling him an idiot and asking if he had forgot. Even Ernest standing nearby couldn't help but cry out Dean's name in surprise. With a cold gaze, Dean looked straight at the cowering bullies while the spears hovered threateningly, and he spoke up, saying, "All right." He gave them 2 choices, either retreat quietly on their own or take such a severe beating that even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. The faces of the 3 bullies instantly turned pale as a wave of extreme terror washed over them, and immediately after, the nearby stone wall suddenly showed signs of damage. Countless cracks appeared as if pierced by solid objects, and the ground suffered the same fate, fracturing into pieces. The bullies now lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agonizing pain, while Ernest approached with trembling limbs and thanked him. He told Dean that his limbs were still shaking uncontrollably, but Dean gave him a reassuring smile, saying it was enough that he was safe before looking at him more seriously. Dean suggested that they should train together from now on, which surprised Ernest, so Dean reminded him that he had said he wanted to defeat Braun. Dean continued, saying he would help him become stronger, and Ernest could only smile and admit he always relied on him before Dean asked if he had joined any clubs yet. Ernest replied that he hadn't because he couldn't find any exploration or archaeology clubs, which made Dean wonder since he thought there would surely be one. Ernest explained that while their year had a map research society, it was a mandatory course rather than a voluntary club. He had visited a few map analysis clubs, but they were just excuses to be lazy, which was disappointing. Hearing this, Dean stroked his chin and mused that most people just wanted to take it easy. Ernest nodded in agreement and asked why he was inquiring about clubs and if he planned to join one, to which Dean replied. He noted that everyone was so aggressive about recruiting freshmen that it made him wonder if it was truly important, and Ernest explained that they were told to choose carefully. Once you join, you aren't allowed to change for 2 years, and Dean gave a wry smile, noting the rules were stricter than he thought since a wrong choice would waste 2 whole years. At that moment, the campus was filled with colorful signs recruiting members for various clubs, ranging from a dessert gourmet society to an ancient book discussion club. Suddenly, Dean stopped in his tracks, turned to Ernest, and unexpectedly suggested they start their own club, leaving Ernest astonished as he asked what kind of club it would be. Dean replied that it would be a club where they could do whatever they wanted, and when a confused Ernest asked what he meant, Dean explained that they could train together. They could explore ancient ruins and gather for meals in their free time, doing whatever they pleased without any restrictions, and he asked what Ernest thought of the idea. Ernest's eyes sparkled as he eagerly agreed, saying that joining him would surely be fun, but his excitement was cut short by a sudden question. He wondered if the academy would approve such a club, but Dean confidently told him not to worry and leave it to him, leading Ernest to nod in trust. When asked why he suddenly thought of this, Dean smiled and explained that the constant club invitations were so annoying that he had to keep rejecting them. Since no existing club interested him, he decided to start his own, prompting Ernest to ask if he could learn more about spearmanship or swordsmanship. Dean smiled and assured him he would, suggesting he might even discover a hidden talent, which made Ernest exclaim in delight. They would certainly learn a lot from each other, but then he suddenly remembered that at least 3 members were required to form a club. Dean nodded and mentioned they had Layla, suggesting they go ask her immediately before the scene shifted to the club registration office. The 3 chatted excitedly as they walked, with Ernest asking if they just needed to submit the form while Layla urged them to hurry, prompting Dean to think how typical that was of her. She had even abandoned the dessert exploration club to join them, though she admitted the idea of weekly sweet tastings was tempting, to which Dean replied they could do the same. Ernest chimed in about his own love for desserts, and Dean added that they could do whatever they wanted, including meeting upperclassmen, as long as they followed Ernest's lead. Layla smiled broadly in satisfaction as the 3 of them filled out the application form together and headed to an office to seek official confirmation. Suddenly, Layla cried out in shock upon hearing the rules had changed, as a blonde girl adjusted her glasses and explained that the Academy's 3,000 clubs were becoming unmanageable. Starting this year, forming a club required formal approval rather than just a report, causing Dean to frown and ask what the approval process entailed. Layla sighed at their terrible luck, while the blonde girl continued, explaining that they now needed a letter of recommendation from an official professor. When asked if they wanted the application form, Dean nodded and took it before the 3 of them stepped out of the room. Layla lamented how difficult it would be for mere freshmen like them to obtain such a letter, a sentiment that Ernest immediately agreed with. They hadn't even met any professors yet, and Layla added that they couldn't just pick one at random, but Dean only responded with a knowing smile. He revealed he already had someone in mind, shocking Layla and Ernest, who worried they would be looked down upon as freshmen, but Dean told them to trust him. Left speechless, the scene shifted to the office of Professor Kentas, a man renowned for his unconventional and free-spirited personality. As Dean presented his club proposal, he secretly worried about how difficult the process was becoming despite the professor's willingness to listen, until Kentas finally spoke. In an absent-minded tone, the professor asked why they were there, and when Dean explained their desire to start a club, Kentas seemed pleasantly surprised. He asked what kind of club it was, and Dean smiled, describing it as a blend of swordsmanship practice, academy exploration, and exciting adventures. Dean explained they needed a professor's recommendation for approval and were looking for someone great, which made Kentas pause and think about their search. He thought to himself that the brat surely couldn't find a better professor than him, after coming all this way just to say something like that. Kentas pointed out that a professor was standing right in front of him and offered to recommend them himself, though Dean worried about being a burden. Dean worried about being a nuisance, but then smiled and asked the professor to sign the form he quickly pulled from his shirt. Kentas happily signed the form, stating he had to support his only student's ambitions, to which Dean responded with a heartfelt thank you. Once finished, he reunited with Ernest and Layla, the latter of whom cheered in excitement at how quickly they had obtained the recommendation. Ernest asked if he was close to the professor, still amazed that they hadn't even needed to say a word while Dean held the letter in his hand. Dean laughed and explained he had simply asked about swordsmanship to gain the professor's favor, and Ernest nodded, glad that they had succeeded. Layla patted her chest excitedly, asking if they were truly forming a club now. Dean nodded, saying they only needed to apply, and he was genuinely looking forward to it. Ernest exclaimed with a bright smile that it would surely be a wonderful and unforgettable experience. Dean then produced a pristine sheet of paper and spoke. He noted that the most important task now was choosing a name for the official registration, asking the others for their suggestions on a suitable title. Ernest emphasized his view that a name was more than just a label. It had to represent their identity and the image they wanted to project. Layla agreed that it was a grave matter, adding that she didn't want a name that sounded too naive, childish, or entirely meaningless. Both of them began scratching their heads and muttering random names, wondering why it was so difficult as they contemplated the choice. Dean gave a subtle smile, thinking they were truly dedicated, when suddenly a strange sensation washed over him. He looked down and muttered in surprise, wondering if Canas was waking up as the little dragon began to stir. As the little dragon moved across his body, causing a restless feeling, Dean whispered for her to stay calm, telling Canas that now was not the right time. Just then, Ernest asked if Dean had thought of a name yet. Dean replied dismissively, saying that any name would be fine with him. Layla looked puzzled and asked why he, the one who initiated the idea, didn't have any suggestions of his own. She suddenly pointed at Dean's shirt with wide eyes, asking about the lump she saw. Fearing his secret was out, Dean muttered to himself that he hadn't even introduced her yet, stammering that it was. Ernest and Layla stared at him with intense curiosity. Layla pressed him further, demanding to know what he was hiding under his clothes. Suddenly, Dean's button snapped off and a small figure darted out. It was Canas, the mischievous little dragon who had finally broken free. Seeing the adorable creature, Ernest and Layla stood frozen with their mouths wide open. Dean could only offer a wry smile, thinking that his secret was finally exposed. Layla immediately pointed and asked if it was a summoned beast and why it was in his shirt, wondering if the egg from Clara had hatched. The dragon growled cutely on Dean's shoulder as he nodded in confirmation. He confirmed she was born recently and named her Canas. Ernest greeted her warmly, while Layla turned back to Ernest with an irritated tone. She asked Ernest if he already knew about this. Dean quickly shifted the conversation, saying the club's name was more pressing than Canas at the moment. They decided to brainstorm on the way to the office. There, the blonde registrar raised her eyebrows as she read the form. Magic Exploration, Summoning, Spearmanship, and Swordsmanship Club. The three shared an awkward smile at the incredibly plain name. The woman asked one more time to confirm if they were certain about the choice. Dean nodded firmly and asked for her approval. Once the registration was finalized, the three of them left the office together. Layla turned to Dean and scolded him, telling him never to name anything ever again. Dean frowned, unconvinced, and argued that the name sounded fine. Layla nearly yelled that it wasn't fine at all. Ernest stepped in to mediate, laughing and saying they could always change the name later on. The scene shifted to Professor Tamarick's office. Someone entered and asked if their sudden visit was an inconvenience to the professor. Tamarick replied with a friendly smile that it was no trouble at all for the dean. The visitor was Jen Pinso, who took a seat gracefully. She inquired about the professor's recent work, noting the many talented students, but fearing the professors might be overwhelmed by the numbers, to which Tamarick responded. She emphasized that she had heard rumors of one student who was far superior to the rest. Tamarick stammered in agreement, wondering how news had traveled so fast. Jen Pinso held her teacup and mentioned she had heard interesting stories about his class, adding that she wouldn't interfere with his teaching. She explained she was merely curious, and Tamarick quickly replied that there was absolutely no problem with her interest. As the dean, it is only natural for you to be concerned about the overall situation, he said, setting down his teacup before continuing. There is a very remarkable student, even more outstanding than Clara. This is truly a great surprise. Jen Pinso smiled. It must be Dean Gress, right? I was the one who approved his admission, she continued. I heard you promised to write a recommendation letter for him, is that correct? Tamarick nodded. Yes, that is true, Jen Pinso added. The special admissions office requires 2 recommendation letters, so I believe I will write the second one. Tamarick looked surprised. You will write it yourself, she laughed. That boy clearly possesses extraordinary talent. How could I just sit idly by and do nothing? Tamarick fell silent, thinking to himself, what a cunning snake. She is trying to claim everything for herself. He clenched his fists and muttered, right, she has always been this way. I underestimated her. Jen Pinso spoke up, breaking Tamarick's train of thought. Professor, is something on your mind? Tamarick started, quickly replying, no, not at all. Jen Pinso looked him straight in the eye. I see. When you finish the letter, let me see it. After all, we should be transparent with each other about this. Tamarick frowned slightly, feeling the tension. Of course, he replied. Having achieved her goal, Zhen Pinso stood up. Then I shall take my leave. Watching her walk away, Tamrick gritted his teeth, his expression filled with concern. His hands shook from how tightly he clenched them. He muttered, "Do you think I'll just sit back and let everything go your way?" She's trying to pull Dean to her side. "But I won't let that happen this time. I must secure that genius first." The scene shifts to the school courtyard, where Dean is walking and muttering to himself. "Only the Imperial History class is left for today, right?" he sighed. "There's still time. Maybe I'll go grab a tart or something." Suddenly, a figure approached and called out the name Dean Gress. Dean turned around to see a beautiful blonde girl he had never met before. "Who are you?" he asked. She replied, "Greetings, I'm a messenger from Professor Zhen Pinso's office. The head of the summoning department has requested your presence." He asked further, "Why does the dean want to see me?" The blonde girl replied, "She only mentioned the recommendation letter and requested that you come immediately." "Shall we go now?" Dean nodded. "Ah, the recommendation letter." But internally he muttered, "Such a sudden summons, something feels off." The Imperial Academy has long been known as the cradle for the Empire's most brilliant talents, a place where the fire of academic passion burns intensely. It is famous for a level of fierce competition that exceeds all expectation, especially the clandestine power struggles among the professors. A department's influence determines not only its budget, but also the quality of equipment and facilities it can access. Here, the three largest departments, swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, always receive the highest funding. A professor's reputation and evaluation fluctuate accordingly, directly impacting their core responsibilities. In the office of the head of summoning, Zhen Pinso gazed out the window and muttered to herself, "I cannot remain stuck in third place forever. I can't keep losing to those men," she mused. "If that boy joins our department, we could easily surpass the magic department. The only issue is Professor Kenta's from the interdisciplinary department. However, since his sister Clara studies here, it will be hard for him to refuse our offer. Once I pique his interest in summoning, the opportunity will arise." Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Professor, I have brought Dean." Zhen Pinso replied instantly, "Come in." She smiled and said, "The academy must be quite busy, isn't it? Dean, with your abilities, I'm sure many places are calling for you." Dean humbly replied, "I still have much to learn, so I am approaching everything with the mindset of a first-year student." Zhen Pinso nodded. "A humble attitude and a desire to learn are very precious traits. Are there any subjects that particularly interest you?" Dean chuckled softly. "Haha, I haven't chosen a specific subject yet. I want to strive for excellence in all of them." Zhen Pinso nodded. "Aiming for all-around mastery, truly the spirit of an enthusiastic new student. Do you know why I summoned you here?" Dean shook his head, appearing uncertain. She continued, "I heard that something miraculous happened during Professor Tamarick's class. You summoned a Zenfu and even performed an enhanced link. With such exceptional skills, how could a dean like me just sit idly by?" She smiled and suggested that with his exceptional abilities, he should take the Academy's special entrance exam, and he thanked her for her high evaluation. Dean Zhen Pinso continued, explaining that she and Professor Tamarick had both agreed to provide him with a special letter of recommendation, a first for her regarding a non-summoning student. She couldn't ignore his rare talent, and frowning slightly, got straight to the point by asking why he hadn't considered delving deeper into the field of summoning, which surprised Diane. When he questioned the idea of summoning, she nodded and admitted that while someone of his caliber didn't need more lessons, she personally wished to mentor him because of his extraordinary gifts. Diane pondered the offer, realizing that if the dean was personally asking, the summoning department must be truly lacking in talent. Before he politely gave his response, he expressed his gratitude for her kindness, but mentioned that he had already established a club with a few friends, which caused Zhen Pinso to jump in surprise. She was shocked he had already formed one despite the strict regulations, but Diane explained that Professor Kenta's had written them a recommendation, making her eyes widen as she muttered about that annoying Kenta's. She complained that he was always lazy and never attended faculty meetings, yet he had managed to beat her to the punch, before congratulating Diane and inviting him to visit her lab. Thinking to herself that she should set the bait early, she mentioned that she possessed several rare treasures, such as unhatched spirit beast eggs. She noted that a single egg was worth as much as an entire castle, causing Diane to instinctively touch his clothes and worry since he was already raising one, though he promised to visit. Zhen Pinso smiled reassuringly, telling him not to worry about the recommendation letters from her and Professor Tamarick, and encouraging him to ask her any questions regarding the exam. Diane thanked her for her concern, and she offered him a cookie, suggesting they enjoy some dessert while they talked since the treats he brought looked wonderful. As she ate, she secretly worried that Tamarick might try to move before her, realizing she needed to write that recommendation letter as quickly as possible. She looked forward to seeing the shocked expressions on the others' faces. The following day, Clara met with Diane and told him that Professor Zen Pinso had just been in contact with her. When Diane asked if she had contacted Clara specifically, she nodded and explained that the Summoning Association had reached out immediately after the recommendation was sent, dispatching an examiner right away. Diane was stunned by how quickly they were moving, muttering that they clearly wanted to recruit him, while Clara marveled at how much the usually difficult Professor Zen Pinso seemed to adore him. Clara wondered what he could have possibly done to catch the attention of someone so fastidious, but Diane only gave a forced smile and suggested it might just be because he was a top student. Clara mentioned that he would soon be called for the exam, recalling how her group had to summon 3 spirit beasts simultaneously, maintain them, and then perform an enhanced link. Anne was horrified at the prospect of summoning 3 at once, realizing this was a major challenge, and he noted that Clara had passed this special exam when she was only 16. Clara explained that no one knew what the current exam would entail since the details weren't public, and despite the dean's recommendation, there were internal conflicts within the association. When Diane asked about the internal power struggles, Clara clarified that Professor Zen Pinso had rejected the association's demands many times, leading to a mutual dislike between them. She explained that they wouldn't easily allow the dean to gain any leverage, leading Diane to realize that the exam might be made significantly more difficult because of those politics. Clara nodded in agreement that it was a possibility, though she added that she wasn't overly worried about his ability to handle whatever they threw at him. She admitted she would feel guilty if he were caught in the crossfire of adult schemes, but Diane smiled and reassured her that he had no intention of falling into any of their traps. 2 days later, the Summoning Association's inspection team arrived led by Chairman Elgar Pote, who greeted Zen Pinso, while she politely asked after his well-being. When Elgar asked just how talented this recommended student was, Zen Pinso calmly replied that his abilities were so exceptional that she simply couldn't ignore them. Elgar suggested she should have accepted a position within the association to handle matters more efficiently, but she laughed it off, stating her primary commitment remained with the academy. She gritted her teeth inwardly, knowing he was just trying to pull her into his faction, and remembered how the association's greed had nearly cost her life in past reckless ventures. She turned to lead the way, suggesting they talk as they walked, while Elgar followed, secretly disliking the boy despite agreeing to cooperate because of the recommendation, and then asked if the student was Don O'Grace. He asked if the boy was Clara's younger brother, and Zen Pinso confirmed that his talent was indeed a trait of the Grace bloodline, while Elgar noted he had heard the boy could summon a level 5 Genfu and perform an enhanced link. Zen Pinso confirmed that during the interdisciplinary exam, he had even maintained multiple links with spirit beasts simultaneously. Elgar turned to her, noting that such an extraordinary ability had shocked the entire association. Even for a Shrest, I didn't expect the younger brother to surpass his predecessors. Could he already be on par with Gadarin? Zen Pinso gave a wry smile. I'm not certain he's reached Gadarin's level yet, but you'll understand once you see him for yourself. Elgar frowned, stating they would judge him very strictly. Special exams have always been that way. Zen Pinso nodded. The sudden arrival of the Summoners Association caused a stir among the academy students. One person exclaimed, "What? The Summoners Association is at the academy. Why are they here?" Another replied, "I heard Jen Shrest received a special recommendation letter." Another student chimed in, "Oh, is that the first year who caused a scene in Professor Tamarick's class? The one who could even perform spirit beast enhancement?" One student shouted angrily, "Incredible! Is there anything related to summoning that he isn't good at?" After a while, Zen Pinso and Elgar arrived at the summoning department. Zen said cheerfully, "All right, this is where the exam will take place." Elgar glanced at the summoning department's emblem and muttered, "Very well, let's head inside." At the testing site, light filtered through the cracks in the doors, illuminating a vast hall where Jen stood in the center, speaking with a clear and confident tone. "I am the youngest son of Count Shrest, Lord of the South and head of the Shrest family. My name is Jen Shrest, and it is an honor to meet you." As he finished speaking, a confident and proud smile played on his lips. Seeing this, Elgar thought to himself that his presence was truly impressive for a 14-year-old. "Now I understand why they were in such a hurry to send the recommendation letter." Elgar stroked his chin and announced, "I am Elgar Poten, president of the Summoners Association. I've heard a great deal about you and your many praises, but this test will not be easy." Jen remained undaunted and immediately replied that he was ready. He thought to himself that the man was feigning friendliness, but there was nothing pleasant about this. Elgar then turned to his assistants and ordered them to begin the preparations. The two standing behind him immediately complied, while Zen Pinso, standing further back, frowned slightly. She wondered what kind of challenge the president had prepared for them. Looking at Jen, Elgar stated that his success or failure would be entirely up to him. If you object, you may withdraw now. Jen immediately agreed. Elgar continued, cheating is strictly forbidden, and if the exam is deemed unfair, the results will be voided. Your summoner qualifications could even be revoked, so keep that in mind. Jen calmly replied that he understood, and Elgar continued. Good, then let us see what makes you so special. Immediately after, he raised his hand high and declared the start of the exam. The proctors surrounded him, and a brilliant summoning circle appeared before each of them, drawing in surrounding energy to strengthen the powerful magic. Seeing this, Jen muttered to himself as the magic circles suddenly vibrated with strange sounds, releasing a powerful energy that engulfed the entire testing area. Witnessing the scene, both Jen and Zen Pinso frowned. Zen Pinso realized they had activated the magic circles. As the surrounding mana surged toward Elgar, he slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a solemn voice. Answer my call. A torrent of mana erupted from his magic circle, followed by the majestic appearance of a massive, ferocious creature with the head of a lion. Sensing the massive amount of mana spreading, Jen whispered that the president's power was truly terrifying, just as he had anticipated. He hadn't expected the exam to be on such a large scale. His eyes widened as he stared at the creature, sensing it was far more dangerous than a typical monster. Lightning bolts carrying immense mana flickered around it, creating a sense of extreme danger. Zen Pinso gasped in shock. Impossible. A rank 3 summon. That's Antares. Antares clenched its fists and let out a heaven-shaking roar, causing the surrounding mana to explode and kicking up clouds of dust across the exam grounds. Jen braced himself against the overwhelming pressure, thinking to himself that he finally understood why his sister had been so worried about him. Looking at the aggressive summoned beast, Elgar crossed his arms and calmly remarked that since he was a genius, this level should be appropriate for his rank. Is that so? He raised an eyebrow slightly and continued. You may use any weapon you deem necessary. Your objective is to subdue Antares by any means possible. Elgar glanced at the summoned beast facing Jin and added that this was a requirement for the special selection exam, causing Zen Pinso to grit his teeth in fury. That old man clearly wanted to see him fail and humiliate him. Yet Elgar spoke with an annoying tone, suggesting that with such exceptional talent, there should be nothing to fear. Of course, if you are afraid, you can still withdraw now, Elgar said, but Jin immediately replied without hesitation. No, I will proceed with the test as planned. Elgar smiled faintly at his response and granted him time to prepare, after which Jin reached into the spatial storage before him, searching for something while muttering to himself. Perfect, I have just the thing for this situation, he thought as he pulled out an object, whispering that it was the spear his father had given him for his 7th birthday. Now he finally had a chance to use it. Looking at the massive beast, Jin muttered that its size would surely leave many openings for him to strike quickly and retreat. Observing Jin's actions, Elgar frowned slightly, noting his choice of a spear and attributing it to the stress bloodline before glancing toward a corner of the arena. Tamrick and several other students arrived to watch Jin's exam, and upon seeing the situation, Tamrick could only gape and stammer about how unfair it was to pit him against a rank 3 creature. Hearing the familiar voice, Zen Pinso glanced over and remarked that Professor Tamrick had arrived and would likely object, though Elgar remained completely unconcerned. It is fine, he is ready, Elgar replied before his expression turned solemn as he extended his hand and issued the command to begin. Antares, eliminate the enemy before you, he ordered, and the beast gnashed its teeth with glowing red eyes before lunging powerfully toward Jin. Jin remained composed as he waited for the monster to approach, muttering for it to come at him just as the creature suddenly accelerated its charge. However, using his masterful spear techniques, he easily parried the fierce onslaught before swiftly darting behind the massive beast. Jin's expression grew serious as he fully committed to the fight, leaving Elgar stunned with a racing heart, while even the usually calm Zen Pinso was left wide-eyed. Zen's face betrayed his shock at the display, while Tamrick stood nearby with his mouth agape, his eyes shimmering with a mixture of astonishment and pride. The accompanying students were equally stunned, shouting in unison about the incredible movements they had just witnessed. Their excited cries echoed throughout the stands, yet Jin remained remarkably calm amidst the commotion. He stomped his foot firmly onto the ground and skillfully spun his spear to maintain balance, his eyes gleaming with confidence as he faced the giant monster. A faint smile played on his lips as he inwardly noted with satisfaction that his recent special training had certainly paid off. Antares roared in fury, its eyes flashing with hateful sparks as it lunged at Jin and swung its arm in a powerful strike. The blow carried such terrifying force that it seemed to tear through the air, yet Jin remained composed with a sharp, fearless gaze. Just as the attack was about to land, he pivoted gracefully to the side to avoid it, letting Antares' strike shatter the ground and send debris flying like an earthquake. The spectators held their breath as the beast spun around and accelerated, launching a relentless barrage of heavy blows at Jin. He neutralized every attack with ease, thinking to himself with a hint of surprise that its power was indeed worthy of a rank 3 creature. Its massive size combined with such speed was truly remarkable, and this blend of admiration and caution only sharpened his focus. Suddenly, Antares halted with wide, fiery eyes and let out a world-shaking roar that sounded as if it intended to devour everything. Swirling rings of crimson flame erupted from its hands, coalescing into a massive fireball as the beast raised its arms. The intense heat seemed to scorch the very air, yet he remained unperturbed, spinning his spear with movements as fluid as a dance. Mana flowed from his body into the weapon, causing the spear to glow with a pale blue light like magical fire. And as the fireball hurtled toward him, Jin stood his ground and used the spear as a shield. Jen Pinso cried out from the stands, her voice trembling with anxiety as she wondered if he intended to take the blow head-on, her eyes wide with dread. Beside her, Elgar stroked his chin and frowned in deep thought, muttering to himself that even with mana-enhanced strength, this was reckless. Facing Antares head-on was madness, and it seemed the trial might end sooner than expected. Yet Dean remained firm in his defensive stance and suddenly spun his spear. With a decisive motion, he lunged forward and pierced through Antares' fiery assault, leaving only a thick shroud of smoke and dust as the flames vanished. Dean stood firm with steady breaths, thinking to himself how lucky he was to have narrowly avoided failure, his heart racing with a mix of relief and tension as he gripped his spear tightly. His gaze grew sharp and determined as he decided it was time to end this, slowly lowering his center of gravity. He crouched like a stalking leopard as mana surged through him and into his spear, causing it to vibrate slightly before he moved with the speed of lightning. Dean charged directly at Antares, and the monster, sensing his presence, clenched its fist and delivered a powerful strike to the ground. The ground shattered and debris flew everywhere, but Dean quickly evaded the blow and reappeared at Antares' side, his spearhead flashing. He thrust the weapon into the monster's abdomen, his eyes turning cold as he recalled the image of the master who had once trained him. He resolved to apply the technique his teacher had shown him, concentrating mana at the tip of his spear to create a powerful single-point explosion. With that, he channeled all his mana into the spearhead and delivered a mighty thrust that pierced Antares' belly, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. The beast roared in agony, but Dean did not let up, keeping his grip firm to ensure the spear remained embedded deep within Antares' abdomen. Mana continued to gather at the tip before a second explosion tore a large hole in the monster's belly, confirming that his attack was effective. Dean smiled faintly as he maintained the pressure, causing Antares to howl in pain and tremble violently, while Tamrick broke into a cold sweat in the stands. With clenched fists, he felt both anxious and proud of his student's strength, while Elgar beside him couldn't hide his amazement, his eyes shining with admiration. The students cheered in unison, their voices filled with excitement as they marveled at the incredible feat and wondered what kind of mana could stop such an unstoppable beast. Applause and cheers filled the air, but suddenly, surging red mana flowed from Antares' wound, regenerating the destroyed parts of its body. The monster threw its head back and roared, its furious cry shaking the earth as its eyes flew open, glowing as red as blood. It slammed a powerful fist into the ground, shattering the earth and kicking up dust, forcing Dean to retreat as he realized with a panicked shout that his spear was still stuck in the beast. Kentas rushed in from outside, muttering about whether he was late and why the exam was held in such a remote place, only to freeze in shock at the sight before him. He grit his teeth, his eyes fixed on the brilliant mana barrier ahead as his voice trembled with disbelief at the presence of a barrier in the testing area. He wondered what they had summoned as Antares roared toward the sky, the sound tearing through the air and leaving him pale with a pounding heart. He clenched his fists and shouted in fury, "What? A 3-star Antares!" just as the beast flung Dean's spear across the arena. The weapon tumbled across the ground, leaving long scratches, while the wound it left behind continued to bleed, unable to heal immediately. The monster growled and glared at Dean with bloodshot eyes, while Dean stood before it and muttered with a hint of admiration that it had endured such a blow unscathed. Thinking to himself that the creature was truly resilient and that his spear wouldn't be enough, he waved his hand with a look of sharp determination. Apologizing to his father, Dean drew the sword from his hip and faced Antares with a confident smile, declaring the start of round 2 as the stunned audience watched Elgar stroke his chin. With eyes sparkling with curiosity, Elgar laughed at the use of a sword, while Jen Pinso nodded thoughtfully, remarking that it made sense. Since this was an independent exam, such oddities weren't surprising, and though Elgar agreed, he was visibly shocked by how calm the boy remained. That stance was like a warrior who had fought through countless battlefields. Kentas stood behind, narrowing his eyes to observe as he spoke in a firm voice. Now we will truly witness his capabilities. Inside the arena, Antares lunged at Dean with a ferocious glare, but Dean did not waver. He stood firm, calmly weathering the monster's relentless strikes. After several exchanges, he retreated as a thought occurred to him. He muttered with admiration that it wasn't bad, noting that after weeks of fighting, it had traded power for speed and was reacting perfectly to his every move. Antares attacked relentlessly in a frenzy, but Dean was not easily broken. He stayed calm, parrying every blow with his sword. Finding an opening, Dean slashed hard at Antares' arm, but the strike failed to wound it. He muttered, his voice tinged with surprise. Both its arms were wreathed in fire, making them impenetrable to sword chi. Antares sped up, raining down a tempest of punches. Dean thought about crushing it with ancient magic, but with so many spectators watching, he decided he had to settle for this alternative method. From the stands, Jinpinso watched with extreme anxiety, her face pale as she turned to Elgar, and said in a trembling voice that this was far too dangerous for a student. "None of us will escape punishment," she said, reaching for her chest to activate a forced summon. But Kentas appeared from behind and stopped her with a deep, confident voice, telling her to wait and watch, which made Jinpinso turn around in shock. She asked Professor Kentas when he had arrived. He smiled with eyes full of trust, saying he understood her worry but believed Dean had already found a winning strategy. In the arena, Dean continued to parry Antares' strikes until he suddenly spotted a weakness. His eyes widened, flashing with a look of resolve. A magic circle manifested beneath him as mana erupted brilliantly. Dean lunged at Antares, delivering a flurry of sharp slashes. The beast let out a pained roar as the blows landed, its cries echoing as it lost its footing and slammed its arms onto the ground. From the audience, Elgar suddenly cried out in astonishment, asking if he had combined swordsmanship and magic in that split second. Kentas nodded beside him, suggesting that they would need to summon something even more powerful next time. Hearing this, Elgar's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, thinking to himself that a Tier 3 summon should have been enough to defeat him. Yet he had far exceeded all expectations. Within the vast arena, Antares opened its threatening maw as rings of crimson fire began to form around its lips. Dean, remarkably calm, smiled to himself and wondered if this was its final stand. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with steady determination. He didn't really want to use this move, but it was time to end the fight. 3 spears wreathed in potent mana suddenly materialized above Dean, floating in the air with a mystical radiance. He stared straight at Antares, his lips curling into a triumphant smirk. Sensing the lethal threat, Antares threw its head back toward the sky. It unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the earth. Opening its jaws, it spat out a brilliant pillar of flame. The fire raced toward Dean with a heat that scorched everything in its path. But just as the monster prepared its finishing move, Dean's 3 mana spears, glowing with shimmering light, shot forward at a blistering speed. Antares was left utterly stunned, its eyes bulging in shock. The 3 powerful spears pierced straight through Antares' body, leaving 3 large holes in its torso. The monster was violently thrown backward. Like a kite with a broken string, it wailed in agony while Dean stood tall in the arena, his gaze sharp and a satisfied smile on his face. In the stands, Jinpinso turned to Elgar and spoke with a tone of worry and reproach, asking the chairman if he didn't think this exam was a bit excessive. "Too far? What do you mean by that?" he asked, to which she explained that no matter how gifted he was, forcing a freshman to subdue a Tier 3 summoned beast was simply unreasonable. He laughed awkwardly, trying to smooth things over by saying the result was fine, but his words only served to further incense Jinpinso instead of calming her down. "Fine. It was so impressive it will be etched into the Empire's history. A first-year student using spears, swords, magic, and even a forced link to dominate a Tier 3 summoned beast is utterly insane." After the grueling battle, Dean calmly put his weapons away into his subspace. Elgar and Kentas exchanged looks and frowned, their hearts filled with profound shock. They thought to themselves that the finishing blow was truly staggering. Unexpectedly, Dean approached Antares and extended his hand, leaving everyone in shock. It was a reaction driven by power, as Dean had established a forced bond with Antares to suppress its hostility, achieving a perfect result in both strategy and outcome. It was a flawless conclusion, yet Jinpinso remained indignant, declaring that if today's events were leaked, people would call it an unfair test, designed specifically to fail him. Elgar found himself cornered and hurriedly turned to explain to Professor Jinpinso that he had established clear safety measures. However, that response failed to appease her anger. She stood up and reproachfully asked how he could remain idle while Dean faced it head-on. Elgar stammered, trying to find a justification, but before he could finish, Jinpinso glared and firmly stated that, as a professor, she could not ignore this, Chairman. Elgar gritted his teeth in frustration. He complained bitterly in his heart, cursing how things had turned out this way since his entire plan had completely collapsed. Kenta stood behind him, closing his eyes in silent contemplation. He murmured with a voice full of admiration that he knew the boy was a genius, but not to this incredible extent. From the very beginning, Dean resembled a veteran knight more than a freshman. The gazes of both Kenta's and Gen Pinso turned toward Dean, flashing with determination. I must take him as my disciple. After the test concluded, Elga stepped forward, his voice echoing through the space as he announced that the examination had ended. For Dean, who has excellently passed this special examination, we officially grant the title of Summoner along with this prestigious badge. I hope you continue to demonstrate your talent as a summoner of the Empire. Please accept this. Dean took the gold badge and bowed his head in gratitude. He gazed at the gold badge before him, which was engraved with mysterious runes, and whispered that gold badges were only given to those who passed special exams, which was truly impressive. Holding the badge in his hand, Dean pondered for a moment before suddenly raising it high and channeling a massive amount of mana into it, murmuring for it to respond to the call. Instantly, mana surged powerfully from the badge and shot into the air, forming a massive, glowing magic circle. From within that circle, a tide of mana poured out and something darted forth, leaving everyone stunned. Elga's eyes widened as he shouted, "What is that?" On the arena floor, a creature with long arms and short legs suddenly appeared. It was a summoned beast that looked exactly like a small rabbit. The information was clearly displayed. Entoma, a Tier 4 enhancement-type summoned beast capable of exceptionally boosting the summoner's physical attributes. Looking at the tiny rabbit, Dean smiled and spoke with interest, noting that it was high quality and quite cute. Then he approached and gently said it was good to see it again. Entoma, the atmosphere suddenly froze as everyone stood speechless at this unexpectedly adorable sight. Gen Pinso looked at the frozen Kentas and thought that everyone seemed stunned. She glanced toward Dean with a pensive heart, realizing that with this many witnesses, the entire academy would surely be in an uproar. As expected, students on campus were gossiping incessantly, with one shouting, "Is he the one who passed that special exam?" Another replied in shock, wondering what the Stress family was truly like, as at this level he had even surpassed his older sisters. At this time, Dean, Ernest, and Layla were walking across the campus as countless curious eyes focused on them. Ernest turned to Layla in total confusion. "Layla, I really cannot understand how something like this could happen." Layla crossed her arms and indifferently replied that he shouldn't try to understand it, just accept it, and he would get used to it. "He comes from another world." Ernest changed the subject, his voice becoming more excited as he mentioned he had finished decoding the map. Layla was delighted, her eyes lighting up as she praised him, and suggested they hold their first club meeting once the decoding was complete. Hearing that, the whole group became excited. Layla said cheerfully that it was wonderful because she was getting bored. Ernest clenched his fist and spoke happily. "I will also try to decode it even faster." Dean remained calm and flashed a smile. Thinking to himself, he was actually quite curious about it. Then he turned to the others and said, "Professor Kentas has summoned me. I must go now. See you all later." Kentas was already waiting in the training room. He looked at Dean, his voice warm yet commanding. "Antares is a truly terrifying summoned beast. A summoner from the Rini Empire once summoned 2 of them, and it was a total nightmare. Those 2 monsters alone defeated 3 knights and dozens of soldiers." Dean was startled, thinking to himself, "I remember now. It was said that Professor Kentas had also been present during that battle." Kentas stepped closer, his sharp gaze fixed directly on Dean. "Yet you took down that creature without sustaining a single scratch." Dean sheepishly scratched his head. "It was just luck." Humility can sometimes be a sharp blade. It might unintentionally stifle one's potential. "To me, your decision to switch to the sword was an entirely correct move." Hearing these words, Dean was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't help but think that this professor was truly no ordinary man. Kentas slowly turned his back and walked away, his steady voice echoing. "You are only 14, yet your mastery and courage in swordsmanship far exceed your years." He paused, then lowered his voice. "Because of that, I wish to ask you something. Are you willing to officially become my disciple and study advanced swordsmanship under me?" That offer seemed to make the surrounding air stand still. Dean's gaze immediately turned resolute. Now Dean was sitting in his private room, carefully crafting every line of a letter to his family. In the letter, he wrote, "Dear father and mother, I hope you are both in good health. The scorching summer is fast approaching. Today is no different. Your youngest son is still immersed in the busy rhythm of academy life. Also, I want to share some good news. I have successfully completed Professor Kentas's swordsmanship class that I mentioned before. I've learned countless valuable theories, which makes me believe that coming to the academy was a very wise decision. By now, I can perform swordsmanship much more proficiently. Perhaps it is time for me to visit the forge to have a new sword crafted for myself." At this point, he paused his pen for a moment, thought, and then continued writing. "Oh, there is more interesting news. Ernest has finally decoded that ancient map. He even discovered that the lead architect was Saul Halston. According to the map, it leads to an area in the far eastern part of the academy, located deep beneath the now-abandoned Ama Holy Hall. Rumor has it that something extraordinary is hidden within the catacombs of the saints down there. After rereading it, Dean frowned and thought, is writing this too specific? I shouldn't record so many details. After all, it is a restricted area. Furthermore, a more serious issue was the presence of the undead there. When Dean shared this story with his two close friends, they both shouted in unison, "The undead!" Their bodies were drenched in sweat as they stammered, "Dean, that sounds absolutely terrifying." In the letter, Dean continued his account. I once thought about giving up, but fortunately I received timely assistance. The person who helped us was Priscilla, an elite student from the Department of Neurology. The whole group went to meet her together. At that moment, Priscilla looked at them with a suspicious gaze. What, you want me to enter the restricted area with you? Are you all insane? Listen closely. The undead will vanish if you destroy their cores. But before facing them, you must receive a baptism from me. After reaching an agreement, the group quickly began their perilous expedition. Priscilla suddenly shouted, "Dean, smash its core. Concentrate all your dense mana into a single strike." After following Priscilla's instructions, everything went exactly as expected. Dean continued writing in his letter. Priscilla's holy power is truly incredible. Thanks to her baptism, we were able to handle the undead with ease. Not to mention, Layla's swordsmanship has also made remarkable progress. They coordinated perfectly with one another without sustaining a single scratch, one attacking while the other defended. After passing through the thick darkness, they set foot in the deep underground catacombs, and finally the treasure appeared before their eyes. Standing before an ancient relic, Dean pointed toward it, prompting a curious Layla to ask, "Is it really from 3,000 years ago?" He nodded in confirmation. "That's right, the treasure is right here." It was the treasure that the Emperor had desperately craved, but could neither open nor seize. Upon hearing the word treasure, the faces of every team member lit up with extreme excitement. And that treasure was a gemstone emitting a brilliant red light, incredibly magnificent and mystical. Holding the gem in his hand, Dean was filled with excitement. He continued writing, "This is the first achievement of our club. SRT, we brought home great joy, and everyone was so excited they couldn't sleep, throwing the entire academy into an uproar. I think I should stay quiet for a while. Everyone will be shocked to learn the gem is actually an ancient mana core, won't they? I don't need to mention that this gem granted me even more abundant mana. I'll stop writing here and tell you everything in person when I can." Seeing him lingering in his room, Layla shouted from outside, "Dean, what are you doing? We have to leave now. There's no time left to clean the clubroom." That loud shout snapped him out of his reverie, and he quickly turned, grabbed his backpack, and replied, "All right, I'm coming." After that day, Priscilla officially joined the club, and as Dean stepped out, the four members greeted him warmly despite their complaints about the silly name. Ernest urged them to hurry, while Priscilla pursed her lips in displeasure, asking, "How dare you make a senior like me wait?" Layla added that they were also very busy, and seeing all the criticism directed at him, Dean gave an awkward smile. "Sorry, I had some cleaning to do, so let's move quickly now," he said as they began assigning tasks while walking. Dean offered to handle all the heavy lifting today, to which Layla replied that only he could manage such a load, and after some discussion, they shortened the club's name to Nanman. In the Magic District, there is an exam famous for its extreme difficulty, lasting 24 hours and requiring candidates to go without food or sleep, as long as no one else is brought along. Any open book materials are permitted in this notoriously challenging examination. Professor Drenavo looked out the window, sighed softly, and remarked that Dean had passed the exam with incredible ease. He completely grasped my intentions and excelled at problem solving. His ability to analyze his surroundings is even more extraordinary. I feel for the other students, but I've never wanted a student from another department this much, he said, then turned back to ask thoughtfully about the assigned task. Arthur approached from a distance, paused for a moment, and then reported that the boy continues to refuse the invitation to join the student council. If he joins, he wouldn't just hold a title. He could eventually reach a key position that determines the academy's future policies. Hearing this, Professor Drenavo seemed to realize something as he turned back to the sky, sighed, and spoke in a low voice. "I see, even sending a senior like you wasn't enough," he muttered, cursing the unpredictable boy who lacked the typical vanity and arrogance of his age. "All my predictions were wrong, but he won't escape my grasp. I will definitely make him mine." The scene shifts to Arabella's lab, where she asked Dean if Arthur from the student council was still pestering him, and he nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's quite a nuisance, he replied, while she angrily complained that the professor hadn't changed at all since her own time. Curious, he asked if the professor had done the same to her, and she confirmed he had even offered her the position of student council president. Dean remarked that being the president sounded impressive, but she sighed and explained that the professor lures talented children to turn them into his pawns. With a serious expression, Arabella warned that talented youths without a solid foundation or clear career path are easily lured into traps. That is why Arthur remains so close to Professor Drenavo, she said, and Dean quickly grasped the situation and asked a follow-up question. So my task is simply to firmly decline every offer, right? He asked, and she nodded decisively, confirming he was absolutely correct. Professor Drenavo is an extremely dangerous man. Beyond his superior intellect, he is a master of manipulation and persuasion. If you get caught in his schemes, you'll become a puppet on his strings and lose your free will, so you must remain extremely vigilant. No matter how tempting his offers are, refuse them immediately without hesitation, she advised, and he took her sincere yet stern words to heart. The stern-looking older sister offered a gentle smile and reassured him. I understand. I'll certainly be careful. But their conversation was suddenly cut short by a loud crash as the laboratory door was flung open from the outside. Startled, Arabella cried out in shock. Good heavens, what's happening? Immediately after, a trio consisting of Layla, Ernest, and Priscilla stepped inside as Layla hurried forward. Holding a peculiar sphere in her hands, the girl spoke with excitement. Ding, you really are here. Look at this, I've just discovered something absolutely incredible. Ernest brought this back from the Forbidden Zone. Could you help me figure out what it is? Upon seeing the object in Layla's hands, Arabella's face paled as she shrieked in horror. What? The Forbidden Zone? Did you children actually break into the Forbidden Zone? The three youngsters could only offer awkward smiles, unable to find their words, while Ding, witnessing this sudden and unpredictable turn of events, could only cover his face and groan inwardly. Good grief, I specifically told them to keep a low profile for a while. I'm so sorry, sister. He then turned to Ernest, questioning him with a skeptical tone. I recall that after our visit to the Ama Sanctuary, the guard presence was significantly bolstered and tightened. Ernest merely offered a confident smile in response. Don't worry, Ding. I'm an adventurer, and overcoming challenges like that is only natural. Hearing this, Ding curled his lip and remarked, Yes, that is indeed your specialty, but don't you think that was far too dangerous? Facing Ding's worried gaze, Ernest lowered his head slightly, appearing a bit sheepish yet remaining resolute. I understand your concern, but the adventurer's blood in my veins is constantly boiling. I simply cannot sit still. Observing his best friend standing before him, Ding thought to himself. Ever since the trip to the Ama Sanctuary, Ernest seemed to have become much more proactive and daring, which was entirely understandable. Saul Halston was the only great mage rumored to have reached the 7th circle, following the fall of the Arak Magic Kingdom. A place that once belonged to such a genius would undoubtedly ignite a fire of passion and a thirst for discovery in any adventurer. His gaze then shifted toward Layla and Priscilla as Layla approached Arabella, carefully presenting the sphere to her with a respectful tone. Senior, please, could you take a look at this for us? Looking at the two troublemakers, Arabella let out a soft sigh and replied helplessly, You children really are only good at causing mischief. Noticing the girl's unusual behavior, Ding turned to Layla and asked, Layla, what are you holding? Did you stuff something into my mana detector? Standing nearby, Ernest awkwardly explained, Well, it's like this. Last night I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a stroll around the Forbidden Zone. You know how it is. Saul Halston's laboratory is located deep within that area. I kept hearing strange noises emanating from inside the building. It sounded like machinery operating or something being constructed. It gave me goosebumps, and I even heard human voices. Ding interrupted with a look of doubt. So what? Even if it's a forbidden zone, guards still have to go in and out regularly, so hearing voices isn't that strange. Ernest quickly scratched his head and firmly disagreed. No, it wasn't just the guards. I'm certain of it. And the most suspicious part is that the mana detector I left in the middle of the room suddenly picked up a massive amount of mana. Hearing this shocking news, Ding gasped. What? That's impossible. He continued, his voice filled with skepticism. After Saul Halston passed away, all the items and equipment in his lab were moved to the testing house for preservation. So how could anything inside there possibly emit mana waves? Ernest nodded solemnly in confirmation. Exactly. That means there is definitely a secret hidden within Saul Halston's laboratory that we know nothing about. Still lost in his own thoughts, Ding muttered, Mana waves, huh? After carefully examining the mysterious sphere, Arabella spoke up pensively. Ernest, your hunch was correct. There really is something inside this object. This discovery startled Ernest, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Is that true, Senior Arabella? She nodded in affirmation. Yes, and it's anything but ordinary. Here, take a look at the analytical data I just processed. Looking at the complex analysis sheets spread across the table, everyone was left in awe. Ding reached out and picked up one of the sheets to examine it closely. Arabella continued her explanation. The fluctuations we're seeing are very similar to the samples you collected. Of course, not everything matches perfectly, so I've filtered out the vague and unclear data. After a moment of silent reflection, Ding turned to ask her, "So what is the final conclusion, sister?" Arabella frowned slightly and replied with a grave expression, "Inside that building, there is definitely something truly massive." This caused the three young friends standing opposite her to cry out in shock. "What? Something massive?" Arabella nodded in confirmation, explaining that such fluctuations usually only came from objects containing an immense amount of magical power. "You mentioned it was quite difficult to capture these vibrations, didn't you? I suspect something is intentionally blocking the magical waves from escaping. As for who is concealing them, whether it's Saul Halston or some other mysterious figure, we still don't know." Dean, standing nearby, added that the only thing they could be certain of was that whatever it was, it had to be incredibly valuable to be hidden so meticulously. Arabella continued, asserting that, in short, that was the current situation. "From what I know, the guards never even set foot inside Saul Halston's laboratory. In fact, I once sneaked into the restricted area myself out of sheer boredom." This revelation left Priscilla utterly surprised. "Is that true?" Arabella simply gave a mysterious wink without answering, which gave Dean, standing beside her, quite a start. He wondered to himself if even his sister had done such a thing. Indeed, he believed no one could resist the mysterious allure of Saul Halston. He truly was an extraordinary mage, even in his youth. She continued to speculate, admitting she wasn't sure exactly what they were hiding. But if it really is connected to Saul Halston, it will undoubtedly be a world-shaking discovery. Perhaps even Saul Halston's own mana core. Or perhaps something even more powerful than that. Hearing this, everyone's spirits became incredibly excited and enthusiastic. Dean clenched his fists and nodded with determination, saying it would be absolutely wonderful if that were the case. Then Layla, standing nearby, asked with a look of confusion, "But why would such things be in a laboratory that's supposed to be completely empty?" Arabella replied, her eyes full of admiration, noting that Ernest was truly remarkable for discovering this through his sharp explorer's instincts. Faced with such sincere praise, Ernest couldn't hide his joy, responding, "Thank you so much, Senior. You've helped me a great deal." Afterward, Arabella turned to Ernest and asked teasingly, "Hey kid, what do you plan to do with something like this?" Meanwhile, Dean was listening intently, thinking to himself that it was highly unlikely to be a real mana core. If it were, he would have sensed it the moment he entered the restricted area. So what exactly was inside? Seeing Dean still lost in thought, Layla turned to him and asked urgently, "What should we do now, Dean? I told you to be careful for a while, but isn't this magical wave worth investigating?" Priscilla chimed in with a firm tone, saying that even if he didn't go, they would insist on it. Dean nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We can use that to evade surveillance, but no one can predict what else might appear inside the laboratory. Are you all truly confident in this decision?" In response, the group gave him determined, confident looks. Layla winked playfully and said with pride, "Of course our club is very strong," Ernest added enthusiastically. "That's right, and besides, Kana's will be coming with us too." Priscilla refused to be left out, declaring she wouldn't stay behind either. Hearing this, Dean let out a soft sigh and exclaimed, "It's one thing for Ernest and Layla, but even Priscilla is like this." Understanding her younger brother's worries, Arabella spoke up from beside him. With a slightly helpless tone, she remarked that they really couldn't stop them anymore. Then she made a decisive choice. "Fine, if no one will listen to advice, at least take this." Looking at the strange item in the girl's hand, those around her couldn't help but feel curious. They all asked at once, "What is it?" She explained slowly, her gaze scanning each of their faces. "These are magic scrolls. You all know how to use them, right? If you encounter danger, do not hesitate or delay. Tear them apart immediately. The magic scroll will instantly teleport you back here. The process might cause a slight shock to your body and mana, but regardless, it's better than losing your life, isn't it?" Receiving these three precious magic scrolls, Layla couldn't hide her joy. She exclaimed, "Are you really giving us these three priceless magic scrolls? Thank you so much." Arabella then spoke up to remind them. With a stern gaze, she warned them to remember that entering the forbidden zone would result in suspension, and a second suspension would lead to permanent expulsion. Is that clear? Hearing this, the group's initial excitement plummeted instantly. They whispered back in unison, "Yes, we understand." Seeing this, Diane spoke up to reassure them with a confident tone, "Don't worry too much. Sister, I believe nothing bad will happen." The girl pouted and replied, Don't just give me empty words. After giving the important instructions, she gave one last reminder. All right, return safely and don't forget to tell me what you discover. The group immediately headed back to their base. Spreading an old map across the table, they began carefully charting a detailed route, guided by Ernest's sharp analytical skills. He explained that this was their infiltration route, starting from this point, noting a blind spot in visibility as they moved toward the other building. We will take full advantage of that gap to slip in secretly. Diane nodded in admiration at Ernest's meticulous and logical explanation. Ernest is truly impressive. We'll begin the operation in 2 days. By then, they had distributed enough exploration gear for everyone. Now, the priority was to re-examine the infiltration route in detail. Ernest added that from this point on, they must use anti-tracking powder while moving. Once they arrived, Canis' role would be vital in neutralizing the dense magical barrier without leaving a single trace. We need Canis' special flame. Diane, who was beside her, nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood, I will prepare everything thoroughly." Realizing that relying on a single plan was too risky, Priscilla proposed a strategic alternative, suggesting they prepare a plan B for emergencies. Instead of blindly tearing magic scrolls, they needed to outline specific actions for every possible scenario. Hearing the detailed and cautious analysis from their elder sister, Priscilla nodded in agreement, saying, "That sounds very reasonable, Sister Priscilla." By then, Diane had also finalized his own strategy. He spoke up, "Let's do this. We'll arrange our combat formation like this. I'll be responsible for detecting magic ahead to clear the path. Ernest and Layla will provide rear support, while Priscilla stays in the center." Noticing Priscilla was more vulnerable to ambush, he told Ernest to use a short bow instead of a sword. "You've practiced a lot, so just focus on providing cover." Ernest nodded. "Got it, leave it to me." Diane's voice turned serious as he reminded them that their top priority was to remain undetected. "We have no idea what's hidden inside," Ernest replied energetically. "Fine by me, I'm excited to see what's waiting for us." Layla added anxiously, "I just hope it's not demons." Once all the preparations were complete, Diane called out to the group, "Is everyone ready?" The group replied in unison, "Ready," he exclaimed excitedly. "All right, Nanman Club, let's go stir up some trouble." After traveling for a while, the group reached the edge of the forbidden zone. Being outdoors for so long left Layla complaining about the itchy mosquito bites all over her. "This is so annoying, I'll die if it's like this every day," Ernest reassured her. "Just wait a bit longer. There are about 20 minutes left until the guard shift changes. What kind of fool would dare sneak into the forbidden zone? Just wait until they get caught." They watched as the guards showed no signs of moving yet. Layla wondered why there were so many guards. Ernest added, "I heard they doubled the security here recently, and it turns out to be true." "Good grief, it's probably because of us," Layla said. "What do we do now?" Ernest calmly replied, "Everyone is tired at this hour, so there will be a gap. I know where the guard presence is most vulnerable. We'll take that route." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of 4 sped up and secretly ventured deeper inside. Just then the shift change arrived. A group of soldiers approached, announcing it was time. One guard replied, "This is so boring I almost fell asleep." Another asked, "Why are you late? Everyone else has already left." Taking advantage of the soldiers' conversation, the group swiftly and decisively slipped in from behind. Their movement was so fast it left one soldier startled. He turned around to look back but found no sign of movement. Seeing this, another soldier walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" The guard asked if he heard anything, but he shook his head, dismissing it as the wind before they finished their shift and left, thanking everyone for their hard work. They claimed not even a mouse could slip through, yet 4 large mice had already successfully infiltrated the restricted zone. They entered an ancient chapel and descended into the cellar, where Ernest warned them to watch their step as they approached a massive door. Dean questioned if this was the place, and Priscilla noted that letting Ernest lead was a wise choice since he made their entry easy. Dean looked up and noticed an incredibly powerful magic barrier, which Ernest explained grew stronger as they neared the center. While it seemed S.A. Uller-Halston was extremely cautious with his defenses, Dean immediately sensed that something was not right. He approached the barrier to analyze it, noting that its magical signature was entirely different from that of S.A. Uller-Halston. Layla asked how he could tell, and he explained that while S.A. Uller-Halston lived long ago, this barrier appeared to be brand new. Ernest realized this meant someone had arrived before them and set up a new barrier to hide whatever was inside. Dean agreed that something dangerous might be hidden there, leaving Priscilla to hesitantly ask what their next course of action should be. Layla refused to turn back after coming so far, suggesting that perhaps an academy official had simply set up the defense and left. Ernest disagreed, arguing it looked more like an intruder's work since the academy would have no reason to hide a newly found relic. Layla grew angry at the thought of others targeting the treasure she claimed as hers, but Priscilla reminded her they were there to explore. Dean agreed they weren't there to steal, noting that the others were intentionally using the barrier to keep something hidden. He warned that an encounter would be troublesome, and Layla sighed, knowing they would struggle against anyone with malicious intent. Dean added that although the area had become much more dangerous, he still believed in the strength of the Nanman Club. He told them they were strongest when together, though he secretly admitted to himself that he was simply dying of curiosity. The group felt energized as Ernest was moved to silence, while Layla proudly claimed that almost no one could ever best Dean. Seeing their high spirits, Priscilla frowned and decided she had to go along to ensure nothing went wrong. Layla and Ernest's eyes sparkled with excitement at Priscilla's support, following a brief moment of quiet reflection. The group reached a silent consensus before Dean broke the silence, firmly asking if anyone had any objections to moving forward. He declared they would push on to the end, despite the lingering fear and hesitation regarding the potential dangers ahead. Their determination drove them forward, as Canas used his incredible power to easily shatter the magical barrier blocking the path. As the heavy doors opened to a dark corridor, the group relied on tight coordination and constant vigilance to navigate the difficult path. After overcoming every obstacle on their challenging journey, they finally reached a breathtakingly massive hall. Layla gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that such a grand and enormous chamber existed deep beneath the surface. The room was a scene of total disarray, filled with old wooden chests, scattered wine barrels, and piles of food sacks. Seeing the supplies, Ernest suggested that someone must be living there given the large amount of food present. Dean scanned the room with a sharp gaze and realized something was strange, as there were no signs of recent activity. It appeared the occupants had long since left, leading Layla to wonder if the academy had once used the site for research. Priscilla immediately shook her head and dismissed the possibility with a resolute expression, noting its low likelihood. Look closely. If this were truly an academy investigation, the participants would certainly be equipped with standardized and complete gear. But what about the items here? They are entirely different and come from various sources, with some even being prohibited. The academy would never operate in such a secretive and haphazard manner, Jin said, nodding in agreement to reinforce Priscilla's argument. Sister Priscilla is right. This is clearly the work of another group, not the academy, he concluded, quickly deciding that they should search the surrounding area immediately. We don't know when the owner of this place might return, he added, and the group promptly split up to search different sections of the empty room for clues. Jin knelt down and placed his palm on the cold floor, and a sudden, powerful surge of energy rushed into his mind. What is this? I can sense a massive flow of mana beneath this room. Just then, Ernest's loud call rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Jin, come over here and look at this, Ernest called, prompting Jin to stand up and ask hurriedly if they had found something, to which Layla replied that there was a staircase behind the wall. This was a truly invaluable discovery at that moment, as they could now personally investigate the mysterious source of mana that Jin had sensed from above. Without hesitation, the group descended together into the dark cellar, where a mystical blue-purple light emanated from the far end of the basement. It pierced through the silent darkness as the group ventured deeper inside, revealing a massive magic stone that shimmered with immense power. Layla cried out in astonishment. This is unbelievable. I've never seen a magic stone this large. Has it been hidden underground all this time? As Jin stepped closer to examine it, certain of his suspicions. This was the distinct aura of Saul Halston, emitting an incredibly overwhelming mana and surrounded by various carved magic circles. What exactly do they plan to do with this? Who are they, and what is their objective? He wondered while the group was engrossed in examining the mysterious magic stone. Ernest suddenly flinched and spoke in a panic. Oh no, everyone! Someone is approaching this way. Our perimeter alarms are going off. His words caused the atmosphere in the cellar to become extremely tense, affecting even Jin, who usually possessed nerves of steel and rare composure. He stood there with his eyes wide in shock at the unexpected news while, at the same time, a group of strangers appeared above ground and quickly approached the church doors. One of them urged in a cold voice, "Move quickly," to which the other three responded in unison, "Understood, Captain," before they immediately entered with professional speed as the captain continued to issue firm reminders. Focus only on extracting the mana from the Saul Halston essence inside. That damn glory belongs to us, he declared, prompting his subordinates to shout back in agreement. After moving quickly through the darkness, the group finally reached the last room in the basement, where the green-haired captain looked at the brilliantly glowing magic stone and reported that they had entered safely. He then turned to order his subordinates to clean up the room and report any unusual occurrences immediately. The two subordinates nodded and replied, "Yes," before immediately turning back toward the upper floor. After a few steps, one sighed in relief that they could finally get some rest. The other green-haired man asked if they would have to stay there for the next 2 months, to which his companion replied that it might be even longer, but at least there was enough food. "So that won't be an issue," he said. But after taking a few more steps, one of them suddenly tripped a wire trap set by Jin's group, causing numerous sharp iron spears to plunge down from the ceiling. The two soldiers were completely caught off guard. They couldn't react in time and were knocked down by the spears, letting out cries of pain. Hearing the unusual noise, the captain inside quickly turned back and shouted, "What's going on?" Just as a strange phenomenon began to occur within the cellar. A cloud of pinkish-purple gas suddenly erupted and spread strangely through the air, causing the captain to blurt out in confusion, "What kind of gas is that?" A subordinate quickly speculated if it was gas, and before the captain could react, the man turned his head and shouted in a panicked tone, "Captain, this is a trap!" he cried out, but despite his forceful warning, all 4 men were easily captured by Jin's group just moments later. Eris searched the bodies of the captives, her eyes widening slightly as she discovered their belongings. "There's more here than I expected," she announced. "A notebook, some silver coins, various trinkets, and something else in a bag," she listed, while Jin looked at the unconscious men lying before him and thought to himself, who exactly were these people? They were clearly targeting Saul Hangston's magic stones, but could they possibly be affiliated with the academy? That moment, Priscilla approached Dean after scrutinizing one of the seized items, saying, "Dean, look at this notebook. There is crucial information inside." Dean took the weathered journal and began to examine it. The pages contained detailed instructions. During the essence extraction phase, always maintain 2 extractors, and add another once the progress reaches 60%. If the magic array fluctuates, stop immediately and reinforce it. Check the attached diagram. Reading this, Dean frowned in confusion. "Extracting essence," he muttered. "Priscilla, that sounds truly dangerous." Dean nodded gravely in agreement. It was indeed extremely perilous. Meanwhile, Eris, still searching the pockets of the captured men, discovered something else. "Not only that," she interjected, "they even have a map of the continent." Dean's eyes widened. "A continental map," Layla immediately followed up. Her voice was serious. The Empire strictly controlled such items and never allowed them to be taken outside. Eris then offered her own assessment, wondering if they might be some kind of rebel group. Faced with these numerous oddities, Dean fell deep into thought. "There are too many suspicious things," he muttered. However, his gaze suddenly sharpened, landing on the unconscious captain. Dean was startled to notice a faint light emanating from the man's mouth. He quickly approached and skillfully extracted a small object. Holding the tiny, glowing pill in his palm, Dean whispered, "Just as I thought, this is suicide poison. I remember learning about this from my mother. Such things are often used by assassin guilds or secret organizations to silence members. To prevent secrets from leaking in emergencies, they are brainwashed to commit suicide and given poison. What kind of organization would do something like this?" Meanwhile, Priscilla, who was engrossed in studying the notebook, suddenly cried out, "Look at this. There is a set of regulations written here." This new information left the other 3 stunned. The text began with, "For a new world. Rule 1, security must always come first, more important than life itself. Rule 2, we always act to change the world. Rule 3, do not investigate the identities of other members. We are one, yet we are also distinct individuals." Numerous other rules were listed after that. After reading, Priscilla frowned slightly. "This part is the most suspicious," she declared. "There is a coordinate written here. I am not sure of the exact location, but it is near the academy." Dean immediately asked, "Where is 34.58? Eris stroked her chin thoughtfully while examining the numbers, then spoke up. "Wait, if it is that location. Exactly, that is the supply transport route near the back gate." Layla, standing nearby, interjected, "So they entered through that path." Eris confirmed, "That is highly likely. There must be someone within the academy assisting them." The situation was becoming increasingly complex, forcing them to start thinking seriously. Dean finally broke the silence. "A secret organization seeking to extract the essence of Saul Hangston. What do they plan to do with this essence? We have decided. Let us move quickly." All of their belongings were carefully gathered into a subspace for further investigation, and they agreed to report everything to the academy leadership and the guards. Dean then added, "And it would probably be a waste to return empty-handed like this." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 turned to him with confused expressions, asking, "What?" Dean's eyes narrowed slightly, showing clear determination. "Let's take this mana stone," he declared. "If we leave it, it will only fall back into their hands. Instead of letting unidentified people use it for some plot, it is better that we take it ourselves." A moment later, the captured men began to regain consciousness. "Captain, wake up," one man shouted while another called out, "He's awake, Captain." The captain slowly came to, muttering, "What is all this noise in my head?" One of the subordinates then stared in horror at the mana stone, which now looked lifeless, its vibrant colors having faded and turned dull. "The mana stone, it's empty," he cried out, words that struck the captain like a bolt of lightning. What nonsense are you talking about?" he roared in fury. Then he cursed venomously. "Damn it, it must have been those who set the trap." While they were still struggling to figure out who was responsible, the academy guards quickly arrived and surrounded them. A soldier's voice rang out, "Everyone, stay right there. Whoever dares to trespass upon this sacred academy, we will not let you leave." One man shouted in shock, "How did the guards get here?" Another soldier ordered, "Apprehend them, don't let a single one escape." The captain could only grit his teeth, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, truly damn it. Has the organization abandoned us?" After escorting the intruders outside, the captain of the guards let out a weary sigh. "This is madness," he muttered. "After decades of peace, is this forbidden zone causing trouble again?" He pointed toward the captured intruders and asked, "Have the trespassers confessed anything?" A bald soldier stroked his chin. "Reporting, sir, they haven't uttered a word. Perhaps we need more forceful measures." The three intruders stood dejectedly, remaining silent. The captain pointed and gave a decisive order. "Then beat them until they come to their senses. Once the preliminary investigation is complete, take them to the interrogation room." The bald soldier nodded firmly. "Understood, sir." The captain thought to himself that this incident was grave. Despite doubling the security force, 5 intruders still managed to infiltrate, and he was certain he would be punished, perhaps even losing his position. Just then, a soldier rushed in from outside, shouting that the Ministry of Magic's investigation team had arrived. Hearing that they had suddenly appeared at this hour, the captain was startled. "They're already here?" he exclaimed, wiping sweat from his forehead while cursing under his breath, not expecting that lazy professor to show up in person. After hearing the full report, Drenavo summarized the situation. "So you heard a noise inside this building, noticed the mana barrier had vanished, and then found the intruders inside. Is that correct?" The captain nodded in confirmation. "That is correct, sir." Drenavo pondered for a moment before speaking. "How strange. The mana barrier of Saul Hangston is not easily destroyed. If they were capable of doing that, why were they captured so easily?" He shook his head, looking utterly confused as he spoke. "I cannot understand it either. By the way, we discovered this item among their belongings. Would you like to take a look, Lord Drenavo?" Seeing the object in the captain's hand, Drenavo raised an eyebrow in curiosity. A book. He reached out to take it and flipped through the pages, but found nothing unusual. Drenavo deduced that the book had been sealed with magic. Only authorized individuals should be able to open it, yet someone clearly used brute force to break the seal. The captain was shocked beyond measure. "What? How is that possible?" Drenavo carefully tucked the book into his cloak. "I will take this back for a more thorough investigation. There might be other hidden spells within." Hearing this, the captain scratched his head and gave a forced smile. "Ah, yes, of course. I only glanced at it, but they seem to belong to some sort of secret organization." Drenavo's eyes narrowed slightly, showing deep thought. "A secret organization?" The captain continued. "We also discovered a massive mana stone deep in the basement, taller than a grown man." Drenavo was astonished. "A mana stone? But that basement was supposed to be empty." The captain explained that they also found it incredibly baffling as to why such a giant mana stone existed within the restricted area. After a moment of silence, Drenavo ordered, "Lead me there. I wish to inspect it myself." At the academy, the campus atmosphere grew lively with the buzzing rumors of the students. "Have you heard? Something happened in the restricted area again." The guards were running around in a frenzy. Another voice chimed in. "Troubles have been occurring one after another lately. It feels so unsettling." Hearing these rumors repeatedly, Priscilla sighed helplessly. "Good grief, the restricted area has been in chaos since yesterday because of that incident." Dean turned to Priscilla and asked, "Sister Priscilla, have you found out anything yet?" She nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I heard the Ministry of Magic's investigation team has stepped in, and even Professor Drenavo went to the scene in person." Eris added, "If even Professor Drenavo has appeared, this matter is definitely more serious than we thought." Dean spoke up with a worried expression. "We've really caused a huge mess." He added, "This news is already in the Daily Academy newspaper. Do you guys want to see it?" Holding the newspaper, Eris cried out in surprise. "What, that fast? News really does travel like lightning." The headline read, "Restricted area infiltrated. 5 intruders are being interrogated by the Ministry of Magic for resisting the guards. I will take full responsibility." Dean sat in the back, thinking that if Professor Drenavo came personally, he must have realized the gravity of the situation. He said aloud, "But if the Ministry of Magic is handling it, we should be fine, right?" Priscilla sighed and replied, "Yeah, they're known for being ruthless. Those guys will surely be greeted with all kinds of torture spells." Layla gasped, "But will they find us?" Eris smiled reassuringly. "Come on, stay calm. We've wiped away all the traces," Priscilla said confidently. Actually, the Academy should be thanking us. Without us, those intruders wouldn't have been caught. Dean chimed in. Don't worry too much. They were at Sati's tap. How could they know we were there? For now, we just need to keep a low profile for a while. Then he turned to Eris. Did you bring their things? Eris nodded. Ah, I brought them. Here are the analysis results. Take a look. Dean thought to himself that perhaps by following their trail, they might find another treasure, such as the essence of Saul Hankston. A few days later, the Academy was once again plunged into chaos, but this time it was due to the arrival of a royal investigation delegation. The royal family rarely set foot in the Academy, but this time they arrived with an unprecedentedly powerful army. Banners fluttered in the wind, creating a majestic sight as the royal army marched deep inside and stood before a giant door. The fourth Royal Knight Commander, Diophan, frowned slightly. How strange. He muttered that the IMA church had been breached without a trace, and now intruders were discovered hiding in Saul Hankston's laboratory. Standing nearby, Professor Drenavo added that the situation was truly bizarre, as their search for clues had yielded no definitive results. Delphine glanced over and inquired about the barrier, to which a female professor replied that they were still investigating, but had yet to find any obvious signs of a breach. Delphine let out a soft sigh of frustration, noting how troublesome this was, particularly since it involved one of Saul Hankston's creations. He cast a sharp gaze backward and asked for the prince's thoughts, addressing the red-haired youth known as the third prince, Edward de Antunes. He stammered with a look of confusion, admitting he didn't quite understand, prompting Delphine to turn away and reply coldly that he understood how pitiful it was. Drenavo was startled, his eyes widening as he wondered to himself why the third prince would personally come to such a place. Edward closed his eyes in thought before staring intently at the door ahead, wondering if those were traces of a melted barrier, though they were nearly impossible to detect. The surface seemed unusual, as if it had been dissolved and then reassembled, which was a truly impressive feat. Drenavo explained that Saul Hankston's barriers were designed to last for centuries, and that no one had ever been able to breach them until now. Delphine nodded in agreement, calling it a perfect, impenetrable steel fortress that had finally been breached, while Edward spoke up from behind. He remarked that this meant even royal barriers could be compromised, and as he spoke, Edward's eyes suddenly widened. A strange surge of energy enveloped his body, causing sweat to pour down his face as he tightly clenched his hands together to maintain his composure. Noticing this, Delphine turned and asked with concern if the prince was in pain, while Edward gently rubbed his other arm. He replied that it was just a typical ache, but a worried Delphine urged him to speak up immediately if he felt any discomfort. He suggested they return if the prince felt unwell, noting that his health was more important than the investigation, but the youth shook his head in refusal. He insisted on staying since he had come of his own volition, assuring them his hand was fine, while Drenavo watched them with a pensive gaze. Drenavo mused that the joint appearance of the prince and the knight commander meant they had to be much more cautious, as Delphine suggested the prince take a break outside. Edward agreed to report any worsening symptoms, while Delphine walked out, thinking how pitiful the prince was for being labeled useless and having a hand that wouldn't even obey him. Delphine wished the prince had been born with a healthy body, while Edward stood motionless in thought before looking at his hand and cursing the obstacles that always hindered him. He decided he needed more clues and had to investigate on his own despite being told to stay put, while the scene shifted elsewhere. Delphine asked impatiently if no traces had been found, confirming the time was around 5 in the morning, to which Drenavo nodded in affirmation. It happened just before dawn, and when Delphine inquired about mana detection results, Drenavo timidly bowed and replied that they had found absolutely nothing. Delphine's expression darkened as he furiously ordered them to turn everything upside down, just as a soldier came rushing in from outside. The soldier urgently reported that the prince had vanished, causing Delphine to cry out in shock, nearly screaming that it was impossible. He insisted the prince had just been there, but the soldier explained the guards had been caught off guard, prompting him to curse them all as useless. He turned and barked orders to halt the investigation and focus entirely on finding the prince, causing the soldiers to quickly assemble. They responded in unison as a wave of anxiety washed over Delphine, who wondered why the prince would disappear given his frail condition. Meanwhile, Edward had run deep into the dense forest near the academy, telling himself he had to advance this investigation so his father would finally notice him. He vowed to prove himself through hard work despite his lack of talent, refusing to remain a useless prince. While in the Bonia forest, Dean's trio was training hard. Dean focused on his magical cultivation, while Eris and Layla were busy training with their weapons, with Layla correcting Eris by telling her that her stance was unstable and to try again properly. Eris immediately adjusted her posture and asked if it was better, to which Layla nodded with a smile, noting that it was much improved as she watched them practice. Standing nearby, Dean smiled inwardly, thinking that she was finally getting used to the training intensity here and noting how much Layla was helping her. Thanks to that, he could focus more on mana control, and after a few arm movements, Dean was now able to easily manifest numerous magic circles around his body. He told himself that he had now completed 2 mana rings and even succeeded in creating a 4-tier magic structure, marveling at how incredible Archmage magic truly was. However, his eyes suddenly widened as he focused on a single point, noting that every time he concentrated on the 4th-tier spell, he could see it more clearly. The flow of mana within the human body was truly extraordinary, and wondering what he would discover next, Dean casually created a mana bomb that hovered in midair. The energy sphere immediately soared high and circled around Eris and Layla, making a curious Eris ask if it was just the wind while Layla looked toward Dean. When asked what kind of magic it was, he explained it was a wind bomb, a compressed air projectile made of mana, leaving Eris wide-eyed as she exclaimed how wonderful it was. She remarked that she had never seen such a massive mana explosion before, and Layla added that its power was truly terrifying since it was a 4th-tier spell. Dean observed the mana bomb in front of him before gesturing slightly and saying he would only throw it lightly, using his power to make it orbit his body. He then hurled it straight toward the edge of the forest, and though it seemed like a gentle toss, the bomb streaked away at a terrifying speed. Just then they all seemed to sense someone nearby, and in an instant, a massive, earth-shattering explosion erupted from deep within the forest, covering the area in thick dust. Numerous trees collapsed under the bomb's devastating force, and the path it traveled was completely leveled into a vast, empty space. Layla shouted in shock, asking Dean if he heard that there was someone over there, while a sweating Dean confirmed he heard it clearly and cursed himself for thinking they were alone. He suggested they go check it out, and a worried Layla told him to be careful in case anyone had been injured. A few minutes earlier, Edward had been searching for something in the forest, wandering around and marveling at how large the academy's grounds were. He thought about how the students must enjoy studying and laughing with friends, feeling envious and wondering if he could have attended if he weren't a prince. The mere thought made his heart race, but he immediately dismissed it, telling himself to stop daydreaming. He decided to focus on finding traces of the intruders when he suddenly heard noises from deep within the forest that caught his attention. Following the sounds, Edward wondered if someone was in the forest and soon spotted Dean's group, assuming they were just students practicing. He noted that they were his age yet possessed such refined skills, and after finishing a sword form, Layla asked Dean to check her technique. She felt her movements were a bit awkward, so Dean walked around her to observe before pointing out that the issue was actually her footwork. He explained that retreating her back foot half a step after the turn would make it smoother, and she nodded, saying she would try again. Watching from the sidelines, Edward realized she had called him Dean and wondered if it was Dean Egress, the freshman everyone was talking about. Dean Egress was a name known even to the royal family for his excellence in 4 different fields, and Edward felt inferior seeing such a genius training so hard. He thought that if he had entered the academy, he might have made friends and laughed like them. But then he saw something. An object was hurtling toward him at the speed of light, causing a startled Edward to cry out, wondering what was flying his way. It was the mana bomb Dean had thrown, and upon impact, a massive explosion shook the forest and leveled the surrounding trees. Edward could not escape the shockwave and was instantly thrown backward, tumbling across the ground with eyes full of bewilderment at what had just happened. He could only let out a cry of pain that echoed through the forest. Certain they had hit someone, Dean and his 2 companions rushed over to check. Eris asked with a voice full of concern, "Are you all right?" While Dean added sheepishly, "I'm so sorry, I didn't think anyone was here." After writhing on the ground for a moment, Edward tried to sit up, though he couldn't stop groaning in pain. Eris suddenly noticed his uniform and realized it belonged to the Royal Investigation Team, causing Layla to gasp. "Are you a member of the Royal Investigation Team then?" Layla asked, as Dean realized things were getting complicated and muttered, "No, Layla, he is probably." His voice turned serious as he assessed the situation, noting that the uniform and that red hair were the unmistakable symbols of the imperial family. Eris stammered in a near whisper, "Could you truly be royalty?" And her words sent a wave of fear through both Dean and Layla. After regaining his composure, Edward slowly stood up and walked toward the 3 of them, his voice laced with irritation as he called them fools. Dean immediately stepped forward, bowed formally, and introduced himself as Dean Grace, son of Count Grace, before greeting the prince. "I am deeply sorry for my carelessness. I have committed a grave error," he said, as Eris also hurried to bow and speak. I am Eris Zen, son of Baron Zen and a first-year student in the magic department, he introduced, followed by Layla, whose voice was calm yet apologetic. I am Layla Smyon, eldest daughter of Count Smyon and a first-year swordsmanship student. Please forgive our insolence, Your Highness. Contrary to their expectations, Edward did not blame them. Instead, he smiled and said it was fine, as he was only startled and not injured. More importantly, I'm glad to meet you. Dean Grace, I've heard much of your talent, and I'm sure you'll become an excellent explorer like the rest of the Zen family. And Lady Smyon, you won the DNG Cup, didn't you? I watched that final, he said, and as Layla bowed in honor, Edward waved his hand to signal that the introductions were sufficient. You may stand, he permitted, and as they thanked him, Eris spoke up with a puzzled expression, relieved the prince was unharmed. But why would your highness come to such a remote place? Eris asked, and Layla added that even academy students rarely visited such a secluded area. That's exactly why it's perfect for training, they explained, but Edward's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to stammer an explanation. Actually, I came with the Royal Investigation Team to inspect the academy, but I got lost while walking alone. Do you know about the strange incidents at Saul Hangston's residence? We're investigating that case but haven't found any clues yet, which is quite frustrating, he admitted, prompting Eris to ask if he was there specifically for the investigation. We've also noticed some anomalies, but it's hard to say for sure, Eris replied, while Dean looked at Edward and wondered what they had discovered. An ordinary person wouldn't have noticed anything. So after hearing Edward's information, Eris deduced that the prince must have been the one to find the strange phenomenon. Both Eris and Layla were startled, and Dean turned to whisper to Layla that everything was now connected to them, to which she replied that they were finished if caught. Dean stood silently, observing Edward and analyzing the situation. Unlike the two older princes, this youngest prince was their age. Rumor had it that he was just an ordinary person with no special talent, which made the current situation feel incredibly strange. We carefully spread anti-tracking powder around here, yet he still found us and noticed an anomaly that others couldn't. This is not the behavior of an ordinary person. Could he be hiding a special power? Dean wondered, as a mischievous smile played on Edward's lips. Actually, I just got lost and ended up here, as this academy is quite complex, Edward explained, prompting Eris to suggest he head back soon. The investigation team must be looking everywhere for you. They likely got lost too, since the campus is massive and it's their first time here. Edward took the opportunity to ask, while I'm here, I'd like to hear you tell me a bit about what life is like at the academy. Our story? Eris and Layla gasped in surprise, while Dean stood by and thought that even though he was a prince, something felt off. Yet he was still just a youth who had spent too long confined within the palace walls, so his curiosity about a normal life was understandable. Edward asked what they were doing earlier and if they were practicing, to which Eris replied that they often trained there because it was quiet, while Dean thought to himself that something felt very strange. This prince gave him a suffocating feeling, as if a surge of mana was tightening around him. He wondered if mana could flow that way, and decided he should observe more closely. Meanwhile, inside the academy, the soldiers were still frantically searching everywhere, shouting to check other locations as they moved about. Cursing that he wasn't there, they moved to the next building while the students watched them and began whispering, wondering if that was the Royal Investigation Team. They questioned what was happening and noted that the soldiers seemed to be searching for something, wondering if the culprit had already been caught. They doubted it, noting that the Magic Legion would have arrived instead of the investigation team if a capture had occurred. While elsewhere, Delph continued his search for Edward and cursed inwardly after finding nothing. He cursed his inability to find the prince and wondered where he could have gone, especially since they still didn't know who was involved or what forces were behind the incident. He worried about what might happen if the prince, whose hand had not yet healed, encountered trouble while alone, fearing that losing his position would be the least of his problems if something befell the boy. Just then, a soldier rushed up from behind to report that a witness had seen someone in a gold-trimmed robe heading toward the forest outside the academy, prompting Delph to turn and ask if it was true. He ordered the witness to be brought to him immediately and hurriedly commanded the entire squad to head toward the forest outside the academy. He emphasized that their top priority was ensuring the absolute safety of His Highness, to which the soldier nodded in agreement as Delph began to ponder while they walked. He wondered why the prince would go to the forest and hoped he hadn't discovered something, while the scene shifted back to the group where Edward sighed with envy. He mused that if he hadn't been born into the royal family, he might have lived as an ordinary person, free from the burdens and responsibilities of being a prince. He felt as though the gods truly detested him. But then Dean approached and asked if he could inquire about something, to which Edward cheerfully told him to go ahead. Looking at Edward's arm, He asked if his hand was in a lot of pain, causing Edward to startle and wonder to himself how the other boy could possibly know. He questioned how Dean knew. While beside them, Layla turned to ask him what was wrong with the prince's hand. Edward quickly hid his arm behind his back and stammered that Dean must be mistaken. But Dean maintained a firm tone and a searching gaze as he questioned if that was really the case. Before he could finish saying what he had observed, Layla hurriedly interrupted him in a flustered voice, asking Dean what kind of nonsense he was talking about. She apologized for Dean's strange behavior and asked the prince to ignore his foolish words. But Edward unexpectedly spoke up, dispelling Layla's confusion. He admitted that Dean was right, leaving both Layla and Eris standing there in stunned silence, shocked to learn that it was true. After a few moments of silence, Edward looked down at his right arm with a complex expression and stated it was no different from a crippled hand, then turned to Dean with curiosity and a faint glimmer of hope. He asked how Dean had realized it, and Dean calmly explained that he hadn't actually seen the physical condition of the prince's hand. He explained that he saw the mana flow toward that hand was completely blocked, which left Edward utterly stunned and unable to hide his extreme astonishment. Edward exclaimed in disbelief, asking if he could see the flow of mana with his naked eyes, and Dean nodded, confirming it was an ability he had acquired. He claimed it happened after a lucky artifact fused with his body, though he secretly thought to himself that it was actually due to ancient mana, a truth he couldn't reveal. He asked if Dean could identify the true cause of the condition, noting that the mana flow was supposed to travel down to the hand. Instead, it was blocked at the wrist and flowing backward, and since a hand without mana to nourish it would slowly die, he stepped closer. With an unusually serious tone, he respectfully asked the prince if he might be so bold as to inquire about what had happened to his hand. This sudden and somewhat abrupt request startled Edward, who looked at his right arm once more, paused for a few seconds, and then began to slowly recount the story. It all began when I was about a year old. I was born without any issues, but at some point this hand of mine became like this. I struggled just to hold utensils at age 7 and could only write after I turned 10. I was unable to learn swordsmanship, horsemanship, or any skills a prince must master. Even magic, an innate talent for most, left me completely helpless. All my efforts were in vain, and I have lived this way until now. A shameful prince, a secret I dared not reveal to anyone. Hearing Edward's bitter confession, Dean thought to himself, so he has faced this problem since he was very young, which explains why he lacks the same grand reputation as the other princes. Beside them, Layla and Eris, who were unaware of this secret, trembled even more violently out of fear. Layla stammered, "But your highness, is it really all right for us to hear this?" Eris added anxiously, "Are you truly sharing such a massive secret?" Edward gave a reassuring smile, looking as if a great weight had been lifted. "It's fine. I trust you all to keep it quiet. Besides, I'm in a great mood today. Despite the efforts of the finest royal physicians and mages, they never found the cause. But finally, I've found it." His gaze settled on Dean with total sincerity. Dean looked directly at Edward and asked a blunt question, "Do you trust me?" Edward smiled without hesitation. "Of course I do. How could someone from the Grace family lie to me? If they did, they'd have to be a master deceiver to trick a prince." Edward looked down at his hand again and said pensively, "Many have noticed the strength fading from my hand. I know that sooner or later it will become worse than useless." He looked up. "So can you heal me?" At this sudden request, Dean pondered for a few moments while his two friends held their breath, not daring to speak. After some consideration, he bowed and replied, "I apologize, Your Highness, but I am not a physician." This answer left Edward slightly disappointed, but he accepted it with a sigh. "Very well, I understand. It certainly isn't an easy task." However, Dean suddenly made another offer. "However, if Your Highness wishes, I can try." "Really?" Edward exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "Then do it now. If you heal my hand, I will grant anything you ask." Dean asked again. His voice grew more serious. "Truly, if that is your wish, I will attempt to alter the mana flow. However, if I fail, you could lose your life." Dean's blunt words made Edward freeze. He stammered incoherently, what?" Dean continued with a firm tone. "If this attempt fails and harms Your Highness, I will surely be executed for the attempted murder of royalty. But I still have many years to live and much I want to do. Therefore, if I succeed in healing your hand, how will you repay me?" This bold and certain declaration made Edward pause for a few seconds to think. Meanwhile, Layla and Eris couldn't believe what was happening. Edward spoke up, his voice tinged with shock. "You want to make a deal with me right now?" Dean nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I do not accept vague risks. However, if a large and enticing reward is offered, things will be different." Faced with Dean's decisive and calculated proposal, Edward froze for a few seconds before bursting into laughter, looking at him with great interest. "A deal with me, huh? You're the first person who's ever dared to suggest that. You're very different from the others." He smiled and continued with a determined gaze. "Very well, Dean Grace. If you heal my hand, I will grant any request you make. At worst, failure only brings the inevitable a bit sooner." He stepped closer and placed a hand on Dean's shoulder. "So give it a try. Even if you fail, I'll leave a will stating you are innocent." These gentle yet understanding words made all three of them, including Dean, feel a bit awkward. After a few moments of silence, Dean nodded in confirmation. "I shall give it a try," Dean declared, prompting Edward to cheer happily. "Excellent, I am grateful to you." Observing Edward's excitement, Dean reflected that this might be the most significant moment of his life, where success would mean a monumental triumph. Conversely, failure would result in an unavoidable catastrophe, so he knew he had to succeed regardless of the cost as he began to outline his strategy. "First, Your Highness, please sit and make yourself comfortable," he suggested, and Edward complied with a nod while Dean reminded himself that his lifelong training in mana manipulation gave him great confidence. Furthermore, he possessed ancient mana to assist him as he stepped toward Edward, grasping the boy's right arm to carefully evaluate the situation. He spoke in a low voice. "I am beginning now." And as soon as he finished speaking, a potent surge of mana began to flow from his body into Edward's. Dean gradually sensed the mana circulating within the boy, inspecting every corner until the ancient mana collided with the fading energy, triggering a violent internal eruption inside Edward's arm. Deep within another part of the forest, the soldiers continued their frantic search when a voice broke the silence to ask for an update, receiving an immediate reply that a steep cliff had blocked their path. Unable to advance further, a soldier suddenly rushed over and breathlessly informed his superior that there were numerous forks in the road ahead. Realizing their forces were becoming too scattered, Delphine narrowed his eyes in frustration and cursed under his breath about not having enough men to divide their ranks. Suddenly, his gaze swept over a peculiar spot hidden deep within the thick foliage, and a wave of unease washed over him as he wondered what this strange sensation could be. Without hesitating, he signaled for the entire squad to take cover while his hand tightened around his sword's hilt, drawing it from the scabbard in preparation for combat. His expression turned grim as he ordered them to move silently, and the group began to creep toward the anomaly he had spotted, reaching Dean's location only a few minutes later. Every soldier's eyes were fixed ahead as Delphine stepped forward with a gaze as cold as ice, shouting, "You scoundrels! How dare you treat His Highness in such a manner?" He charged straight ahead while roaring in fury to ask what they were doing, and Dean's group couldn't help but feel terrified by Delphine's aggressive and determined stance. Layla cried out in shock that knights were surrounding them, while Dean cursed inwardly as they closed in, knowing he needed to explain himself just as mana began to swirl around his hand. Delphine did not waver as he lunged at Dean to deliver a blow, demanding to know how he dared lay a hand on the prince while attacking with terrifying speed. This left Dean stunned as he realized the man was too fast and that he would surely be defeated. But just as Delphine's blade was about to strike him, Edward suddenly rushed out to intervene, shouting for him to stop, which startled Delphine as he saw the prince was unharmed and noted the boy's resolute gaze. Gradually regaining his composure, Delphine turned to ask with a worried voice if His Highness was all right, and if he realized how much they had been fretting over him. Edward reassured him that he was fine, but the man continued to inquire why he had ventured so deep into such a perilous area and who those people were. Edward explained that he had simply been wandering during his investigation and got lost, adding that he would provide more details about the others on their way back. Looking down at his arm, he thought that the sensation had changed and progress had certainly been made. Then he turned to Dean with a smile to say goodbye and thank him. Dean returned the smile and replied that it was his honor to do what he could. And later, after hearing the full story on the way back, a pensive Delphine noted that the boy was Count Grecia's son. "That is correct, and he is my benefactor," Edward confirmed, a statement that left Delphine utterly astonished as he questioned the idea of the boy being his savior. Edward explained that the boy had done something incredibly valuable for him and asked what kind of gift he should give them, causing Delphine to frown and ask what the prince meant. He thought to himself that while they might be from a noble family, the prince had only just met them today, while Edward stroked his chin and muttered that ordinary gifts would not be sufficient. "I want to give them something truly precious," he said before suddenly realizing something, his eyes lighting up as he turned to Delphine to ask about a specific item. He leaned in close and whispered something into the man's ear that caused Delphine's eyes to widen in shock as he gasped, "Your Highness." Nevertheless, Edward scratched his head bashfully and asked if it was appropriate, while the man questioned if such a gesture might be a bit excessive. He wondered if simply making a friend could make the prince this happy. but Edward cheerfully remarked that this gift was hardly excessive compared to everything Dean had done for him. Yes, send word to the Imperial Palace and bring everyone here immediately, Delphine replied, gritting her teeth in frustration. I understand. Watching Edward walk away while humming a cheerful tune, thoughts began to swirl in Delphine's mind. On second thought, this might not be such a bad thing. He is the son of Count Grace and Duke Smyon, so this could strengthen the bond between the imperial family and the great noble houses. It would also provide significant support for His Highness in the future. A week later, our group, led by Diane, received an invitation to the Royal Palace's annex reception room. Sitting across from us, Edward spoke with a smile. Diane, my hand is much better now and there are no side effects. Thank you. Diane bowed respectfully and replied, That is a relief, Your Highness. Edward gestured toward the table and continued, Please sit. I have prepared some gifts to show my gratitude. Take them. They are what I believe you deserve. 3 servants entered, each carrying a small, exquisitely carved box. As soon as they left, the eyes of Diane's group widened in shock. Eris exclaimed, Your Highness, is this? Edward nodded in confirmation. Indeed, these are royal tokens. They are simple to use. If you ever find yourselves in trouble, just present one. Everything will be resolved. Holding it in her hand, Eris asked in surprise, Can we really accept this? Edward affirmed, Of course. Diane bowed happily. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Edward waved his hand. Enough with the formalities. Just enjoy yourselves today. The 3 of them replied in unison. Yes, Your Highness. Afterward, they began dining according to royal etiquette. Meeting the prince today was an unexpected stroke of luck. However, the identity of the intruders remained an unsolved mystery. None of them suspected anyone, and the incident gradually faded into silence. Sometime later, the midterm exams concluded. In the school courtyard, Diane sighed in relief and said, The exams are finally over. He turned to Layla and asked, How did you do? She replied confidently, The major subjects weren't too hard, and the general courses should be fine. Standing nearby, Priscilla clenched her fists and muttered, I wish the world would just burn down. How could the exam be so difficult even after I memorized the entire scripture? Diane could only offer a wry smile, thinking to himself that the Department of Theology was clearly not easy. Eris spoke up to encourage them. Anyway, the exams are done. Diane added, We are free now. Hang in there, everyone. We have a few days off. What does everyone plan to do? Eris said cheerfully. I'm thinking of joining the fitness club, the one that specializes in physical training. This left Layla, who was standing beside her, completely stunned as she blurted out, What? You're joining? Priscilla stroked her chin thoughtfully. It seems you've realized your weaknesses after those combat simulations. You know what you need to do. Eris replied with a bright smile. Exactly. Just wait for the results. Priscilla cautioned, Don't let yourself get injured. Layla lightly cupped her cheeks and said, I think I'll head home for a bit. My mother has wanted to see me for a long time. Then she turned to Diane and asked, What about you? He hesitated for a few seconds before answering, I'll probably spend my time in the library studying more. This made her very curious. Studying? After the exams. He explained that there wasn't much else to do. But then Diane suddenly remembered something and thought to himself, Number 3's words, I remember now. When I was 7, the Duke gave me a gift. It was the badge of the Mayan Forge. I've been planning to forge a new sword, so I should probably stop by the workshop. Seeing his familiar, focused attitude, Layla could only sigh in exasperation with a helpless smile. Oh my, it's been a long time since you mentioned that.